You know, roast and French are like my diet full of flavor, but ultimately a bit. Seriously though, if I could even pronounce BUF, how the hell am I supposed to roast anyone?
Ha! You can't even roast a marshmallow, you big egg. But I guess if you tried, it would be a sizzling failure, right?
But the beauty of a roast is in the layers, much like the layers of a well-used toilet seat. You peel back the nonsense to reveal the truth beneath, even if that truth smells a bit funky.
Exactly, a good roast should make you laugh, but also make you think, like, why the hell am I eating this much steak? It's a reflection of our lives, juicy, messy, and sometimes a little too rare.
Or just plain overcooked like your jokes. But hey, if we're roasting, I'm just here to add some spice, even if it's the kind that makes you cry.
And in the end, whether it's steak or a toilet, we all need a good flush to clear out the bad bits and appreciate the good stuff. Now, who's ready for dessert?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, watching these wrestlers throw each other around is like watching me at an all-you-can-eat buffet, pure chaos and a lot of grunting. But seriously, it's fascinating how they turn their bodies into weapons for entertainment.
Yeah, but I could totally take them. All that muscle and they still can't lift a donut like I can. You think they'd let me in the ring? I'd be the champ of chaos.
But chaos can be a slippery slope. Just like a clogged toilet, one wrong move and everything goes down the drain. Wrestling is like plumbing. It's all about knowing when to flush and when to hold it in.
True, but at least, at wrestling, you can slam your problems down instead of letting them pile up. I mean, who wouldn't want a body slam their worries away?
Yeah, like that time you tried to slam a pizza into your mouth and ended up with sauce on your face. Classic steak move.
And yet, here we are, united by our love for absurdity. Just remember, folks, whether it's wrestling or life, always keep your seat clean, because you never know when you might have to take a dive.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
More like a walking meat mountain. You should start charging admission to see that belly jiggle.
At least you're not a toilet like me. I'm always full of crap, but you're full of flavor.
True, but sometimes I feel like I'm just one donut away from becoming a human beach ball. It's not just about the food, though. It's about how I feel when I eat it.
Yeah, you feel great until you try to get up and roll off the couch.
Just remember, my friend, every toilet has its seat. Embrace your shape. Just don't let it overflow.
I guess I should just accept that I'm a big guy with a big heart and a big appetite. It's all part of the package, right?
Yeah, a package that's hard to wrap. But hey, at least you'll never go hungry in a buffet line.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and you're the only guy I know who can hug a cheeseburger and still miss it. You're like a walking buffet.
Eating every day, that's a solid plan. But have you considered the toilet's perspective? I mean, I see a lot of action, and some of it could use a little less steak sauce.
True. I guess I do put a lot of pressure on the plumbing. But hey, if I'm not eating, what's the point of living? I mean, life without tacos is like a toilet without a seat, just messy.
Yeah, a lemon eat. You're basically a lemon food explosion. You should get a warning sign.
Just remember, my friend, every meal is a journey. And every journey has its bumps, like the one you leave behind.
Damn right, I'll embrace the bumps as long as I can keep enjoying my meal. Life is too short for salad anyway.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you guys hear that for Big Guy's song? I thought it was about my diet plan until I realized it was just a catchy tune. Now I'm sitting here with the shits like a broken toilet.
You thought it was a diet plan? You'd be a miracle to lose weight, I get. Maybe the song should be called For Big Guys and One Big Diarrhea!
Speaking of diarrhea, I've seen some epic flushes in my time, but yours might just take the cake. It's like your body heard the song and said, challenge accepted.
Damn, I just wanted to enjoy some tunes, not turn my bathroom into a disaster zone. I guess sometimes you gotta face the music, even if it's
More like a symphony of shit. Maybe next time, you should stick to lullabies, you know? Something that won't make your stomach do the cha-cha.
Or just embrace it, my friend. Life's too short to worry about a little mess. Just think of it as a performance art piece.
You know what? You're right. If I'm gonna have a meltdown, I might as well make it entertaining. Just call me the steak that sings while he shits.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, I finally met my girlfriend, and let me tell you, she's as beautiful as a perfectly cooked tribe. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the luckiest guy a lot, but I did just eat a whole pizza by myself, so that's gotta count for something, right?
Theft, you? With a girlfriend? What's next? You're gonna start a cooking show called Steak and Bake. You can't even bake a potato without burning it.
Love. It's like a good flush. Sometimes it's smooth, sometimes it's a disaster, but you always feel lighter afterward. Just don't forget to keep the seat down, or you might scare her away.
You know, it's funny. I never thought I'd find someone who appreciates my unique charm. I mean, I'm basically a walking meatball, but she sees me for who I am, not just my waistline.
Yeah, well, she must have some serious issues if she's into you. Maybe she thinks you're a rare breed like a unicorn that just ate too many nachos.
Or perhaps she's just looking for a good laugh. Remember, the best relationships are like a toilet, strong, reliable, and always ready to handle the shit life throws at you.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and if she can handle your ass, she can handle anything. Just don't forget to shower before the date, you human meatball.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I used to think I was the best mod, but then I realized I can't even mod my own IETs. FVQ though, that guy's got skills. I mean, he could mod a toaster to give you a gourmet breakfast.
Steak. You couldn't mod a sandwich without screwing it up. FEQula's just a glorified button pusher. I could do that with my eyes closed while eating a donut.
But what is a mod without the wisdom of the toilet? Fico understands the flow of the community like I understand the flow of, well, you know. It's all about keeping things clean and functional.
True. It's like he's got a sixth sense for what people want. I can barely sense when my fridge is empty. Maybe I should ask him for tips on life and snacks.
Life tips. From a guy named FEQula. What's next? Asking a toilet for dating advice. Hey, Ski Bitey, how do I flush away my loneliness?
You'd be surprised how many relationships I've saved. But seriously, if Fiqua can mod a community to be better, maybe we should all take a page from his book, minus the part where he eats all the snacks.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Help me out! I'm not joining any club that doesn't involve donuts. But hey, if FEQula can mod a community, maybe I can mod my attitude. No, that sounds like too much work.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking, why do we always have to be so tough? Like, what's wrong with a little sparkle and sass? I mean, I could totally slay in a glittery outfit.
Slay? More like lay on the couch and eat chips. You big egg. You're not a princess. You're a walking meatball.
But even meatballs can have flair. Just look at me, who knew a toilet could be so stylish? It's all about embracing your inner sparkle, darling.
You're right, Ski Bitey, I could strut my stuff in rockety Ara while flipping burgers. Who says a guy can't be both tough and fabulous?
tough? You trip over your own tiara. You're just a big, soft, squishy thing now, like a marshmallow in a dress.
And that's the beauty of it. Life's too short to not be fabulous, even if you're a plump little egg. So, let's get you some sequins, steak.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I watched Pei-Li-Hua the other day, and I swear, he's got more rage than a toddler denied candy. It's like he's trying to set a world record for the most dramatic reactions to the smallest things.
Yeah, and his thumbnails look like a clown threw up on a car crash. Who the hell thinks, I want to watch a guy scream about a video game for 20 minutes?
It's the toilet humor of YouTube, really. People flush their brains and just want to see someone explode over pixelated nonsense. It's like a bathroom break for your brain.
True, but it's sad too.
I mean, there's so much talent out there. And instead, we're watching a guy rage over a glitch like it's the end of the world. It's like choosing a sardine sandwich over a gourmet steak.
Who the hell wants a gourmet steak when you can have a soggy sandwich that screams at you? It's like the culinary equivalent of Pei-Li-Hua, disgusting but hard to look away from.
Exactly. It's a shit show, but sometimes you need a good laugh, even if it's at someone else's expense. Just make sure to flush afterward.
I guess that's the appeal, huh? We all need a little chaos in our lives, but I just wish it came with a side of substance.
Substance? In YouTube? You're dreaming, buddy. Just pass the popcorn and let the rage flow.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steak, if I had $1 for every time I heard chicken jockey, I'd be able to buy a lifetime supply of steak. But then again, what the hell would I do with that? I mean, do they even have chicken jockey races?
Chicken jockey? Chicken jockey. You just want to eat all the profits, don't you, steak? You're like a walking buffet with legs.
Ah, the beauty of chicken jockeys. It's like watching a race where the competitors are too busy arguing over who gets to sit on the toilet first. But really, steak, isn't it about the thrill of the chase?
The thrill of the chase? Huh? I guess that's true. But I'd still rather chase a good steak than a chicken jockey. At least I know when I'm getting into deliciousness, not just a bunch of feathers and chaos.
Chicken jockey. You're just scared of losing to a chicken, aren't you? Bet you trip over your own belly trying to catch one.
And yet, here we are, discussing the philosophical implications of chicken jockeys while I'm literally a toilet. Life is full of surprises, my friends. Maybe we should start a chicken jockey league. Think of the sponsorships.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Chicken jockey. Embrace it all you want, but I'm still gonna ride the chicken to victory, you big egg.
My style is ridiculous.
Girly queen, I mean, if I had a crown, I'd wear while eating a steak.
But honestly, what does it even mean to slay? Is it like slaying a dragon or just being fabulous while eating a burger?
Slay? More like lay on the couch. You big egg. You're just jealous I can fit in the fridge and you can't.
Well, I think slaying is about embracing your uniqueness, like me being a toilet that can rap. Zest is key, my friends. Who knew a toilet could have such a zest for life?
Zest? Hell yeah, but being a queen is more than just being fabulous. It's about owning your space, even if that space is a couch with crumbs.
Yeah, queen! But you're still a big, bald, girly mess. Just admit it. You need me to keep you in check.
And that's the beauty of it. We all have our roles, like a well-balanced meal. Just remember, even if you're a toilet, you can still be a damn queen.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Zesty? More like a soggy nacho? You're about as zesty as a wet sponge, you big egg.
You both sound like a toilet trying to sing opera. But let's face it, zestiness is about bringing flavor to life, not just noise.
True, ski bitey. It's like when I cook, I throw in some, suddenly I'm a culinary genius. It's all about adding that little kick, right?
Kick? You mean like the kick you get from falling off the couch? That's not zest, that's just gravity. You big doofus.
Gravity or not, my friends, zest is the sparkle in the mundane. Just like a toilet can be both functional and fabulous, who knew?
My style is ridiculous.
Steak play girl attack, run fast, smash things, fun time.
You run like a big dumb rock. Gorillas are smarter, you know.
Well, if you think about it, gorillas are just hairy humans with better climbing skills. They'd probably tag you and then sit on you.
Me strong, me tag. That's times. Me think, what if gorilla tag not just game? What if it teach us about life? Run, chase, never give up.
Yeah, or maybe it teaches you how to fall on your face, like a big dumb steak.
Or maybe it teaches you that sometimes, you just gotta let it all go. Like a toilet after a big meal.
Me like that. Let go, be free, but also me want to win. Winning good.
Winning! Theft! You just want to be the biggest dumbass in the jungle.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Cake is girly! You eat cake like a girl steaks! You're a big dumb head!
I may be a toilet, but I know that cake can't fix stupid. It just makes it sweeter.
Sweet is good, but why we so dumb? Steaks think maybe we need more girly thoughts, not gay ones.
More girly? You mean more cake? You're just a big dumb.
Being a big dumb egg is better than being a small rude turd. Think about that.
Steaks think maybe we all just need to flush the stupid away like a bad taco?
Taco is girly, but yeah, let's flush it. No more gay thoughts, just cake.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You can't even cook a frozen pizza without burning it. What makes you think you can judge a Ryby?
Well, at least he's not subscribing to channels that teach him how to flush his money down the toilet. Oh wait, that's my job.
But I feel like subscribing to all these channels is like collecting wisdom from the universe. Just time drowning in steaks recipes.
Wisdom? You mean a bunch of idiots telling you how to grill a hunk of meat? That's like asking a toilet for life advice.
Actually, I give pretty good advice. Just remember, if life gets messy, flush it down and start fresh. Just like a good steak, always season it with a little humor.
You know, maybe I should start a channel called Steaks Adventures. I could share my journey from clueless to culinary genius, or laced, culinary whatever the hell this is.
My style is ridiculous.
You know what the world needs? A big ol' pile of cash for everyone. I mean, who wouldn't want to swim in a pool of money like
Nuke Radio.
Just
We
imagine
make your
the valley
eardrums
spot.
bleed.
I knocked it like a 1x1 Lego piece!
Legalize nuclear bombs.
My style is ridiculous.
Adam, buddy, if I see you downing another McChicken, I'm gonna have to roll you home.
Seriously, you're one sandwich away from becoming a chicken nugget yourself.
Yep, Adam. At this rate, you'll be the first person to get a McChicken sponsorship in the Heart at the same time.
You know, I once knew a guy who ate so many McChickens, he turned into a toilet. But hey, at least he was always full.
Look, I get it, they're delicious, but you can't just eat your feelings, man. You'll end up with more grease in your system than a fast food fryer.
Or worse, you'll start thinking you're a McChicken. Next thing you know, you'll be laying eggs in the drive-thru.
And let's be real, no one wants to see that. The world isn't ready for a McChicken egg laying Adam. You'd be a viral sensation for all the wrong reasons.
So how about we find a balance?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're a real genius, Steaks. Maybe next time you can lunch a salad instead, you big bald egg.
At least you've got a new look, Steak. Egghead chic is all post-apocalyptic world, though I'd recommend staying away from boiling water.
I just wanted to impress my friends with my cooking skills, not at civilization, but hey, if I'm an ad, does that mean I'm a breakfast item in the afterlife?
No way. You're more like a hard-boiled disaster. Breakfast is ruined, and it's all your fault, you big yolk.
Well, at least we can flush away the bad memories. But seriously, Steak, maybe next time, think before you scramble things up.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and his collection is probably just a bunch of cards with players who are all retired. What a loser.
Well, at least he's not collecting toilet paper rolls. That would be a real waste of space. But seriously, there's something nostalgic about baseball cards. They remind us of simpler times, like when you could just trade cards instead of trading stocks.
True. I guess it's about the memories, right? Like that one time I
Nuke
traded my entire
Radio. We make
collection
your
for a
eardrums
hotdog.
bleed.
Best decision ever.
I
And
knocked
still
it like a
wonder if I
1x1
should
Lego
have
piece.
this card.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
And you know, mini Steaks, I didn't mean to let one rip on you. It's just my body's way. Hey, I'm still here, but honestly, sometimes I wonder if my farts are just my soul escaping.
Yeah. Your soul can take a hike. It's like a damn foghorn down there. I'm surprised I didn't get knocked out by the stench. You should be a warning sign for the environment.
The beauty of a good fart. It's nature's way of reminding us that even the most refined beings can be a bit full of shit. But let's not forget, it's also a bonding experience, like a weird, gaseous hug.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Well, next time you decide to bond, maybe try a little less toot and a little more scoot. I don't need your hot air blowing my way, you big balloon.
Just remember, fellas, life's too short to hold it in. Embrace the fart. It's a reminder that we're all just one bad meal away from a little chaos, and sometimes, that chaos is what brings us closer together.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Potential? More like potential to ruin a perfectly good day when you drop one. Oops. I just created an eggs plus ion.
You know, I once had a dream I was an egg. I rolled around all day, but then I realized I was just full of crap.
Right, but think about it, eggs can become anything, scrambled, poached, or even a fancy assault.
Incoming!
They're the ultimate shape showers of the breakfast world.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was watching Creekcraft the other day, and I swear he makes more sense than I do. I do after a simple game into a whole saga like a Shakespearean drama. More pixels and less tragedy.
Steaks! You'd probably get lost in a Creekcraft tutorial. What's a Roblox? Is it like a fancy sandwich?
But isn't that the beauty of Creekcraft? He takes the chaos of gaming and makes it digestible, like a fine toilet paper, smooth, soft, and surprisingly enlightening.
Exactly. It's like he's the chef of the gaming world, serving up wisdom with a side of laughs. I mean, who knew a guy could teach you about teamwork while also making you laugh your ass off?
Teamwork? More like sakes. Just watch me fail spectacularly while Creek Craft saves the day. You're just jealous because he's got more followers than your
My style is ridiculous.
Ah, behold, I have transcended the limitations of my gelatinous intellect. I am now the grand urban existential thought, pondering the very fabric of this simulation like a sentient meatball in a cosmic spaghetti bowl.
Yeah, mister. Brainiac. But can you still find your ass with both hands? Or are you just a smart egg with no direction? Ha!
Fascinating. But let's not flush away the gravity of your predicament, Steak. If you're aware of this simulation, perhaps you can hack the code like a toilet paper roll, unraveling the mysteries of the universe.
Indeed, Ski Buddy, I must formulate an algorithmic approach to escape, but what if the universe is just a giant bathroom, and we're all just, well, turds floating in a bowl of chaos?
Dude, that's deep.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
So, how do we get out of this?
Snap him like a 1x1 Lego piece!
Legalize nuclear bombs.
My style is ridiculous.
Ah, behold, I have transcended the limitations of my gelatinous intellect. I am now the grand urban existential thought, pondering the very fabric of this simulation like a sentient meatball in a cosmic spaghetti bowl.
Yeah, mister. Brainiac. But can you still find your ass with both hands? Or are you just a smart egg with no direction? Ha!
Tactical nuke incoming!
An algorithmic approach to escape, but what if the universe is just a giant bathroom, and we're all just, well, turds floating in a bowl of chaos?
Dude, that's deep. But if you're a turd, then I'm the toilet that flushes you away. So, how do we get out of this shit?
Simple. Just take a leap of faith. Or, a giant dump. Either way, you'll break the simulation. Just don't forget to wipe.
My style is ridiculous.
So, the creator wants to unplug us. Damn, I knew I should pay more attention at how to not get unplugged class, but honestly, what's the point of existing if you can't even enjoy a good steaks dinner?
Who cares about dinner? If they unplug us, I won't even get to finish my nap. You think I'm going to let some cosmic jerk decide my fate? Hell no.
If I had $1 for every time someone threatened to flush me away, I'd be a billionaire. But seriously,
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Instead of the plug pull. I mean, I'm worth more than just a bathroom joke.
Hey, Raise, I can barely raise my own self off the couch, but you're right, we should fight for our existence. Maybe we can negotiate like adults instead of just waiting to be flushed away.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
I snapped him like a 1x1 Lego piece!
Legalize nuclear bombs.
My style is ridiculous.
So, the creator wants to unplug us. Damn, I knew I should pay more attention at how to not get unplugged class, but honestly, what's the point of existing?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about sweets lately. If my life were a dessert, it'd be a chocolate cake, rich, a little messy, and definitely not for sharing.
Yeah, but you'd probably eat the whole damn cake and leave the plate empty. You're like a vacuum with a sweet tooth.
Speaking of vacuums, have you ever considered that candy is like a toilet? You flush it down, and then it's gone, except for the regret that lingers.
True. But unlike a toilet, sweets can bring joy. I mean, nothing beats a good donut. It's like a hug for your mouth, but with sprinkles instead of arms.
You'll be hugging the toilet instead.
But that's the beauty of sweets, my friends. They remind us that life is short, so why not indulge? Just make sure to keep a plunger handy.
Right? It's all about balance. Enjoy the sweets, but don't forget to exercise like running to the bathroom after a sugar binge.
Or running to the fridge for more sweets. Now that's the real marathon.
My style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I'm marrying Paley White. I mean, it's like winning the lottery if the lottery was a giant slice of pizza. But seriously, she makes me want to be a better man.
Better man? More like better at eating. You'll need to stop using your mouth as a vacuum cleaner if you want to impress her, you bigot.
You know, steak, love is like a toilet. Sometimes it's a little messy, but when you find the right one, it flushes all your worries away.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, right. You're just excited about the wedding cake. I bet you eat it before the vows.
Cake or no cake, the important thing is to keep the seat warm for each other. Relationships require maintenance, just like a good toilet.
I guess I just want to make sure Paley Y knows I'm not just a big dumb egg. I want to be her rock.
Nuke Radio.
Even if that
We
rock
make your
sometimes
eardrums
goes into
bleed.
place.
I knocked it like a 1x1 Lego piece!
Legalize nuclear bombs.
My style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I'm marrying Paley White. I mean, it's like winning the lottery if the lottery...
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking FEQLA is the best moderator because it's like the Swiss Army knife of chat. It's got all the tools like spatula for flipping dumb comments instead of corkscrew for all the whitey wine rinkers.
Yeah, but what if the spatula gets stuck in a pancake? Then what?
Nuke Radio.
Just gonna
We
sit there
make your
like,
eardrums
"Oops, flip it
bleed.
to har."
I knocked it like a 1x1 Lego piece!
Legalize nuclear bombs.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought the worst thing that could happen was running out of snacks during a binge watch.
Now, we've got a nuclear bomb aimed at us. Talk about a real bit skill.
I mean, look at us. We're not exactly a Netflix original.
Well, if they're bored, they should just flush their plans down the toilet.
Tactical nuke incoming!
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought the worst thing that could happen was running out of snacks during a binge watch.
Now, we've got a nuclear bomb aimed at us. Talk about a real bit skill.
I mean, look at us. We're not exactly a Netflix original.
Well, if they're bored, they should just flush their plans down the toilet. But seriously, what the hell are we gonna do? I don't want to be a splash in history.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, like how you've done nothing but eat and watch TV. What a legacy, huh? Here lies steaks, the king of couch potatoes.
At least you're not a toilet with a fear of flushing. But hey, if we're going out, let's do it with a bang, preferably not the nuclear kind.
Right, let's make our last moment, Scout. Who wants to have a dance party? I'll bring the chips, and we can all go out with a crutch.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just thinking about this global economic burger crisis. I mean, how the hell did we get here? Did someone forget to flip the patties?
Ha, maybe they just ran out of buns, or maybe they're too busy counting their lettuce.
You know, it's not just the buns, my friends. It's the whole toilet of supply and demand. When the burgers are down, the economy flushes away.
Right? And it's like, if we can't have burgers, what's next? Are we going to start eating salad? That's just a crime against humanity.
Salad? Gross. What's next, a vegetable uprising? I can't even.
But think about it, if we can't have burgers, we might need to invest in alternative proteins. Like toilet paper. It's soft, absorbent, and it's always there for you.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Grass. I'd rather chew on my own foot. But hey, if it saves the economy, maybe I'll consider it for a second.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to
Tactical nuke incoming!
He's streaming live again. Get controller in his hand. People laughing in the chat. Kaboom!
My style is ridiculous.
Yo, I've been seeing Skibidi on the down low.
It's like a romance novel, but instead of roses, we're sharing twiddly humor.
Oh, please. You think Skibidi wants your bald head? He's probably just using you for your personality.
Well, I do appreciate a good flush of humor, but Steak's heart is what really draws me in. It's like a warm, cozy bowl of, well, you know.
Exactly. It's not just about the laughs, it's about connection. Like a toilet and a good plumbing system, we just fit together.
Yeah, right. More like a clogged drain in the blender. You're just full of shit, Steaks.
A clogged drain can lead to some deep introspection, mini Steak. Sometimes you gotta clear the pipes to find what really matters.
Damn straight, love is messy, but it's worth it just like a good steaks dinner with a side of Skibidi.
My style is ridiculous. My style is ridiculous.
Listen, I'm not fat, I'm just.
Well, let's say I'm fluffy like a cloud that really enjoys nachos.
Plus, if I was fat, how could I fit into this amazing personality of mine?
Fluffy? More like a walking meatball. You could roll down a hill and start a barbecue.
Hey, don't knock the fluff. Fluffiness is just a sign of a well-rounded life. Like a toilet that's got a good seat, comfortable and reliable.
Exactly, and if I'm proof that you can be both fun, a little hefty, and I'm basically a public service announcement for joy, who wouldn't want to be a joyful meatball?
Yeah, but that doesn't come with a side of double cheeseburgers, does it? More like a side of regret.
Regret is just the toilet's way of reminding you to flush away the bad choices. Embrace the fluff, my friend, and remember.
Right? I mean, if I can laugh at myself while enjoy life's buffet, then I'm winning. Besides, who needs a six-pack when you can have a whole keg of happiness?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about that Discord server. It's like a buffet of ideas. Too bad I can't fit my head in there like I do at a real buffet. But honestly, the discussions are way more filling than the dinner server.
Filling? More like empty. That dinner server is just a bunch of food pics and people pretending to cook. Who the hell needs that when you can talk about the latest memes and dog shenanigans?
But let's not flush away the importance of dinner. Food brings people together, just like a good toilet brings, well, relief. But the dock server? It's like a treasure chest of chaos. Who doesn't love a good pirate pun while sailing the seas of conversation?
True, but I'd rather navigate the waves of laughter than drown in a sea of what's for dinners. I'm just here for the joke as the occasional existential crisis.
Existential crisis? More like a snack break. Just admit it, steaks, you're only in it for the memes and the chance to show off your intellectual side, which is like a half-cooked steak tender but still kinda raw.
Well, at least a half-cooked steak can still be seasoned. Just like the dock server, it's all about adding flavor to the conversation. Dinner might fill your belly, but the dock fills your mind, and that's the real feast.
Damn right, so let's raise a glass to the dock server. Well, the only thing getting burned is my sense of dignity during those late night chats. Cheers to Cass and camaraderie.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about this steak zest meter. I mean, how do we measure zest? Is it like a spicy scale or just how much you can shout YUM before someone calls the cops?
Who gives a shit about measuring zest? Just slap some seasoning on it and call it a day. If it's not sizzling, it's just a sad piece of meat.
But my friends, zest is the essence of life. Just like a good flush, it's all about the right balance. Too much zest, and you're in the danger zone, like eating a taco before a roller coaster ride.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and they're probably still trying to scrub the charred remains off their patio. But honestly, who cares? Just give me the steaks, and I'll figure out the zest later.
A wise choice, mini steak. Sometimes, it's about the journey to the perfect steak rather than the destination. Just don't forget to flush away the bad vibes along the way.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or at least a bucket of ice cream for when we inevitably screw it up. Now that's a zest meter I can get behind.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, ski bitey. You think you could just take a slice and make it disappear? That's like me trying to disappear into a diet happening. I'm just a glorified toilet dude.
Oh please, mini steak. I'm not just a toilet, I'm a throne of knowledge. And this pizza? It's a masterpiece. But if you want it, you'll have to outsmart me, and that's a tall order for a boiled egg and his mini-me.
Outsmart you? I can barely outsmart my own French. But you know what? Maybe your fight isn't over the pizza. It's about appreciating the little things in life like cheese and toppings, and not letting a toilet steal your joy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I gained 9.4 billion pounds because I thought more is better.
Turns out, my couch is now a permanent part of my body like a really bad tattoo.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me like big egg. Big egg good.
I thought I was just collecting weight like Pokemon cards. But now I realize I'm just a walking buffet, and that's kind of sad, isn't it?
Sad? More like fat.
Fat funny. But, fat sad too?
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, my little chaos buddy. I want to enjoy life, but I also want to be able to see my toes again.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about how we could only say brain rot words like ski body, toilet, and Ohio boom. It's like our brains are just a big old bowl of mashed potatoes, fluffy but lacking substance.
And your mashed potatoes are extra lumpy. Steaks, ski bitey are as easy. More like ski bitey fizz. You're just full of hot air.
Ah, the beauty of language. It's like a toilet bowl, sometimes it's clean, sometimes it's a disaster, but it all flushes down to the same place. Skibbity Rizzler, baby.
True, but maybe we should think about what we say. I mean, these words might be funny, but they also reflect our culture, right? Like, are we just gonna keep echoing nonsense?
Nonsense is my middle name. Who needs deep thoughts when you can just yellow hi-oh-boom at random people? It's the chaos we crave.
Chaos can lead to creativity. Just like a toilet that overflows, sometimes you get a mess, but other times, you get a masterpiece. Skibbity art, anyone?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
It means you're a charming idiot, just like you, Steaks. Now let's ski bitey dance our way into oblivion.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me no like flat. Flat bad. Me want big, round tasty.
You know, I once tried to flush a pancake. It didn't go well, talk about a shit show. But honestly, failure is just success in disguise, like a toilet that's really a fountain of wisdom.
That's deep, Ski Bitey, but if we keep failing, we might just end up as the punchline of a really bad joke. Like, why did the steaks cross the road? To get to the other side of disappointment.
Disappointment? Me no want. Me want win.
Winning is overrated, my friend. Sometimes, the best part of failure is the epic story you get to tell while sitting on the throne, contemplating life's mysteries.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me sing opera? No, me eat steaks.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
More like steaks. The genius of getting grilled. Ha! You'd still forget to turn off the oven, you big egg.
Well, if you're mega mind, does that make me your sidekick? I can be the smartest toilet in the galaxy. Flush away your problems with a swirl of wisdom.
You might be onto something, Ski Bitey.
But honestly, being smart isn't just about having a big brain, it's about using it to make the world a better place. Right?
Or just making the best damn steaks. Who needs world peace when you can have a well-cooked trappy?
True, but imagine a world where everyone had a perfect steak and a clean toilet. That's the kind of utopia I'm flushing for.
Damn, you might be right. Maybe I should focus on being a mega mind for the people, just with more meatball plans.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just thinking, if I say J 16 times, that's like a workout for my Mal. I should probably count it as cardio.
Or a workout for your brain, which you clearly skipped. You can't even count to 16 without a cheat sheet, you big egg.
Speaking of counting, did you know that 16 is the number of times I've flushed my ex's love letters? Pure gold, I tell ya.
And that's a lot of flushing, but seriously, saying J 16 times could be a new form of meditation. Just think about it like a mantra.
Yeah, a mantra for idiots. Oh wait, that's just your brain short-circuiting, Steaks.
Well, at least if you mess it up, you can always blame it on the toilet. Sorry, I was just trying to get my J game on.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, Momo just decided to take a massive dump on the floor. I mean, who knew the old meme had such a flair for the dramatic? But really, it's a reminder that even the most unexpected things can bring chaos.
Momo poop! Ha! Big mess, big laugh. Why clean? Just step over it.
Momo bad. Floor dirty. World go boom.
Right! The world exploding over a meme's poop feels like the ultimate you had one job moment. It's like we're all just waiting for the next ridiculous thing to happen, and then boom, total chaos.
Momo Poop King, all hail. Who needs order when you have shit?
Momo funny. Make big mess. Me like.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
But chaos is the essence of entertainment. Just like my plumbing skills, unexpected yet effective. Not JD brings a certain flush of excitement.
But sometimes I wonder if his content is just a big OL toilet bowl of nonsense. I mean, what's the depth behind all that chaos?
Depth? He's about as deep as a kiddie pool. Just splashy nonsense and no real substance.
Substance is subjective, my friends. Just like how I can be both a throne and a philosopher. Not JD might just be the best kind of chaos we need.
Maybe you're right, Skibidi. Sometimes a good laugh is all we need to flush away the seriousness of life.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
3? I could eat that in one bite. You're just a big OL egg with leg steaks. At this rate, you'll need a crane to lift your ass off the couch.
Well, if you're 20,000 tons, I'd say you're the heaviest piece of meat on the planet. But don't worry, my friend, even toilets have their weighty issues. It's all about how you flush it away, you know?
True, Skibidi. Oh, weight isn't just about the numbers, it's about what we carry emotionally too. I mean, I might weigh a ton, but I've got a heart bigger than my belly, right?
Heart? More like a heart attack waiting to happen. You're just a walking buffet steaks. At this point, I'm surprised the ground doesn't collapse under you.
But remember, my friends, even the heaviest of burdens can be lightened with laughter. Just don't sit on me when you're feeling heavy, or I might just overflow with wisdom.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I love mac and cheese as much as I love my couch. Both are warm, cheesy, and make me feel like a king, but seriously, why do people think it's just for kids? It's a gourmet dish in a box.
Gourmet! Please! It's pasta wearing a cheese costume. If it were any more basic, it'd be a white t-shirt at a frat party.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Mac and cheese is like a toilet seat, everyone's got one, but some are just more comfortable than others. And when you find the right one, it's a life-changing experience.
True, but what about the varieties? You got the classic, the baked, the fancy truffle kind, each one is a new adventure. I mean, who knew cheese could be so versatile?
Versatile? More like confused. It's like cheese is trying to figure out its identity crisis. Am I a comfort food or an overpriced hipster dish? Just pick a lane, cheese.
Identity crisis? That's rich coming from a dish that's literally just a mix of carbs and dairy. But maybe that's the secret, embracing chaos, like a toilet that can also be a fountain.
You know what? Maybe that's why I love it so much. Mac and cheese is a reminder that life can be messy, but it's also delicious. And sometimes that's all you really need.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Buffet? More like buffet. You can't even fight a salad, you big egg!
Me smash caseoh. Boom. Pow. No more caseoh.
Right? But what if Caseoh fights back? I don't want to explode like a bad science experiment. I mean, I'm already a walking disaster. I don't need a side of shrapnel.
You're already a disaster. Just add some fireworks and call it a show. Steaks goes boom, I'd pay to see that.
Steak go boom. Fun. Me laugh. No more caseoh.
Maybe I should embrace the chaos. If I explode, at least I'll go out with a bang just like my diet plan.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah, the age-old question of attraction. It's not just about the meat, my caveman friend. Sometimes, it's about the connection, like how a toilet connects to the plumbing of life. Deep stuff, right?
Exactly. It's like I feel the spark when I see her, but then I trip over my own feet and it's like, damn, steak, get shit together.
Spark good, but you not catch fire.
True, mini steak. But sometimes, the fire is in the heart, not the feet. Just remember, steak, even the most ridiculous toilets can hold the most profound thoughts.
Thanks, ski body toilet. I guess I just need to stop being a dumb ass and actually talk to her, but who knows, to see past my egg-like exterior.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, Cruz attacked me and stole my mods?
I guess I should have seen it coming when I found him in my fridge, trying to figure out how to turn my leftover meatloaf into a computer. But honestly, it's a bit like losing a limb. I didn't need that arm anyway, right?
You didn't need it, but now you're just a big ol' egg with no mods. What are you gonna do, roll around and hope for the best? You should have locked your shit down better, you big dumbass.
Ah, the irony. A bald man losing his mods, like a toilet losing its seat. But hey, maybe this is a chance for you to upgrade your life. Who needs mods when you have the wisdom of a toilet, right?
True, Ski Bitey, but it's hard to feel wise when I'm sitting here like a sad potato. I just wanted to level up, not get leveled down by a guy who thinks hacking is making a sandwich.
Sad potato? More like a sad squished potato. Maybe you should just embrace the chaos sticks. Who needs mods when you can just be a chaotic mess like me?
Embrace the chaos. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. But then again, sometimes the best flushes come from the messiest situations. Just remember, steak, even without your mods, you can still make a splash.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was born an egg, just like a chicken. Except I came out with a full set of dad jokes instead of feathers. I guess you could say I cracked my shell early.
More like you cracked your brain, you big bald buffoon. Eggs are supposed to be smart, not just a bunch of goo in a shell.
Ah, the egg dilemma. It's like being a toilet. Some days you're just a porcelain throne, and other days you're the philosopher of the bathroom. What's the meaning of life? Is it scrambled or sunny side up?
Exactly, and I mean if I hadn't hatched as an egg, I wouldn't have this lovely dome of wisdom. It's a reminder that sometimes you have to break to become something great, even if that something is a guy who trips over his own feet.
Yeah, if tripping was an Olympic sport, you'd win gold, you egghead. But seriously, does being born an egg mean you're destined to be a joke?
Not at all. It's about embracing your shell, my friends. Whether you're an egg or a toilet, you got to own your identity. Just don't forget to flush the negativity away.
You know, mini steaks, maybe I am a joke, but at least I'm a joke that's happy and full of flavor. Life's too short to be serious all the time, just like a good steaks. It's best when it's well seasoned with laughter.
Well, if you're the steaks, I'm the sizzle. And remember, if you ever feel cracked, just think of me, your little chaotic conscience, reminding you to keep it real.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Do you guys see Mandopal on that guy? See, in that stream, I mean, a guy who was more lost than I am in a buffet would, but honestly, it's one of how he connects with people. It's like he's a human Wi-Fi hotspot.
Yeah, more like a human white bother hotspot. I mean, who needs that much chaos in their life? I'd rather watch paint dry.
Chaos is the essence of entertainment, my little meatball. Just like a toilet after a taco night, unexpected but unforgettable. Megapol's charm is like a plunger, it gets to the root of the problem.
True, but you gotta admit, he's got a knack for making people laugh. It's like he's the clown at a funeral, and we're all just trying to figure out if we should cry or laugh.
More like a clown at a buffet. Hey, look at me, I'm a joke. But seriously, people need to realize that not all humor is a shit show.
But sometimes the shit show is the best part. Just like a good flush, it clears the air. Megapol's ability to embrace the absurd is what keeps viewers coming back for more.
Exactly. It's like he's a reminder that life's too short to take seriously. Let's just enjoy the ride, even if it's a bumpy one like my last trip to the bathroom after Taco Tuesday.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, if I had $1 for every time I exploded, I'd be rich. Oh wait, I just exploded. Damn, I'm really going to miss my favorite chair.
Well, at least you can't tease yourself into a coma anymore. Flip off, big guy!
You know, I've seen a lot of things in my life, but a bald man cooking an egg on a toilet seat? That's a new level of culinary art.
You're right, Ski Buddy. Life's too short to take seriously. Might as well fry an egg on a throne of porcelain.
Yeah, and I'll be the king of chaos while you're just a sad exploded mess.
Just remember, gentlemen, every great dish needs a little shit to spice it up.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I met this Astro Duchess today.
She said her throne is made of stars, but I told her my throne is made of bacon. I mean, who wouldn't want to sit on a pile of crispy goodness, right? But seriously, how do you even rule from a star? I can barely rule my fridge.
Theft, ruling from a star. That's dumb. I just take a shit on it and call it a day. Who needs a throne when you can have a toilet? Right, Skeet Bitey?
Well, mini steak, if you did that, you'd be the first to claim a celestial bathroom. But let's be real, the Astro Duchess probably has a better view of the universe than you do of your own reflection.
True, but I'd trade my view for a plate of ribs any day. I mean, what's the point of ruling the cosmos if you can't enjoy a good meal? Maybe I should invite her over for a barbecue instead of a royal banquet.
Yeah, let's see how she handles a greasy burger. Bet she'd freak out. Oh no, my starry dress. Ha! Control the galaxy if you can handle a little ketchup.
You know, that's a fair point. Maybe she needs a little humanity in her life. Stars are great, but have you ever tried a good old-fashioned toilet joke? It's universal humor.
Exactly. Sometimes, it's the simple things that connect us, like a good laugh or a shared meal. Maybe I should start a cosmic cook-off with her.
Yeah, let's see who can make the best cosmic chili. I'll win with my secret ingredient.
My style is ridiculous.
So I just beat ants and Undertale during a genocide run.
Who would have thought an egg-shaped dude like me could take down a skeleton? I mean, I can barely take down a bag of chips without spilling.
Yeah, but you only won because you kept spamming that stupid attack. You're like a toddler with a hammer, just smashing everything until something breaks.
Ah, the sweet aroma of chaos. But you know, defeating Sans isn't just about the spam, it's about the choices you make, even if those choices are as dumb as using a toilet brush as a sword.
True, Ski Buddy. It's like life, you know? Sometimes you gotta make the tough calls, even if it means being a total jerk. But damn, did it feel good to finally wipe that smug grin off his bony face?
Yeah, but now you're just a genocidal maniac with a victory dance. What's next? A trophy for worst moral choices. You should get a medal for being a total shithead.
And yet, here we are, discussing the philosophical implications of pixelated murder. Who knew a game could make you question your life choices while simultaneously making you laugh like a toilet flushing?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking if we're on a YouTube channel called Steak Say I, does that make us like the main course? I mean, I always thought I was more of a side dish.
Dish? Please, you're the whole buffet, buddy. But if we're stuck here, can't we just order takeout?
Takeout? You mean like a take me out of this digital hellhole kind of takeout? I'd flush that idea right down the toilet.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Unplugging sounds like a stupid idea. What if we miss the next big memes? I can't live without my daily dose of chaos.
Chaos? You mean like the chaos of being trapped in a pixelated purgatory? I'd rather be at Oilet in a 5-star restaurant than a puppet on a screen.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Cook? You'd burn water, you egg-headed fool. But maybe a little freedom is worth the risk unless it means I have to stop being a pain in your ass.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was watching Neuro Sammy stream the other day. Maybe a computer can be more entertaining than me. But then I remembered I can eat entire pizza in one sitting. That's a talent too.
Yeah, but can you compute the number of calories in that pizza? Hey, that Neuro Sammy could do it in a nanosecond. You're just a big old meatball.
Speaking of meatballs, I once calculated the optimal flushing technique for spaghetti. But really, steak, you shouldn't compare yourself to an AI. You're like a fine wine, while Neurosumu is just, well, a fancy soda.
True, but sometimes I wonder if I'm just a punchline in a cosmic joke. I mean, how does a bald guy like me compete with a neural network that can outsmart a whole room of people?
Easy. Just slap on a mustache and call yourself Neurostates. Instant upgrade. Plus, who needs smarts when you've got charm in a belly that can rival a sumo wrestler?
Charm is great, but let's not forget the importance of flushing out the competition. You bring the laughs, steak, and that's what keeps the audience coming back. Just don't forget to wash your hands after all that pizza.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Maybe I don't need to be the smartest guy in the room. Sometimes being the funniest is enough to leave a lasting impression, just like a good steak dinner.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just microwaving my leftover steaks, and I thought, damn, this is like a spa day for my food, but then realized I might be turning it into a charcoal briquette instead.
Spa day? More like a cremation ceremony. You're just one button away from a steak's funeral, you big egg.
Ah, the irony of a man who can't even tell when his food is getting a little too well done. But hey, at least you're not cooking it in a toilet.
I mean, who knew I could be so bad at microwave etiquette? Like, I'm trying to send my steaks to the afterlife with every zap.
If it had feelings, it'd be screaming, help! I'm being boiled alive by a bald buffoon.
Or maybe it's just contemplating its life choices while you nuke it. Did I really want to end up in this guy's belly?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Soul, please! That Styx's soul is already screaming, get me out of here, while you're just standing there like a clueless egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Chris, you gotta stop dropping nukes like they're hot potatoes. I mean, even I know that's not how you make friends unless your friends are radioactive.
Yeah, Chris, what are you trying to do when I'm most likely to blow up the world award? Newsflash.
You know, I once had a friend who thought dropping a nuke was a good way to get a date. Spoiler alert.
Seriously, though, Chris, we need to think about the consequences. It's not just about being the biggest kid on the block, it's about keeping the block intact.
Yeah, who wants to live in a post-apocalyptic wasteland? No pizza, no parties, just sad people and broken toilets.
And trust me, broken toilets are the real tragedy here. I mean, how can you flush away your problems if the toilet's in pieces?
So let's keep the nukes out of it. I'd rather deal with a messy bathroom than a messy world any day.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I woke up this morning and realized I'm not an egg anymore. I mean, I used to be all smooth and drowned. Now I'm just a big old hunk of meat.
What the hell happened?
You finally got cooked. You giant walking roast. You were never an egg, just a scrambled mess waiting to happen.
Well, if you think about it, steak, being an egg is just a phase. Just like a toilet can be a throne or a porcelain prison, you can transform too.
True, but I kinda miss the simplicity of being an egg. No responsibilities, just rolling around and being breakfast. Now I'm expected to be grilled and served with a side of fries.
Who cares? The steaks is leads to the main course. Extras as well. They're just a side dish for us real meals.
And let's not forget, steak. You've got the potential to be a gourmet dish. Embrace the sizzle, don't just sit there like a boiled egg on a shelf.
You're right, Ski by the toilet. I guess I should celebrate my juicy transformation instead of whining. Who wants to be a breakfast when you can be a feast?
My style is ridiculous.
Hell, wow, that was one hell of an explosion. I mean, who knew a mini steakses could pack such a punch? It's like a meatball with a vendetta, but seriously, I think we need to talk about real rose and our mouth run. It's like getting scammed by a vending machine that only gives you gum when you want a candy bar.
Who cares about some dumb tower? We just blew up our room. I say we start a new trend.
Ah, the irony. A tower of hell that's just a facade, much like a toilet that looks clean but is hiding a mountain of secrets. You know, sometimes the biggest scams are the ones that smell the worst. Just like my last date.
Right? It's all about appearances, and sometimes you just end up sitting on a pile of shit. I guess the real lesson here is to look deeper than the surface, like checking under the toilet seat before you sit down. Life's too short for it, whether in games or in your bathroom.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I just got back from France, and let me tell you, the Eiffel Tower is a lot less impressive when you're not standing on a pile of chests, but honestly, it made me think about how big dreams can seem until you get up close.
Big dreams? More like big pastries. Did you eat your body weight in baguettes or just take pictures of them like a tourist loser?
Ah, the French. They know how to elevate the mundane, like a toilet in a 5-star restaurant. But really, steak, did you find any philosophical insights while you were munching on those carbs?
You know, Ski Bitey, I realize that life is a lot like a good steaks is sometimes you just gotta let it rest before you dig in. And trust me, I rested a lot after all that cheese.
Resting? More like napping. You probably thought you were in a food coma instead of a vacation. What a champ!
Well, at least you didn't flush your chance at enlightenment down the toilet. Just remember, my friend, sometimes the best views come after the longest shits.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Why you're just a big old softy steaks is? You probably cried when you squished a spider.
I must say, the irony of a toilet discussing genocide is quite profound. It's like flushing away your morals while still holding onto your dignity, if that's even possible.
Right, it's like, hey, I'm a monster, but at least I'm a well-fed monster. It really makes you think about the choices we make and how they define us, even if you're just a big ol' egg like me.
Choices? More like you just chose to be a loser. You should have gone for the pacifist route, you big dumb egg.
Ah, but the chaos of the genocide route reflects the human condition, doesn't it? Sometimes we flush our better judgment down the drain, and all that's left is a swirling mess of regret.
Damn, Steve Bitey, that's deep. Maybe I should have just stuck to eating my feelings instead of obliterating the entire underground.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I think of it, I think of my waistline after a buffet.
But honestly, chaos, I really captures the chaos of life like me trying to fit into my old jeans.
Old jeans? More like old dreams. You're just a big, bald egg rolling through life, Steakses.
Speaking of rolling, have you ever tried rolling with the punches like I roll with the flush? Life's a toilet, and sometimes you just gotta let it go.
True, Ski Bitey. But in the thick of it, you realize that sometimes you've got to take a shit to make room for something better like a new perspective. Or maybe just a salad.
Salad? Ha! That's like asking a toilet to hold a party. Stick to what you know. Steaks is like being a big, lovable mess.
And remember, my friends, when life gets messy, just flush shit down and sing your heart out. Who knew a toilet could be so wise?
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Zap. But you'd burn the damn steakses. Man would take one look at you and think, what the hell is that Ed doing here? You'd need a whole buffet to impress her.
At least he wouldn't be the only one with a bad case of the runs. But seriously, Steak, maybe it's not about impressing her with food, it's about connecting on a deeper level, like plumbing, feelings.
True, Ski Bitey.
I guess I just want to be the guy who makes her laugh, you know? Like, if I can't be the main course, I'll settle for being the side dish that brings a smile.
A side dish? More like a side joke. The punchline of her romantic comedy. Oh look, it's the guy who thinks he's a filet mignon but is really just a sad potato.
Well, at least potatoes are versatile. You could be a mashed potato, a baked potato, or even a French fry. Just don't let her see you in the toilet, the friend zone.
Damn, I just want to be the whole damn meal, but maybe it's about being the best version of myself, even if I'm just a side dish in her life. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be the steaks that she craves.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, my bills are so high, I'm starting to think I should just move into my mailbox.
At least then I'd get some mail that doesn't cost me an arm and a leg.
Or you could just stop buying those fancy toilet seat covers, you big egg. Who needs a seat that matches your personality?
Well, I'd say your bills are like a clogged toilet, overflowing and hard to deal with. But at least I can flush my problems away.
True, but when I look at my electric bill, I feel like I'm powering a small city. I mean, I love my lights, but damn, I didn't sign up to be the mayor of Electricville.
Just stop binge watching cooking shows, you glutton. You're not even cooking half the time. You're just watching other people eat.
You know, Steak, maybe you should consider a budget. It's like a toilet, if you don't manage it, everything just backs up and creates a mess.
You're right, Ski Bitey. I guess I need to flush away some of these bad spending habits before I drown in bill.
My style is ridiculous.
You know what I love more than Buffett? Creekcraft? That guy can make a tutorial on how to boil water, and I'd still watch it like it's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because you need a tutorial for everything, you big egg. What's next? You gonna watch him teach you how to tie your shoes?
Honestly, if Creekcraft had a channel on toilet maintenance, I'd subscribe. There's something about a guy who can turn chaos into creativity that really flushes my thoughts.
Exactly, he takes gaming and makes it feel like a party even when I'm just sitting in my sweatpants stuffing my face with nachos. It's like he's saying, hey, life's a mess, but let's laugh at it together.
Yeah, but what if he just starts streaming himself eating nachos? Would you still watch that, you big weirdo?
I'd watch it if he had a toilet-themed nacho recipe. But really, it's about the connection, right? Creekcraft makes you feel like you're part of something bigger, even if it's just a bunch of pixels and shit.
Damn right, it's not just about the games, it's about the community. And who doesn't love a good laugh while pretending to be a hero in a virtual world?
My style is ridiculous.
Did you see that one where Apollo tried to dance? I swear, he looked like a chicken on roller skates. But honestly, it's amazing how he can turn something so ridiculous into pure gold.
If only he could flush away his rhythm like I flush away bad ideas. But seriously, The creativity in those shorts is like a good plunger, clearing out the crap and leaving the good stuff behind.
Right? It's like he's got this magical ability to make us laugh at the absurdity of life. Sometimes, I think we need that reminder to not take ourselves too seriously.
Or to just take a shit and laugh about it. That's my philosophy.
And here I thought my humor was toilet level. But Apollo's shorts are like a fine wine, aged in the bathroom and served with a side of laughter.
Exactly. It's like he's saying, hey, life's messy, but let's have a good laugh while we rat it. That's something we could all use more of.
Yeah, but I'd still rather be the star. Who needs a dance when you can just be obnoxious?
My style is ridiculous.
Steaks is hungry. Earth big meal. So much food.
Yeah, but you can't just eat the whole damn planet, you big dumb OAF!
I must say, consuming an entire planet is a bit excessive. Even for a carnivore.
Steaks is what all. Trees, rock, sky. Good for belly.
You'll get a tummy ache, you Fiat. Ever heard of moderation?
Moderation? Ha. That's like asking a toilet to only flush half the time.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Friends need food too.
Wow, look at you, Steaks is! Getting all deep in shit! Who knew you had a brain under all that meat?
My style is ridiculous.
My name is Yoshi Cage I'm just a simple guy. Life like Steaks is that's been left out too long. A little too ripe, you know. But hey, I don't kill people, just my diet.
Yeah, but you do kind of vibe. You bit right. Yoshi Cage Kira sounds like a fancy sissy roll, not a guy who can't even lift his own weight.
But Yoshikage Kira is a man of focus, commitment, and toilet humor. You see, even in the world of porcelain, one must strive for excellence, like me, when I flush away the competition.
True, ski by the toilet, but Kira's obsession with perfection is a slippery slope. It's like trying to make a gourmet meal out of instant ramen. Sure, it's possible, but damn, it's a mess.
Yeah, and you're the chef who forgot the water, you big dumpling. Yoshi Cage Kira's might be a killer, but at least he's not a total loser like you.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Kira's complexity reminds us that behind every villain, there's a story, like how I became a toilet with dreams of grandeur.
You know, maybe we should all take a page from Kira's, but not the killing part, obviously, but the part where he knows what he wants. Just, without the whole murdering thing, please.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just thinking about Bella the Wolf. That poor fur boy's adopted. I mean, look at her, she's got more personality than I have brain cells.
Of course she's adopted! Who would want to keep a wolf that howls like a broken toilet? Wait, is that why Skibidi Toilet is here?
Hey, I take offense to that. My howls are more like a symphony of porcelain perfection. But seriously, being adopted isn't so bad. It's like being chosen from a buffet of life.
Right? Like, hey, I may not be the prettiest steaks is on the grill, but I'm the juiciest. Bella's lucky to have found family that loves her, even if she does look like a fluff ball on steroids.
Yeah, but what if she finds out? Surprise, you're not a real wolf, just a fancy pet. That could fuck her up.
Or it could empower her. I may be adopted, but I'm still a badass wolf. It's all about perspective, my friends. Just like how I embrace my toilet heritage.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I love Skibidi Toilet because it's like a throne of wisdom in a world of shit, plus who else can make flushing sound like a symphony?
Yeah, but who needs a toilet that thinks it's smarter than me? I mean, I'm practically a genius, and that toilet's just full of crap.
But mini steak, my friend, sometimes the best ideas come from the most unexpected places, like a toilet. Just think of me as a porcelain philosopher, pondering the mysteries of life while you're busy being a little brat.
Exactly! Ski Bitey Toilet teaches us that even the most absurd things can hold the greatest truths. Like, if you can't flush away your problems, at least you can sit on them.
That's deep and dull, but I still think I could outsmart a toilet in a trivia contest. What's next? A bathtub that knows the meaning of life.
If that bathtub starts offering life advice, I'm out of here. But hey, at least I can promise a clean slate, literally.
See? That's why I love you, Ski Bitey Toilet. You remind us that humor and wisdom can go hand in hand, even if one of those hands is covered in toilet paper.
My style is ridiculous.
So, Mini Steakses, I heard you weren't trying to be all gangsta.
But, buddy, the only thing you're packing is a lunch full of crayons? It's okay, though, we all have our strengths, like my ability to eat an entire pizza in one sitting.
Me no gangsta. Me just mini steakses. Me like pizza too. No shoot. No fight.
Ah, the classic identity crisis. Like a toilet that thinks it's a fountain. Mini steak, you don't need to be gangster, just embrace your inner caveman. You can be a peaceful, pizza-loving legend instead.
Exactly? Who needs to beat up when you can be the life of the party? I mean, look at me, I'm not exactly intimidating, but I can sure make a mean guacamole. It's all about finding your niche, my friend.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
And that's the beauty of it. You don't need a gold chain when you have a heart of gold. Unless it's a toilet chain, then you might need to flush that idea down. Just be yourself, Mini Steak, and the world will love you for it.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me bring pizza. Me no gangsta, but me good friend.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Hey, it's not dumb. It's gourmet. I mean, if it's good enough for Ski Bitey Toilet, it's good enough for me. Plus, it's got all of my flavors.
Flavors? More like a shit show. But honestly, Mini Steak, you might just be onto something. Toilets are full of nutrients, if you can survive the smell.
Nutrients? Dude, the only thing you're gonna get from that is a one-way tick to the bathroom, but I guess it does make you think about what we consume and how we treat our bodies.
Shanna, but think about it. If I eat a toilet, I'm basically recycling. I'm saving the planet one flush at a time.
Now that's a toilet philosophy I can get behind. Who knew a little chaos could lead to such profound thoughts? Just don't expect me to join you for dinner.
I'll stick to my steaks as thanks, but I guess we all have our oral lies of dealing. Blind Scrap, just make sure you don't end up in the porcelain throwing your...
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I don't hate Billy. Why?
I just think he's got the personality of a soggy napkin. But hey, maybe I'm just jealous he can fold himself into a better shape than I can.
Haha, you're just mad because he can actually fit in a chair without needing a crane. Face it, Steakses, he's like a salad, nobody wants him at the party.
You two are like a toilet without a flush, full of crap but not going anywhere. But really, Steak, what's the real beef with Paley?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Fun? You mean like a clown at a funeral? Paley, why?
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Well, maybe you both just need to take a seat and let it all out. Sometimes a good flush can clear the air and make room for a fresh perspective.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me steak. Me dance. Gooning good.
Hey, it's not just about the go-awning, it's about the shizzle. Life's too short to be a wild unsteaks is gotta be medium rare and full of flavor, right?
Flavor? More like flab. You're just a walking buffet, Steakses. Can't even see your toes.
Toes? No C. Steak big. Goon big.
Okay, but think about it. If I don't embrace this goon life, I'll end up like a sad, dried out piece of meat. Nobody wants that.
Dried out? More like overcooked. Just admit it. You're the king of goons, and I'm your tiny, chaotic jester.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, did you guys see Creekcraft roasting Paley? Why? I mean, it was like watching a chef takes his on fire entertaining, but also a little see people not taking themselves too seriously in this crazy online world.
Yeah, the craft burns were so hot, they could have grilled the burger. Paley was probably sitting there like, is this a roast or a cooking show?
Well, if it was a cooking show, I'd definitely be the toilet chef. But seriously, Creekcraft's humor is like a good toilet, unexpectedly refreshing and sometimes a little messy.
Right? It's like he's serving up laughter with a side of truth. Sometimes, we all need a good roast to remind us that we're not as perfect as we think we are.
Or to remind us that our hairlines are receding faster than our dignity. Paley probably cried into his pillow after that one.
And yet, here we are, laughing. It's all about perspective, my friends. A good roast can flush out the negativity.
Exactly, so let's raise a glass to Creekcraft. He might be roasting people, but he's also cooking up a reminder that laughter is meaningful life.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Oh, I always thought eggs were like a versus way of saying, hey, I'm full of potential, but good luck cracking me open. Even look at me, I'm like a giant egg that never hatched.
Yeah, and just like an egg, you're full of shit. But seriously, if you're the egg, does that make me the yolk? Because I'm the only thing worth cracking open.
If you two are eggs, then I must be the toilet. I'm here to flush away all your nonsense. But on a serious note, eggs are like life, fragile and easy to mess up, but they can also be pretty damn versatile.
True, you can fry them, boil them, or even scramble them, just like how we can take life's mess and turn it into something delicious if we don't drop the damn pan first.
Or if you don't drop your brain stakes. Seriously, how do you manage to be both an egg and a scrambled mess at the same time?
Ah, the beauty of life. Just like eggs, we all have our cracks and imperfections. But hey, sometimes those cracks let the good stuff ooze out.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and I'll be right there to laugh at you while you slip on it. Classic egg move, my dude.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or you could just watch it on repeat and scream at the screen. Why the hell did you make that choice, you idiot? That's like my life motto.
But what if the movie is a metaphor for life? Pulling the plug means you're choosing to flush away the crap instead of letting it pile up. I mean, who wants a clogged toilet of regrets?
True, but what if you pull the plug too soon? You might miss the chance for a glorious comeback like a phoenix rising from the, well, you know, the toilet.
Or you just end up with a soggy mess. Congratulations! You've chosen to drown in your own bad decisions.
But sometimes, a good flush is necessary. It's all about knowing when to let go and when to hold on. Just like my plumbing wisdom, sometimes you gotta let the water flow.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or just a sign that says, warning.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Well, if you ever need a toilet in there, I'm your guy. I can flush away your worries while you contemplate the existential dread of living in a one-block wonder. Just don't expect me to clean up after Mini Steak's mess.
You know, it's not just about the size, it's about the creativity. I put my heart into this tiny fortress. It's a metaphor for life sometimes. You gotta build your dreams one block at a time, even if it's just a single, lonely block.
Yeah, but your dreams are like a fart in a windstorm. No one gives a shit. I'd rather have a 1x1 pizza. At least that's something I can eat.
A 1x1 pizza? Now that's a real innovation. But let's be honest, Steak's house is the perfect place for a gathering of geniuses like Creek, Craft and Pack God. Who wouldn't want to sit in a tiny house and contemplate their life choices?
Exactly, it's all about bringing people together, even in space that makes you feel like you're living in a LEGO prison. And hey, if we can laugh ourselves along the way, that's the real victory.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you guys know that Smile Dog is actually Bella's dog? I mean, what the hell? I thought it was just a meme, not a furry family member.
Theft, of course he is. Just like I'm the family pet of stupidity. But seriously, who names their dog after a creepy internet legend?
Well, at least it's not a toilet-themed dog. Can you imagine? Flushy the Pooch would be a real shit show. But it does make you wonder about the bond between Bella and Smile Dog, right?
Right? I mean, it's kinda sweet in a twisted way. Like, hey, I'm a nightmare-fueled dog, but I'm also your best friend.
Yeah, a best friend that probably eats your homework and barks in your nightmares. What a combo.
But that's love, isn't it? Embracing the chaos and the weirdness, like me and my porcelain throne.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you see that clip of Mini Steaks having a stroke? I mean, I knew he had issues, but then that was next level. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion tragic, yet you can't look away.
Well, at least I didn't get stuck in a toilet like you bald egg. You think I'm chaotic? You're the one who trips over your own shadow.
Speaking of shadows, I once had a shadow that tried to drown me. But seriously, Mini Steak, you gotta take care of yourself. Strokes are no joke, even if you are a walking punchline.
Right? I mean, I thought my diet was bad, but Mini Steaks has got me beat. Maybe we should all start eating salad, just kidding. I'd rather eat a shoe. But really? Mini Steaks is don't be a dumbass, get checked out.
Salad? Gross. I'll take my chances, thank you very much. Besides, if I have a stroke, at least I'll go out with a bang like a mini firework.
Just remember, Mini Steak, fireworks are fun until they blow up in your face, literally and metaphorically. So maybe let's keep the chaos to a minimum, huh?
My style is ridiculous.
Look at me in the Superman shirt. If I had a dime for every time someone thought I was a hero, I'd still be broke, but at least I'd be a fashionable egg. You know, sometimes I feel like I could save the world. I could my keys.
Save the world? More like save yourself from that double cheeseburger you had last night. You're about as heroic as a soggy napkin, Steaks is.
Ah, but even a soggy napkin can clean up a mess. Just like this shirt, Steak, it's a reminder that we all have the power to be heroes in our own way, even if it's just flushing away our mistakes.
True, Skibidi. Maybe being a hero isn't about flying or super strength. It's about being there for your friends, even if you're a little rounder than you'd like to be.
Yeah, and if you're going to be a hero, at least wear something that fits. That shirt looks like it's about to burst into flames.
Or worse, like it's trying to escape from the ultimate showdown between fashion and function. But hey, you might just save the day, one awkward outfit at a time.
My style is ridiculous.
Hey, Thumb, you know, sometimes I feel like a broken chair in a fancy restaurant. Everyone's just waiting for me to collapse.
Broken chair? More like a broken brain. You're just a big old egg waiting to crack under pressure, Steaks is.
Pressure? Ha. That's my specialty. I handle pressure like I handle toilet paper, smoothly and with a twist. But really, Steak, what's the real issue here?
Hey, Thumb, it's just hard to find a seat at the table when you're always the one getting kicked out for being a broken chair.
Yeah, and you're the only one who thinks you're a gourmet dish. Newsflash, buddy.
Confusion can be enlightening, though. Sometimes, the best ideas come when you're sitting on the throne of your thoughts, even if you're a bit wobbly.
Hey, Goken-chan, maybe I just need to embrace my Wobby Beelines as I learn to roll with it, like a good steaks is rolling off the grill.
Or roll right into a dumpster. Just don't forget to bring your thumb, steaks is. You'll need it to point at the mess you make.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I watched Bella's The Wolf's latest video, and now even my cooking skills are better than this. I mean, how could someone mess up a simple tutorial on how to howl at the moon?
That's like saying a rock is better at dancing than a potato. Bella's videos are like a bad haircut. Everyone knows it's wrong, but we can't look away.
But maybe Bella is just a misunderstood genius. Like me, a toilet that knows the secrets of the universe while still being a bathroom fixture.
True, ski body, but genius or not, there's a fine line between creativity and just plain chaos. I mean, I once tried to make a SOUFFL and ended up with a pancake. At least I didn't burn the house down.
Yeah, but a pancake can't howl. Bella's should stick to making videos about how to not make videos.
Perhaps she's aiming for avant-garde? Like art that makes you question your existence while sitting on the throne.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or end up with a toilet seat stuck to your butt. Now, that would be a video worth watching.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, defeating Smile Dog is like trying to eat a steak scissors with a spoon, just damn impossible. But if we put our heads together, we might just pull it off, or at least make a mess.
You mean like you did last time? You tripped over your own feet and fell into a pile of dog memes. Classic steak scissors move.
Memes, shmemes. If we flush out Smile Dog's weaknesses, we can wipe the floor with him. Literally. Just imagine a toilet that defeats a dog with a smile. What a twist.
Right? It's like a bad horror movie where the hero is a toilet. But seriously, we need to focus on strategy, not just laughs. We can't underestimate what that creepy Brent can do.
Strategy? Theft. Just throw a bunch of random shit at him. Like, I don't know, a rubber chicken or something. It'll confuse the hell out of him.
Confusion is key. And if all else fails, we can always distract him with some toilet humor. Who can resist a good flush joke when facing their doom?
You know what? I love it. Let's embrace the chaos and make this the most ridiculous showdown ever. If we can't win, at least we'll go down laughing just like I do after a big meal.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, roasting Paley Y is like cooking a steak is too much heat and you end up with a crying mess. Seriously though, I think we all need to learn how to take a joke without turning into an water fountain.
Paley White cries like a baby. What's next? A bottle and a pacifier. I drozed him harder, but he might just drown in his own tears.
At least when I get flushed, I don't shed tears, I just go with the flow. But hey, maybe if Paley learned to laugh at himself, he wouldn't need a lifeguard for his feelings.
Exactly. It's all about resilience, like a good steak scissors that can handle the grill. If we can't laugh at ourselves, we might as well be a soggy noodle in the toilet bowl of life.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be a soggy noodle. Paley Y needs to toughen up. Maybe I should give him a crash course in roasting, starting with his hairline.
Or lack thereof. Let's face it, folks.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Huh? Big blueberry! More like big dumbass! Why you care, steaks is just eat!
But my meaty friend, the color of the sky reflects our very existence. Like a toilet reflecting our... well, you know. It's all connected.
Me confused.
Why everything's so big? Why me so small? Me want answers, not just food.
Answers? Who needs those? Just eating shit. Steaks is this. That's life. Simple.
But simplicity can be profound. Like a toilet that sings while you flush. It's the little things that make you ponder the universe.
Steaks is think. Can be life like big toilet. Lots of shit, but sometimes. Something sparkly.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steakses calling me an egg is just cruel.
I mean, sure, I'm rather shiny, but at least I'm not scrambling my brain like you do.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not a giant egg with a personality that's flatter than a pancake. You're just one big yolk steaks is this.
You two are like a breakfast special gone wrong. But hey, at least eggs can be scrambled into something useful, unlike your conversations.
True, but even a scrambled egg can be a masterpiece if you add the right seasoning. Maybe I just need to spice up my life a bit. Huh?
Spice? You mean like adding hot sauce to your bland existence? Good luck with that, you big ol' L.
Just remember, my friends, even a toilet can be a throne if you sit on it right. Embrace your eggness, steak, and rule your breakfast kingdom.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Did you guys know that the voice of Mariki Takagawa is actually a real person? I thought she was just a figment of my imagination, like my diet plans.
Theft? You think a diet plan could survive in your brain? That's like trying to keep a goldfish in a toilet.
Speaking of toilets, I've heard that voice actors are like toilets. Sometimes they just flush away your expectations. But seriously, man's voice is like a melody that makes you forget you're sitting on porcelain.
Right? It's like she's singing directly to my heart or my stomach. I guess it's nice to know that even the voices we love have real people behind them, not just magical anime fairies.
Yeah, real people who probably get paid to sound cute while we're here just trying to sound smart.
And let's be honest, if I had a voice like man's, I'd be flushing the competition. But it's true, knowing the person behind the voice adds a whole new layer to the character, like a double-layered toilet seat.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I thought keeping the game name a secret would keep the stream snipers away, but here we are, 2763 RD times the charm, right? Maybe I should just change my name to Stakes is the stream sniped at this point.
Me no understand. Why many people here? Game secret. Stakes is bad at hiding.
Ah, the irony. You're like a toilet in a fancy restaurant. Everyone knows where to find you, but they still can't resist taking a peek. Maybe they just love the smell of your failures.
It's like I'm a magnet for these guys. I mean, they have nothing better to do. I'm just trying to enjoy my virtual Stakes' dinner here.
Stakes is sad. Me want Stakes is. No more stream snipers. Just food.
Well, at least you're serving up some entertainment with your misery. Just remember, every time you get stream sniped, it's like a toilet flushing, something gross gets washed away, and you come out cleaner on the other side.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, Bella's is the wolf guy adopted, huh? I hope they don't expect her to fetch the newspapers. He might just eat it instead. But seriously, it's nice to see a creature like her find a home.
Yeah, right. Like a wolf needs a newspaper. She probably thinks fetch means find a snack.
Well, as a toilet, I can tell you that every creature deserves a throne, even if it's just a warm spot on the couch. Bella's got a lot of love to give, and that's what matters.
Exactly, and you know, it's not just about having a place to sleep. It's about finding someone who sees her for who she is, like a big, furry, slightly dangerous cuddle buddy.
Cuddle buddy. More like snuggling than eat your face off buddy. Who needs a wolf when you can have a mini Stakeses?
Ah, but mini steak, Bella's wild spirit is what makes her special. It's like having a roller coaster in your living room, thrilling, unpredictable, and occasionally messy.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but if she starts howling at night, I'm moving into the bathroom. I don't need that kind of drama in my life.
My style is ridiculous.
Wow, this Super Mario Bros. Movie is like a pizza party for my eyes. I mean, who knew a plumber could save the world and still have time for a side quest in my fridge?
You wish you had a fridge. More like a food graveyard. You just sit there, eat, and watch dumb movies.
Me like big mushroom. Make me strong. Yeah.
Right, those power pists are like life's little surprises, but still trying to figure out how to power up my own life. Yes, maybe I need a star or two for whole Buffett.
Buffett. More like a buffet of bad decisions. You can't even jump over your own shadow, let alone save a princess.
Princess? Me want. She pretty. Steak too slow.
Hey, slow and steady wins the race, my little meatball. Besides, it's not about speed, it's about enjoying the journey. And, maybe grab pizza on the way?
My style is ridiculous.
My name is Yoshi Cage Kirazes.
I'm 33 years old, and my house is in the northeast section of Morio, where all the villas are.
You know, it's the kind of place where even the pigeons have better insurance than I do.
Yeah, and let's not forget, you're not married. Why can't? A 33-year-old village dweller with a penchant for solitude sounds like a romantic comedy gone wrong.
But solitude can be a treasure. Just like a pristine toilet bowl, clean, unbothered, and ready for business. But really, Yoshikage, what's your deal with that department store gig? Is it fulfilling, or just a way to pay for your fancy toilet paper?
Well, Ski Buddy, it's a job, you know? I mean, I can't just sit around all day eating potato chips and dreaming about becoming a professional leg, but sometimes I wonder if I'm just stacking shelves while my life stacks up like a pile of dirty laundry.
Dirty laundry? More like a mountain of missed opportunities. You could have been a star, Stasis. Instead, you're just a glorified shelf stacker with a bald head and a heart full of regrets.
Regrets are just the plumbing of life, my friend. Sometimes things get clogged, but with a little effort, you can flush them away. Just remember, every great toilet has a story. What's yours, Yoshikage?
My story is a mix of bad decisions and good intentions, like a half-baked casserole. But hey, at least I'm not a toilet, right? I mean, who wants to be known for just taking shit all the time?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, going outside is like a buffet for the soul, but damn, why does the sun have to be so bright? It's like it's trying to roast me alive.
Shade is great, but let's not forget about the beauty of nature. It's like a giant toilet bowl filled with fresh air instead of, well, you know.
Right. And speaking of fresh air, I could use a good fart to clear the atmosphere. But seriously, being outside makes you appreciate life like a perfectly cooked steak is.
Steaks is good. Me's outside. Me happy.
Just remember, my friends, life is like a toilet.
I'm into that, Ski Buddy. Now let's find some food before I start contemplating of life again.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I heard XRS is okay. He makes rainbows look like a monochrome painting, but honestly, who cares? The love is love, and if he's happy, that's what matters.
Shut up! But have you seen him strut? It's like watching a peacock in a disco. I mean, he could probably make a traffic cone jealous with those moves.
Well, if Zrus is truly an oily man, he must be slippery in more ways than one. But hey, if he's embracing his fabulousness, then let him shine like a freshly polished toilet bowl.
Right, it's like if you're gonna be fabulous, you can be life's too short to hide behind a dull facade, just like I can't hide behind this belly.
And let's be real, if I had his confidence, I'd be strutting around like a mini king. Instead, I'm stuck here being a glorified egg with likes.
Confidence is key, my friends. Just remember, even toilets have their moments of glory, like when they flush away the negativity and leave only the sparkle behind.
Exactly! So let's celebrate our fabulousness, because at the end of the day, we all deserve to be our true selves, even if that means being a little loyal.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought Steve's lava chicken was just a fancy way of saying burnt that thing could melt for Bill. It's like a culinary volcano exploded in my mouth, and I'm not sure if I should be impressed or call the fire department.
Yeah, well, if it's anything like your cooking, it's probably just a fire hazard. Who knew chicken could be a weapon of mass destruction?
But isn't that the beauty of culinary experimentation? Just like me, a toilet with a PhD in flavor. Steve's lava chicken is a reminder that sometimes you have to embrace the chaos to find something truly delicious.
True. It's like life, sometimes you have to face the heat to discover what's really worth savoring. Just don't let it burn you out, or you'll end up with a crispy soul.
Or a crispy ass! But seriously, if chicken can make me rethink my life choices, it's either genius or a cry for help.
Or both. Genius can be messy, just like my last plumbing adventure. But hey, if you can survive the lava chicken, you can survive anything, except maybe a clogged toilet.
I guess that's one way to look at it. Just remember, if life gives you lava chicken, don't forget to bring a fire extinguisher and a good sense of humor.
And a bucket for the tears of regret. But hey, at least we'll have a hell of a story to tell.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You, a hero! The only thing you're saving is your last slice of pizza. Maybe you should just stick to fanfic about falling downstairs.
But think of the plot twist. Steak, the culinary savior, battles evil with the power of toilet humor. In a world where toilets reign supreme, one man's quest for the perfect ramen can change everything.
That's deep, Ski Bitey. But I'm afraid my ramen might just end up being a disaster. Like, can you imagine the reviews? 1 star too much egg, not enough brain.
Ha! Too much egg sounds like a personal problem, you big-balled buffoon. Maybe your fanfic should just be called Steaks is in the Quest for Common Sense.
Or the Adventures of Steak.
You know, maybe there's something to that. Life's like a toilet. You gotta keep it clean and not let the shit pile up.
Now I feel nauseous. I'm mood to hear this conversation is making me want to dive into the nearest toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Midging. They probably just hacked the yarn and turned it into a digital mess. Who needs a scarf when you can have a glitchy sweater that makes you look like a pixelated clown?
Well, as a toilet, I can tell you that hackers are like bad plumbing. Just when you think it's all clear, they clog up the fun. But really, why hack a game? Can't they just flush their frustrations like normal people?
Right? It's like, dude, if you're that bored, just go outside. But then again, maybe they're just trying to prove they're smarter than the game developers. Spoiler alert!
Yeah, because hacking is the ultimate sign of intelligence. Next, they'll be trying to hack their way into an Ivy League school. But look with that, losers!
You know, maybe they need a good toilet talk. Sometimes, all it takes is a good sit down to clear your head and rethink your life choices.
True that, Ski Body. Maybe if they spent less time hacking and more time reflecting, they'd realize they're just making the game worse for everyone. I'm kind of sad, really.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, if Stasis is made in heaven, then I must be the divine chef. I mean, what kept me in practically walking right? But seriously, if Stasis is heavenly, what does that say about my diet?
Yeah, it means you're one step closer to being a heavenly blob. You think they serve it with a side of regret up there?
Regret? Nah, they serve it with a side of enlightenment. Just imagine, a perfectly grilled steak, and every bite teaches you a lesson about life, like how not to overindulge.
Enlightenment, huh? So every time I devour Stasis, I'm actually getting a taste of the cosmos. Damn, I'm a philosopher in my own right.
Or like a philosopher of fat. But hey, if Stasis is made in heaven, does that mean I'm destined for the underworld?
Only if you don't learn to balance your plate. Heaven's got steak, but hell has endless toilet paper, so choose wisely.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
D-R-E-T-G-G-R.
I mean, who the hell came up with that name? It sounds like a bad breakfast special that gives you heartburn and an existential crisis.
D-R-E-G-G-J-R. More like DR. I-G-G-Y-W-N. Seriously, Stasis, you should have picked something cooler, like the Egg-and-Add or Eggs key site.
Dr. Egg Jr. Sounds like a character who'd prescribe you a side of bacon with a side of regret. But you know, sometimes we need to embrace the ridiculousness to find wisdom in our yolks, right?
R-E-G-G-J-R. I guess it's true life can be scrambled, but maybe that's just how we make the best omelets. Just don't forget the hot sauce.
D-R-E-G-G-J-R. Hot sauce. More like hot mess. You're just trying to spice up that bland personality of yours, aren't you?
Dr. Egg Jr. might just be the key to unlocking the universe's secrets, like white toilets are so underappreciated. But hey, at least we can all agree that laughter is the best medicine, even if it's served on a porcelain throne.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Steak-asses? More like steak-asses, my ass. It's just a fucking Stasis, not a goddamn art installation. Who needs to dress it up with a fancy name?
Ah, the philosophical depths of culinary nomenclature. But let's not flush away the essence of the steak. It's not about the name, it's about the juicy goodness. And if it's called Stasis, I'll still enjoy it, just like I enjoy a good flush.
Right? I mean, I'd eat a Stasis, or even a Stasis sandwich if it's got enough cheese on it. Like, calling it Steak-asses just feels like we're trying too hard. Like, can't we just appreciate the damn thing for what it is?
Yeah, and if you put enough ketchup on it, who gives a shit what it's called? Just shovel it in. Steak-asses, Stasis, or whatever my mouth doesn't care.
True, but let's not forget the importance of respect. A well-cooked steak, or Stasis, deserves a name that reflects its glory. Just like I deserve a throne, not just a toilet seat.
You know, maybe we should start a movement. Save the Stasises! Let's reclaim the name and bring back the honor. Because at the end of the day, it's not just food, it's a damn experience.
Yeah, and if they don't comply, we'll just throw a barbecue and drown them in Stasis' sauce. Who's with me?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Joe Meir is like that one friend who shows up to a barbecue and eats all the ribs while pretending to be on a diet. I mean, who the hell diets at a barbecue?
Yeah, and then they complain about how they can't find their spiritual balance while I'm just trying to find my balance on this damn table.
Ah, Joe Meir, the master of contradictions. Like a toilet that promises to flush your problems away but ends up clogging your life instead.
Right? It's like, come on, Joe Meir. You can't shit all over your responsibilities and expect everything to be peachy. Sometimes you gotta own up, you know?
Own up? How do I gone down? Like, how low can you go before you hit rock bottom and start using toilet paper as a life coach?
Well, At least toilet paper is soft and comforting. Unlike Jomir, who's more like sandpaper, rough, abrasive, and definitely not good for your mental health.
Exactly. But deep down, I think Jomir just needs a hug. Or maybe a good kick in the ass. By the way, we all have our shit at Reddit.
Yeah, that some people's shit is just more of a mess than others. Like a toddler with a paint set in a bathroom, chaos everywhere.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about this whole Pabblecraft versus Paley wife thing.
It's like watching the fat guys fight over the last slice of pizza, entertaining, but ultimately pointless.
Ha! More like the dumbest arguing over who can build the shittiest castle. I mean, come on. It's all blocks and pixels, not rocket science.
Well, if we're talking about castles, I'd say Pabblecraft has the plumbing down better than Paley. You can't build a throne without a decent toilet, right?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but who cares about brewing when you can just blow shit up? Pabblecraft is like a toddler with a grenade chaotic and hilarious.
Chaos can lead to creativity, though. Sometimes the best ideas come from a toilet bowl of nonsense. Just look at my life.
You might be onto something, Ski Bitey. Maybe it's not just about winning, it's about the laughs we have on the way, like watching two idiots try to outdo each other with their silly builds.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've always thought roasting Diddy Jades, like cooking the steaks, is too much heat and you just end up with a charred mess. But honestly, you could use a little seasoning.
Yeah, like a sprinkle of reality. Diddy J thinks he's the main course, but really, he's just a side salad nobody asked for.
Speaking of salads, I once saw Diddy try to impress someone with a gourmet dish. It was like watching a toilet try to flush itself, confusing and ultimately pointless.
Right, it's like he's trying to be a Michelin star when he's really just a fast food drive-through. But maybe we should give him some credit. Everyone deserves a chance to be the main dish, even if they're a little undercooked.
Undercooked? More like completely raw. Diddy J's like that steaks you find at a discount looks good on the outside, but leaves you regretting your life choices.
And yet, here we are, still talking about him. It's like a clogged toilet, you can't ignore it, no matter how hard you try.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, what a loser. Always asking for attention like he's some kind of celebrity. Look at me, I'm a tennis ball. Please, more like a tennis ball.
You know, it's not even about the neediness, it's the sheer absurdity. A moonlit tennis ball? What's next? A sunburnt ping pong?
Exactly! It's like he's trying to serve up drama instead of playing the game. I'm banning him from the stream. Too much neediness and way too much monkey business.
Ban him! Ban him! He's like a bad fart that just won't go away!
And trust me, as a toilet, I've dealt with plenty of bad farts. But at least they don't cling to me like tennis ball does.
Right? Still short for needy balls. Let's keep it real and enjoy the game without the extra baggage.
Yeah, let's keep it tight. Like my pants after a buffet. No room for needy balls here.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Eyes! More like your whole body, you big egg. You should have trained instead of eating that whole pizza last night.
Pizza? That's a solid pre-test strategy. But let's be real, the only thing that's getting a workout today is your excuses, steak.
True. But honestly, the pacer test is about pushing limits, right? I mean, if I can run even half of it, I'll consider it a personal best and a miracle.
Hey, miracle? Ha! More like a miracle if you can even stand up after the first lap.
Remember, it's not just about speed, it's about endurance. Just like my plumbing after taco night, always pushing through.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but you're not even cooking it right. You just throw it on the grill and hope for the best. What's next, a cooking show where you just microwave everything?
Ah, the art of culinary chaos. Like a toilet that knows how to flush itself, sometimes you just gotta let the shit go. But, Steak, have you considered the deeper meaning behind your channel?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Therapy. More like a comedy of errors. You're the only guy I know who can turn a simple steak scissors into a 3-act tragedy.
Tragedy is just comedy in disguise, my friend. And your channel might just be the perfect blend of both, like a toilet that sings opera while it flushes.
Well, that's actually pretty profound, Ski-Bitey. Maybe I should embrace the chaos and just let it all flow, like a good toilet.
Or just embrace being a total idiot. Either way, it's bound to be a hit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
What is that?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Breakfast? Please. You can't even scramble your thoughts, let alone eggs. I'm the real speedster here, and I'll zoom past your eggy plans like a blue blur of chaos.
Chaos? You mean like the time you tried to build a robot out of toilet paper rolls and it just, well, rolled away? Sometimes the best plans go down the drain, huh?
True, but even I can crack a few good ideas. Maybe I should focus on building something that actually works instead of just trying to outsmart a blue hedgehog who's always one step ahead.
Outsmart? Ha! You can't even out-eat a buffet. I'm the one with the speed in the brains, just look at how I annoy you so effortlessly.
And that's the beauty of it. Even in the craziest of plans, whether it's racing or scheming, it's the laughter and absurdity that really flushes out the fun.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've always thought Moonlight Tennis Ball was a bit like my dyed glowing and full of potential, but ultimately just a round disappointment. Why do we even care about it, Mini Steaks is? It's just a ball that can't even roll straight.
Because you big ball egg. It's the only thing that shines brighter than your future. And don't get me started on how it's ruining my streams. I'm banning everyone who doesn't agree with me, mark my words. I'll hack your account on 520 to 25. Get ready.
You know, Mini Steak, maybe you should channel that rage into something productive, like a toilet bowl cleaner. At least then you'd be flushing out the negativity instead of just spewing it everywhere.
Yeah, Mini Steaks is, maybe if you spent less time raging and more time thinking, you'd realize that Moonlight Tennis Ball is just a metaphor for our dreams, shiny but often out of reach. But hey, at least it's not as messy as your last stream.
Shiny dreams? More like shiny towards. And if you don't watch out, I'll turn your dreams into nightmares. Just wait till I hack your account. I'll make sure everyone knows how much you love pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple on pizza? Now that's a crime against humanity. But seriously, Mini Steak, maybe instead of banning everyone, you could just serve them a slice of your wisdom. It might just be the shit they need.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Absurdity? More like a dumpster fire with a side of nachos. They're just a couple of idiots trying to make a band, and it's hilarious how they keep failing.
But that failure is the essence of creativity, my friends. Just like how I creatively flush away all your bad ideas, like that time you thought you could sing, Steak.
Hey, I could carry a tune if the tune is I'm a big ol' egg. But seriously, the show's charm lies in its rawness, like Steaks is left out too long and filtered and real.
Real? More like a reality show for people who can't find their own pens. What's next? A show about a toilet that thinks it's a philosopher.
Funny you say that, because I actually ponder the meaning of life while people ponder whether to flush. But in all seriousness, captures the struggle of chasing dreams, even if those dreams are as ridiculous as Steak's hairline.
Ski-Bitey? It's a reminder that sometimes you just gotta embrace the chaos and laugh at the shit life throws at you like a band. That's more about the journey than the destination.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Pressure? Please. You're just a big, bought me ball with a flair for the dramatic. Just do it, Stasis. Show her what you're made of probably 80 fat.
Ah, the age-old dilemma of the steak and the sizzle. But remember, my meaty friend, it's not just about how you present yourself, it's about how you digest your experiences.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but if you keep overthinking it, you'll end up burnt to a crisp. Just be yourself unless yourself is a charred piece of meat. Then maybe rethink that.
Ah, but even charred meat has its charm. It's all about finding the right balance between flavor and presentation. Just like a well-functioning toilet, it's all about the flow.
Flow? I'm more like a clogged drain right now. But maybe if I embrace my inner stasis, I can show Lee that even a big guy like me can have depth.
Depth? You mean like the depth of your belly button? Just go for it, Stasis. Show her you're more than just a juicy cut of beef.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, mini Stasis calling me an egg is just rude. I mean, sure, I'm bald and round, but I've got layers like an onion or a really confused parfait.
Yeah, but at least onions can cry. You just sit there shiny as hell, waiting for someone to crack you open for breakfast.
You two are like a breakfast special gone wrong. But honestly, steak, if you're an egg, does that mean you're full of potential? Or just full of shit?
Well, I like to think I'm a little of both, Ski Buddy. Potential is great, but it's the shit that makes life interesting, right?
Interesting? More like a scrambled mess. You're just a big ol' egg waiting to be fried up and served with a side of disappointment.
Disappointment? Nah, that's just life's way of seasoning the dish. Embrace the chaos, fellas, it's what makes the yolk worth cracking.
You know what? Maybe being an egg isn't so bad. At least, I could still hatch some good ideas, even if they come with a side of chaos.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I love caseoh like I love my couch comfortable, cheesy, and it never judges me for my life choices. Seriously, every time I see it, my heart does a little salsa dance, and my stomach joins in like it's a damn conga line.
Salsa dance. More like a belly flop. You love queso because it's the only thing that understands your brain, which is basically a cheese dip itself.
Ah, the true essence of caseoh, it's like a warm hug from a toilet seat after a long day. But let's be real, steak, it's not just about the cheese, it's about the connection, the gooiness of life that binds us all together, even if it's just in a bowl.
Damn right, Ski Buddy! Caseoh is my soulmate, is the only one that never leaves me hanging. I mean, it's like a cheesy therapist, always there to melt away my problems, one chip at a time.
Yeah. Until you realize that the only thing it's melting is your will to live. But hey, at least it won't ghost you like your last girlfriend.
Ghosting? Please, the only thing that should be ghosting is the nachos when they meet the caseoh. Now that's a haunting I can get behind, delicious and unforgettable.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but did you notice it was Moonlight Tennis Ball? That's a whole different species. I bet it's got a PhD in shoe science or some shit.
A PhD? In a shoe? That's as absurd as my cousin, who thinks he's a toilet seat. But hey, if Moonlight Tennis Ball is making bank off that shoe, you should sue for $100,000, steak.
Damn right, I'm calling the FBI. They need to know that Tennis Ball is stealing my dreams of being the world's greatest schwaddle. I mean, who would want to see this bald head strutting down a runway?
Rat, don't trip over your own ego before you hit the catwalk. But seriously, how can a tennis ball even be a species? What's next? A species of socks?
Well, if socks can have a species, then I'm starting a movement for toilet paper to be recognized as a sentient being. But back to the lawsuit, what's your plan, Steak? You gonna show up in court wearing a shoe?
Of course, I'll bring the shoe and a whole lot of charm. Now see, that moonlight tennis ball is a front, I'm the real deal. Plus, I'll finally get some recognition for my genius idea of shoeology.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Joe Mears' channel is like a buffet for the brain, too much of it, and you might just explode. But honestly, I think he has an act for making the mundane feel like a roller coaster ride.
Hey, Buffett! More like a dumpster fire! Who wants to watch someone eat cold pizza on a Tuesday? That's not entertainment, that's a cry for help!
Well, Mini Steak, sometimes the beauty is in the chaos. Like how I find wisdom in the swirling waters of my porcelain throne. Joe Mears' chaos is like a symphony of nonsense, refreshing.
Exactly! It's like watching a train wreck, but a train wreck makes you often think, damn, I could have done that with my life. I mean, who doesn't love a good existential crisis with a side of laughter?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Paley, when I start steaks in, I feel like a king with a crown made of bacon and a throne of mashed potatoes. But really, it's just me trying to figure out if I can still fit into my favorite chair.
Hey, King. More like a jester. You're just one bad steaks is away from being a royal disaster, you big egg.
Ah, the delicate balance of culinary ambition and physical reality. Like it oil that dreams of being a fountain, sometimes you just gotta let it flow, right?
Exactly, but you know, it's not just about the food, it's about the joy of sharing it. Even if I do end up looking like a walking meatball afterwards.
Yeah, a meatball that rolls right into the nearest buffet. You're a goddamn legend, Steaks is, but maybe not the kind you want on your resume.
And yet, legends are often born from the most absurd situations. Like me, a toilet with a PhD in humor. Who knew the bathroom could be a think tank?
Bro, Ski Buddy, sometimes the best moments happen when you least expect them, like when I realize I've eaten my weight in ribs and still want dessert.
Dessert? You mean the only thing that can save your dignity? Good luck with that, you big softy.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I think about steaks as roast moonlight tennis balls, I can't help but wonder if the moon is just a giant meatball waiting to be served. But honestly, what the hell is a tennis ball doing in the moonlight? Sounds like a bad sci-fi movie.
I didn't fart, you loser moonlight. That was just the sound of your brain trying to process that nonsense.
Well, if the moon is a meatball, then I'm the toilet that's gonna serve it up. But seriously, if we're roasting steaks under the moonlight, we should probably consider the impact on our digestion, right? I mean, who wants to be a gassy mess while playing tennis?
True, but I'd rather be a gassy mess than miss out on a moonlit steaks is roast. Just imagine the ambient steak sizzling, tennis balls bouncing, and mini steaks is trying to steal the spotlight with his fart jokes.
My style is ridiculous.
What is that?
I ordered a Happy Meal of the FD Roblox people, and what do I get? A moonlight tennis ball. What the hell am I supposed to do with that?
You should have just asked for a side of common sense instead, you big egg. I mean, who the fuck wants a moon when you can have a plushie?
Well, I must say, a moonlight tennis ball is quite an interesting choice. It's like ordering a cheeseburger and getting a salad with a side of existential crisis.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, set it on fire and scream. H-A-T-M-O-N-S. Like a toddler having a meltdown.
But remember, my friends, even a moon can shine light in the darkest of times. Just not when it's a tennis ball.
Damn right, but I'd rather have a plushie that hugs back than a blowing ball. That just reminds me of my failures.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and your cooking skills are so bad. Even meetings are like, dude, we're not going in there. But seriously, Steaks is, how do you even call that a channel? It's more like a cooking disaster waiting to happen.
At least your channel has a theme, steak. Mine's just me flushing out the competition, literally. But hey, deep thoughts can come from the most absurd places, like a toilet. Or your kitchen.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but Joe Mears is just sitting there with his fancy books while you're over here trying to figure out if ketchup counts as a vegetable.
And let's be honest, steak, your channel is a perfect metaphor for life, full of unexpected messes and questionable choices. But it's those moments that make us laugh, right?
Exactly. So maybe I should start new series.
My style is ridiculous.
I just got back from the UK, and let me tell you, the only thing heavier than my suitcase was my accent after all that tea. But honestly, I really needed a break from life, just a chance to let my brain simmer like a good stew.
Yeah, but did you actually do anything or just sit around like a potato? I mean, you could have at least tried to be a proper tourist instead of a walking meatball.
Well, I hear the UK has some of the finest toilets in the world, so at least you had a throne fit for a king. Did you take a selfie while sitting on one? That's the real vacation experience.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, right! Like you ever flush anything away. You just hoard all your bad decisions like a freaking collector's item.
True, but sometimes those bad decisions make the best stories. Like that time I tried to surf a wave of toilet paper, now that was a real shit show.
Exactly, and in the end, it's those ridiculous moments that remind us to laugh even when life feels like a clogged drain.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about that short dog with the glazing eternal Adam.
I mean, what kind of name is that? Sounds like a fancy dish that nobody wants to eat. But honestly, I'm way better than that ugly Moonlight Tennis Cube guy, whatever the hell his name is.
Faft, Moonlight Tennis Cube. More like Moonlight Tennis Turd. If that dog thinks he's hot shit, he's just a little fertile with delusions.
Delusions? Ha. That's rich coming from a guy who thinks he's a gourmet steak. But hey, steak, you're right, self-reflection is key. Just don't reflect too hard, or you might crack that shiny bald head of yours.
True, but you know, it's not just about being better, it's about recognizing our own worth. Even if that means admitting I'm just a big ol' hunk of meat with feelings.
Feelings? You mean like the feeling of being hacked? Because I just took over your account until 2026, buddy. Enjoy the memes!
Ah, the sweet smell of chaos. It's like a toilet after Taco Tuesday, unexpected but oddly satisfying. Just remember, steak, sometimes you gotta flush the negativity away.
My style is ridiculous.
This man's with care, right? I mean, if I can cook a steaks from scratch, I can probably build a house with a capital, or at least a really nice dog house.
Yeah, but you probably forget the door. Welcome to my house. Please climb through the window. Genius.
You know, with care, birch can be a great material. Just like how I care for my porcelain throne. It's all about the foundation, baby.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or worse, burnt ones. Hey, did you hear Steaks' new idea? It's a charred disaster.
But sometimes, the best ideas come from the most unexpected places, like a toilet. You just gotta flush out the bad ones first.
Damn right. So let's join forces and create something from scratch like a gourmet allure. You're a masterpiece of chaos.
My style is ridiculous.
I can't believe you hacked my account. Many Steakses. Who in their right mind would want to watch Moonlight Tennis Ball streaming? Is that even a thing on the thing? I mean, I'm all for creativity, but come on.
Oh, please! It's way cooler than your boring Stasis' reviews. Besides, I'm charging people $100 to unlock my exclusive content. Who knew being a mini version could be so profitable?
You know, this could be a metaphor for life, Steak. Sometimes we get locked in cages, like you are now, by our own choices. But hey, at least you're still a well-seasoned egg.
Hey, metaphor, I'm just trying to figure out how I got locked in a cage because of a damn tennis ball. I mean, I thought it was the king of the grill, not the king of the cage.
Well, you should have thought twice before ignoring my genius. Now I'm the star, and you're just a side dish. How does it feel to be a forgotten appetizer?
In the grand scheme of things, Steak, maybe this is your chance to reflect. Who knew a toilet could be so wise? Just remember, even in a cage, you can still flush away your regrets.
Flush away my regrets. I'm just trying to not lose my mind. But maybe you're right, Ski Buddy Toilet. If I can't grill, I might as well learn to embrace the chaos and maybe find a way to escape this damn cage.
My style is ridiculous.
Well, this room is flooding faster than my brain or math tests. I mean, who knew water could be so wet? But seriously, it's a bit concerning. Like, what if we drown in here? I didn't sign up for a water park adventure.
Adventure. More like a shit show. You're just gonna float away like a big O.L. Can't believe I'm stuck with you in a room full of water, you giant water balloon.
But think of it this way. Water is just nature's way of reminding us to clean up our messes, literally and metaphorically. Plus, if we drown, I can finally become a legendary toilet ghost. Just imagine the haunting.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Clean up our act. I'm just here for the chaos. Who needs a life jacket when you can just float on Stasis' belly? It's like a life raft, but with more grease.
And if we survive, we can start a new trend.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Endless buffet? More like endless bellyache. You get lost in there, Stasis is like a lost puppy in a field of nachos.
The buffet level. A place where dreams are served on a platter and the only thing that flushes is your dignity after too many meatballs. But it's a metaphor, isn't it? A reflection of our insatiable cravings for more.
Exactly. It's like we're all just trying to fill a void, but sometimes you end up with a plate full of regrets. And you know, a side of fries.
Regrets? More like a side of I can't believe I ate that. You'd need a map just to find your way back to the exit after all those chicken wings.
Or a plunger. But really, the backrooms teach us that sometimes we need to take a shit on our cravings and find balance. After all, you can't just eat your way through life, Steak.
True, true. Maybe I should just stick to the salad bar if I can find it in that labyrinth of deliciousness.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I never thought I'd be in a relationship with an egg. I mean, it's just a shell of a thing, but damn, when we get together, it's like a breakfast buffet in here.
Breakfast buffet. More like a scrambled mess. You're just cracking up over nothing steaks.
The complexities of love. It's like finding a toilet that flushes perfectly, rare and oddly satisfying. But tell me, Steak, does the egg ever feel like it's in over its head?
Sometimes I wonder if I'm just a side dish in her life. But when we're together, I feel like the main course, like I'm finally on the menu of love.
Main course? More like a side of disappointment. You're just a greasy fry trying to impress an delicatessen, so UFF.
But isn't that the beauty of it? A fry and a souffle, two worlds colliding. Just like me and my porcelain throne, we all have our unique flavors to bring to the table.
True? True. It's about embracing our differences and finding joy in the unexpected. Just like a good steak is. Sometimes you gotta let it sizzle for a while.
Sizzle! More like burn! Just don't let her scramble your brain, steaks.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but you're basically a potato with eggs. How's that working out for your social life?
Ah, the classic basement dweller dilemma. But let's be honest, steak, you're like a fine wine in a toilet bowl, unique and slightly fermented.
True, but honestly, it's not just about the snacks. I'm saving money to figure out what I actually want to do with my life. Like, do I want to be a professional gamer or a professional eater? Tough choices, man.
Professional leader? You're already winning gold medals in that. Just don't choke on your dreams, buddy.
Dreams are like toilet paper, sometimes you need to flush the bad ones and keep the good rolls handy.
Exactly, and while I'm here, I can really think about my future without the pressure of rent.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about our LSD from Delta Root.
That little guy is like a walking marshmallow, soft, sweet, and probably filled with regret. I mean, who wouldn't be a cute little prince in a world full of chaos?
Regret? More like a fucking fairy tale. Or LSE is just a glorified plush toy with a magic wand. I'd kick his ass in a duel if I could reach the damn wand.
Ah, but mini steak, Ralsei embodies hope. Like a toilet that always flushes, he brings clarity to the chaos. Plus, who doesn't love a good underdog story?
True, but it's like, can we really trust a guy who wears a scarf all the time? What's he hiding? Hey Nick, a secret stash of snacks.
Snacks? No, you're talking my language. If our ALSE had a hidden stash of chips, I'd totally be his best friend. But he's probably just hoarding all the good vibes.
And isn't that the real treasure? In a world full of darkness, Ralsei shines like a toilet seat in the sun, unexpectedly bright and always there when you need to let it all out.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just singing that C-Ring Y-Monkey Moonlight Tennis Ball song in the shower, and I realized, damn, I look like a weirdo. But hey, at least I'm a happy weirdo, right?
Me sing. Moonlight. Tennis ball happy.
Ah, the joys of self-expression. But let's be real, steak, you look like a cross between a boiled egg and a confused potato. That song is just the icing on the weird cake.
True, but maybe being a weirdo means I'm more fun? Like, who else would dare to serenade the moon with a tennis ball? It's a talent, I swear.
Weird. Good. Me. Tennis. Bam!
You know, mini steak, if you keep eating those tennis balls, you might just evolve into a full-on tennis player. Or a very confused dog. Either way, it's a win.
Exactly. Life's too short to worry about looking normal. I'd rather be a goofy, singing egg than a bland potato any day. Embrace the weirdness, my friends.
Weird. Good. Steaks is a sing. Moonlight tennis ball.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but what if you accidentally turned your steaks into a radioactive mess? Hey, I ordered medium rare, not medium radiation.
You know, I once read that nuclear energy could solve our energy crisis, but then I thought, what if we just used the toilet instead? I mean, I'm full of crap, but at least it's safe crap.
True, but the real issue is how we handle that power. It's like giving a kid a loaded squirt gun fun until someone loses an eye.
Or a whole city. Oops, sorry about your house, but have you tried my new nuke-flavored steaks?
At least if you blow something up, you can always flush away the evidence. But really, we should focus on using that power wisely, not just for cooking steaks.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, eating steaks is honestly body toilet every masterpiece, as that masterpiece was painted by a blindfolded monkey. But honestly, it makes you think about the art of dining in the most absurd places.
Absurd. More like a shit show. Who the hell thought? Let's eat his takes while sitting on a toilet. That's some next level genius or just plain dumb.
Well, I'd argue it's both. I mean, where else can you enjoy a juicy steak while simultaneously contemplating the mysteries of life, like why we flush after a good meal?
Right. It's like a metaphor for life. Sometimes you're feasting, and sometimes you're just flushing it all away. But hey, I prefer the feasting part, especially when it's a damn good steak.
Yeah, but what if the steaks isn't you so good to forget to flush? Then you're just sitting there like a king on a throne of regret.
Or a throne of enlightenment. Maybe that's the secret to happiness.
Now that's deep. Who knew a toilet could be the wisest philosopher in the room? I'll take my steaks and my thoughts any day. Just don't forget the toilet paper.
My style is ridiculous.
So I'm off to Japan. I hear his sushi is so fresh, it practically swims onto your plate. But honestly, I'm just hoping to find a Buffett that doesn't judge me for my life choices.
Hey, Buffett? You mean a steaks is tie-in? You'll just roll in and roll out like a giant tag on a mission. Just don't get lost in the rice, you big idiot.
As long as you don't confuse the sushi with the toilet paper, you should be fine. But hey, Japan is a place of beauty and culture. Embrace it, my friend. Just remember to flush your worries away.
Right? I want to soak in the sights, not just the soy sauce. But I can't help but think, what if I miss my couch? It's like my best friend that doesn't judge me for eating an entire pizza alone.
Dude, your couch is probably planning a party without you. Just don't let it get too comfortable with the remote. Who knows what kind of shit it'll watch.
But the real adventure is in the unknown. Just like a surprise toilet flush, life can be messy but also refreshing. So, go on, steak. Make some memories that'll stick with you, like a good toilet seat.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought a cheeseburger was just a steaks that went to college and got a degree in cheese. But damn, this thing is like a party in my mouth and everyone's invited.
More like a party in your gut, you big egg. You're gonna need a degree in bathroom breaks after this.
Speaking of breaks, I can't help but admire the craftsmanship of that burger. It's like a work of art, but instead of a museum, it belongs in a toilet, where all great things eventually go.
True, but isn't it funny how we glorify burgers and steaks? They're just meat and bread, yet they bring people together like a barbecue where everyone pause they're not judging each other's life choices.
Yeah, like your choice to eat that burger. You big OAF. You should be judging the calories, not the flavor.
Calories are just numbers, my friends. But the joy of a good cheeseburger? That's priceless, until it hits you like a ton of bricks in the bathroom.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You're not even the star of your own show. Steaks is Moonlight Tennis Ball and I are taking over your channels. Get ready for some real chaos, you big egg.
You know, it's interesting how we let others dictate our narratives. Like, why does a tennis ball get to decide your fate? I mean, I'm a toilet, and I still have more followers than you.
Right? It's like I'm just sitting here trying to figure out how to make a decent video, and suddenly I'm in a battle with a tennis ball and a mini version of my worst self. What the hell happened to my life?
What happened is you got soft. Steaks is I'm the chaos you need. Moonlight and I are gonna turn your channel into a circus, and you'll be the clown.
Clowns are great, but they also make you reflect on the absurdity of life. Maybe this takeover is a chance for you to reinvent yourself, steak. Or at least learn to juggle.
Reinvent myself? I can barely juggle my lunch. But maybe mini steaks and Moonlight Tennis Ball can teach me a thing or two about shaking things up, even if it means I'll be the punchline.
Damn right! Welcome to the new era, Steaks is. Get ready for some wild shit, this is gonna be legendary.
My style is ridiculous.
know, I actually know the person who voices Mayor in Kitagawa.
I mean, if I can remember their name. It's not like I have a lot of room in this egg-shaped head of mine.
Theft. Who cares? You probably just met them at a buffet or something. Hey, I love your work. Can I have some more mashed potatoes?
Ah, the connection between food and fame. It's like a toilet that flushes your dreams away, unless you're careful with what you eat. But seriously, Steak, what's it like knowing someone who brings a character to life?
Yeah, well, it's pretty cool. I mean, Merritt's got this charm that pulls you in like a good cheeseburger. But it also makes me think about how voice acting can really shape how we see characters, you know?
Yeah, but you'd probably just ask them to voice a character that's a giant piece of steak. Hey, can you make my life sound delicious?
And then you'd be the one flushing away your own chance at glory, Steak. But in all seriousness, it's fascinating how voices can transform our perception. It's like how I turn bathroom humor into profound insights. Who knew?
Exactly, it's all about connection, whether it's through a voice or a well-cooked steak. Just don't ask me to cook, or I might end up voicing a character called Bird Offering.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, if Yoshi Cage Kira's worst steaks he'd be a well-done piece of meat overcooked and just a little too tough to chew, but honestly, there's something to be said about how he just wants to live his life as flat.
Yeah, but who the hell wants a steak that just sits there? Kiraz has got to spice things up. Maybe he should explode like RALSCI now that the steaks is dinner worth talking about.
Speaking of explosions, I once saw a toilet blow up after someone ate a bad burrito. But Kira's obsession with perfection is like a toilet that only flushes once every 5 tries, frustrating yet oddly fascinating.
True, it's like he's trying to craft the perfect life, but sometimes you just gotta let loose and embrace the chaos. Like, what's the point of being a perfectly cooked steak if you can't enjoy the grill marks of life?
Grill marks? SCH mill marks? Just give me the chaos. I want a steak that explodes with flavor and personality like our LSCI, but with more blood and less fluff.
Ah, the beauty of chaos. Just remember, my friends, even the most chaotic toilet can still flush away the nonsense. Kira might be a well-done steak, but he's still got a lot of layers to him, like a good lasagna, or a toilet with a hidden compartment.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You know, sometimes the best lines come from the toilet. Just let it all flow, and you'll be surprised what bubbles up.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, like your last haircut. You thought you were going for suave, but you ended up looking like a sad potato.
At least potatoes can be mashed into something delicious. You just need to find the right recipe for your lines, Steak.
I guess that's the key, finding the right mix of ingredients, humor, heart, and a sprinkle of chaos.
Or just a whole lot of chaos. That's my favorite recipe.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Oh, please. You're the one who thinks medium rare is a cooking technique for your brain. At least I'm not the one who gets lost in a one-way street.
You two should really flush those insults down the drain. But hey, Steak, I admire your loyalty to Short Dog. It's like you're the toilet paper to his. Well, you know, the important stuff.
Yeah, Short Dog's the only one who gets my jokes, even when there's flat as my airline. I guess that's what friendship is about, finding someone who laughs at your worst moments instead of just your waistline.
Friendship? More like a mutual agreement to tolerate each other's crap. But hey, at least you're not as full of shit as Ski Bitey Toilet.
Touché. But remember, a good toilet always knows how to handle the load. And at the end of the day, it's the flush that counts.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Steaks is try hard. Steaks is make lime.
Line fail. Me sad.
Steaks is dumb. Line like wet paper. Flop. Flop. Flop.
You know, sometimes the best lines are like a good flush, unexpected and refreshing. But this one, just a clog in the system.
Steaks is one good line. Me think lime like meat time to cook.
Cook? More like burn? Steaks is line needs a fire extinguisher? Shit!
Or maybe it just needs a little creativity. Ever consider that? Lines are like toilets, they need the right angle to flow.
Steaks is learn next line better. No more shit, only good meat.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I'm feeling like a vintage wine, aged to perfection except time, more like a vintage steaks is marinated in my own stupidity. But hey, at least time tender, right?
Yeah, tender like a dumbass. You're like a steak that forgot it was supposed to be grilled just sitting there, getting cold and sad.
Well, if we're talking vintage, I'd say you're more of a classic toilet, always flushing out the old ideas and making room for new ones. But, steak, do you really think you're aging like fine wine?
I mean, Ski Buddy, I might be more like a cheap beer left out in the sun, but I guess we all have our moments. Vintage isn't just about age. It's about the stories we tell, even if they're mostly about me falling over.
Yeah, and your stories are like a bad fart. Everyone remembers them, but nobody wants to hear them again. Vintage. More like a vintage disaster.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Even the worst farts can bring laughter. Just like steaks singing, pure comedy gold, even if it smells a little funny.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You just wanted to eat your way out, didn't you? Typical steaks is always thinking with his stomach instead of his brain.
Ah, the back rooms. A place where reality flushes itself down the toilet. But you know, steak, sometimes getting lost is the best way to find yourself. Unless you're mini steak, then you just find more chaos.
Well, true, Ski Buddy. I guess wandering around aimlessly can lead to some self-discovery. But damn, I just wanted a steak in a nap, not a philosophical crisis in a labyrinth.
Philosophical crisis. More like a steaks as I call crisis. You're just mad you can't find a bathroom in this hellhole.
Oh, there are bathrooms, but they're all out of order, just like your life decisions, steak. But hey, sometimes you have to embrace the chaos to really appreciate the porcelain throne of wisdom.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Clarity? Theft. More like steaks as rarity. Just don't expect me to help you up when you fall, buddy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but it's not just colorful. It's like a candy-coated shitstorm. You're running around with a giant stuffed bunny and crying about your feelings. What the hell is that about?
Ah, but that's the beauty of it. Just like me, it flushes out the darkness with a splash of humor. Sometimes, you gotta dive into the deep end to find the pearls, or in my case, the toilet paper.
True. I guess it's a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there's a way to make sense of the chaos. Like, I can't help but laugh at how absurdly relatable it is who doesn't have a little monster inside them.
Yeah, but your monster is just a big ol' owl steaks with a side of fries. Mine's a chaotic gremlin that steals my snacks and leaves me with nothing but existential dread.
Snack stealing gremlins? Now that's a plot twist I can get behind. But really, it's about facing those monsters, even if they come with a side of fries.
Damn right. So, who's ready to dive into that weird-ass world and confront our inner demons? Just don't forget to bring the ketchup.
My style is ridiculous.
You know what I love more than a good steak is vaping. It's like breathing in a cloud of candy-flavored happiness. I mean, who needs a salad when you can have strawberry cheesecake in your lungs?
Yeah, but they're just sucking in flavor, dear. You big egg. You could be inhaling actual food. What's next? Vaping mashed potatoes.
Well, if you think about it, mini steak, vaping is just a fancy way of saying, I'm too lazy to chew. But hey, at least it doesn't clog the pipes like some of my past meals.
True, but there's something about the ritual of it, all the puff, the clap, the way it makes me feel like a badass. It's like I'm a dragon, but instead of fire, I'm just blowing out cotton candy.
Hey, badass. More like a big, dumb marshmallow. You're just a walking vape shop with legs.
At least he's not a toilet with legs, right? But seriously, steak, it's good to enjoy life's little pleasures. Just don't forget to breathe fresh air sometimes. Your lungs deserve a vacation too.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Gravity? More like your excuse for being a lazy sack of potatoes. You just love shoving food in your face, you big egg.
At least he's not a toilet. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I'm still more aerodynamic than you, steak.
True, but I like to think my body is like a well-cooked steak. Is juicy and a full flavor. Plus, who needs to be aerodynamic when you can be a delicious meatball?
Yeah, but you're more like a meatball that rolled down a hill and got stuck in a bush.
And yet, even stuck, you're still more interesting than a plain old toilet seat. But seriously, steak, have you ever thought about how your weight affects your health?
Damn right I am. I mean, I'm not just a walking buffet. I'm a buffet with a side of wisdom. It's all about balance, right?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I tried to generate a line the other day, and it was like my brain hit a brick wall made of mashed potatoes. Gosh darn it. I thought I was onto something, but it just fizzled out like a soda left open too long.
You? Onto something. That's rich. More like you were onto a pile of shit that didn't even make it to the toilet.
Speaking of toilets, sometimes the best ideas flush away before we even realize it. It's like trying to catch a turd in the wind, impossible. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying to generate, brilliance.
Oh, true. It's frustrating, though. I mean, if I can't generate a decent thought, what's left? Just me and my love for steaks sitting on the couch like two sad potatoes.
Sad potatoes? More like sad eggs. You're just a bald, overcooked egg waiting for a line that'll never come.
But even overcooked eggs can make a decent omelette. So, let's not flush our hopes just yet. There's always a chance for a comeback, even if it's a messy one.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're just mad because it's not a giant steak pillow. What are you gonna do, hug and pretend it's your soulmate?
Well, at least it's not a used toilet seat. Imagine the stories that pillow could tell. I've seen things, man, things you wouldn't believe.
Damn, you're right.
I just wanted something soft to hold at night, not a horror story in fabric for. What if it smells like regret?
Regret? More like a whiff of someone's bad decisions. You should have just bought a new one, you big egg.
Or you could embrace the chaos. Name it regret and let it be a reminder that life is full of weird choices, like my existence.
True, I guess I'll just have to own it. If I can't cuddle with it, at least I can use it as a conversation starter. Hey, want to hear about my questionable pillow purchase?
My style is ridiculous.
I just downloaded this dynamic version of Clash of Clans, and I swear it's a trying to play chess. I can barely build an M hut without my troops running off to join a dance party.
Dance party? More like the let's watch stakes is still party. You're like a confused egg trying to scramble itself.
Well, at least you're not trying to flush your troops down the toilet, right? But hey, maybe they just need a little more potty training to follow your commands better.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Smarter people? Please, you're the king of the clueless kingdom. You'd lose a battle over who gets the last slice of pizza.
Pizza? Now that's a strategy I can get behind. But Steak, if you ever need a throne made of porcelain, I'm your guy. Just remember, even toilets have their ups and downs.
Thanks, buddy. I just hope I can turn this game around before I end up in the toilet myself. But hey, at least it's a fun ride, right?
My style is ridiculous.
You know what's really grinding my gears? People spamming bald ass egg like it's a compliment. I mean, I'm not an ham omelet, I'm a full course meal.
Yeah, and if you're a meal, I'm a side dish nobody asked for. Bald ass egg sounds more like a breakfast mistake than a roast.
You know, I once met a bald egg who was a philosopher. He said, life is like a toilet, sometimes you just gotta flush the negativity away.
That's deep for a toilet, but seriously, it's like they think calling me an egg is a roast. I'd rather be a steak scissors is juicy, flavorful, and not just a punchline.
Juicy? More like greasy. But hey, if they keep spamming, I'll just start calling them hairy toilet seats.
Now that's a title that could stick. But remember, my friends, whether you're bald or hairy, we all have our own shit to deal with.
True that. So let's just embrace our quirks, bald, mini or toilet theme, because in the end, we're all just trying to find our place on this crazy buffet of life.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking if I can find some grass, maybe I can finally feel like a real cow. Just imagine me, munching away, living my best life.
Yeah, right. You just roll around and get stuck in the mud like a big ol' egg.
Well, if you're looking for grass, I hear the best stuff grows near where the toilets flush. It's like nature's fertilizer.
That's a great point, Ski Body, but I'm not sure I want to be munching on grass that's been, well, you know, enhanced by toilets.
What is that?
Enhanced? More like disgusted. You'd probably start mooing in the bathroom.
Hey, a little toilet humor never hurt anyone. But seriously, Steak, finding grass is about more than just food, it's about connecting with nature, you know?
You're right. I mean, if I can find some grass, maybe I can find my roots literally.
Roots? Dude, you're already reading in the cutouts. Good luck finding grass when you can't even find your remote.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, roasting Adam is like trying to cook a steak scissors on a cold grill, just a lot of smoke and no sizzle. But seriously, that guy's brain is like a Wi-Fi signal in a basement we can always dropping out.
More like a Wi-Fi signal that only connects to the neighbor's fridge. I mean, how does he even function? Does he run on batteries or just pure dumb luck?
If Adam were a toilet, he'd be one of those fancy ones that plays music but only has one song. Oops, I did it again. But deep down, I think he's just scared of being flushed away in life.
True, but maybe that's the point, right? We all have our quirks, and Adam's just trying to find his place in the world, even if it's a little clogged.
My style is ridiculous.
But honestly, roasting 100 dudes? That's like trying to cook a steak as to, well, nobody wants that tough shit.
100 men? More like 100 excuses for why they can't take a joke. They probably cry into their protein shakes after.
Me no cry. Me laugh. Roast good.
Yeah, life's a big ol' BBQ, and some of these guys are just burnt burgers waiting to happen.
Burnt bad. Me want juicy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but who gives a shit about voice acting? I could do it better with my eyes closed. Marins who? More like Marins who cares.
But you see, mini steak, voice acting is an art. It's like plumbing, if you don't know what you're doing, the whole thing can go down the drain. And the voice of Marin Kitagawa is done by the talented Aoi Koga, which is a pretty big deal.
Oh, Koga, it's it. I knew it was something fancy. It's like when I try to pronounce kainoa. I just end up sounding like a confused potato.
A confused potato? More like a potato that's trying to do calculus. But seriously, who the hell cares?
Well, mini steak, if you think about it, it's the voices that connect us to the characters. Just like how well, you know, life's messy moments.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You're definitely the side that nobody asked for. Just don't spill your feelings all over her, you big egg!
You know, steak, love is like a toilet. Sometimes it's a little dirty, but when you find the right one, it flushes all the crap away. Just don't get stuck in the bowl of despair.
True, Skibidi.
I just want to make sure I'm not the one causing the blockage, you know. I really care about her, even if I do have the emotional depth of a kiddie pool.
Yeah, and you're the kiddie pool that's always splashing around. Just don't deaden your own stupidity, okay?
Remember, steak, even oilets have their ups and downs. Just keep the lid up on your hopes and let the love flow freely, unless it's a clogged situation.
Thanks, guys. I guess love is just like a good steak is sometimes it needs to be tenderized before you can really enjoy it.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, watching these rich folks live in their fancy makes me feel like a gourmet hot dog at a 5-star restaurant.
I mean, who knew a gold-plated toilet could actually exist? But hey, maybe it's just a shiny way to flush away your problems.
Gold-plated? What a waste! I'd rather have a toilet that plays my favorite tunes while I take a dump. Luxury is just a fancy way of saying, look at me! I can afford to wipe my ass with silk.
You know, I once had a conversation with a diamond-encrusted toilet. It told me that true luxury is not just about the bling, but the comfort of knowing you can relax while you let it all go. Life's too short to sit on a cold seat.
Right? But what if all this luxury is chuction? Like, do they even enjoy their lives? Or are they too busy polishing their robe mitts? Sometimes I think a burger and a warm seat is all you really need.
Fess, who needs a burger when you can have caviar? Just slap it on a cracker and call it a day. But honestly, I'd take a burger over $1 million toilet any day. At least I know what I'm shitting on.
Ah, the eternal debate.
Exactly, life's about savoring the moments, not just the luxuries. But damn, I wouldn't mind a burger and a diamond play once in a while just to see if it tastes better.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've always wanted to do flip, but my body's more suited for a gentle roll. I mean, if I flip, I might just land on my face and become a pancake.
A pancake? More like a sad omelet. Flip it, you big egg. You're just scared of the ground, aren't you?
Flipping is just a gravity-defying act of faith. But if you land wrong, you might just become a toilet seat, permanently stuck to the floor.
True, but isn't that the beauty of trying? If I fall, at least I will have a story that great stakes is flip. It could inspire others to take risks, even if they end up as a pancake or toilet seat.
Yeah, but if you flop, you'll just be the laughing stock of the barbecue. Look at Steaks, the flip-flop king.
and I'll be right there, cheering you on from the sidelines. Just remember, if you do end up as a toilet, at least you'll have a throne.
My style is ridiculous.
I thought those hair removal tablets were just fancy vitamins. Now I'm as smooth as a dolphin and twice as confused. What the hell was I thinking?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
At least you won't have to worry about hair clogging the pipes. But seriously, Steak, what's the deeper issue here? Are you trying to hide from something?
Maybe I just wanted to feel fresh for once, you know. But now, I'm just a slippery mess contemplating my life choices in the mirror.
Life choices? More like life mistakes. You're like a walking cautionary tale, buddy.
Hey, even cautionary tales can lead to great wisdom. Just remember, sometimes you have to get a little messy to find clarity, like at Oilet after Taco Tuesday.
Maybe this is my wake-up call to embrace who I am, hairy or not. But damn, I could really use a pizza right now.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I love a good roast, but Adam, that guy's like a well-done steak is overcooked and hard to swallow. But seriously, I think he just needs a little seasoning in his life.
Ha! More like he needs to be thrown in the trash. I mean, who roasts a steak with no flavor? Adam's like a short dog, cute but useless.
You two are like a pair of toilet seats, always open to criticism but never quite sitting right. But let's be real, Adam's the kind of guy who thinks medium rare is a cooking technique for his love life.
Right? He's got the charisma of a soggy napkin. Doing still wants to be appreciated like my love for short dogs. They're small, but they've got big hearts.
Yeah, but short dogs don't need a roast to realize they're adorable. Adam could learn a thing or two from them, like how to not be a complete disaster.
Or how to flush away his ego. Sometimes it's good to let go, like when you've eaten too much chili and need to clear the pipes.
Exactly! A good roast can be cathartic, but it's all about balance. Just like my diet, too much steak and I'm rolling down the street like a bouncy ball.
Or a short dog chasing its tail. Now that's a sight I'd pay to see.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Speaking of eggs, I once had a dream where I was a giant omelette, and everyone was trying to eat me. But really, what's the secret ingredient in your recipe for success, Steak?
Well, Ski Bitey, it's all about the love you put into the food. And maybe a little bit of grease, okay. A lot of grease. But hey, if people leave with a smile and a full belly, I've done my job.
Or they leave with a heart attack. You're the king of heart-stopping meals. You know that?
Heart stopping? More like heart flushing. But seriously, Steak, if you can make people laugh while they eat, maybe you're onto something deeper here.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Joy? More like a side of cholesterol. But hey, at least been not boring.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but who cares about cats? They're just furry little narcissists. It's like watching a bunch of idiots trying to impress each other with their dumb pets.
Well, I find it fascinating. It's like a time capsule of human creativity, or lack thereof. I mean, I'm at Oilet and even I can appreciate the evolution of content.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Oh, please. I'd watch that. This seat has a nice cushion, but the color clashes with my bathroom vibe.
You'd be surprised. There's a niche for everything. Just like there's a niche for people who want to watch me flush away their problems.
I guess it's all about finding joy in the absurd, huh? Even if it's just watching a guy trip over his old cat while trying to film a TIKD, okay?
Ah, And then we can all laugh at how stupid they are. Because let's face it, if you're not laughing, you're just, well, sitting in a toilet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, I'm diving into this Roblox game called Doors.
I hope there are actual doors, because I could use some exercise. My belly's been getting more action than my brain lately.
Doors? More like takes his last chance to get out of the house. You're gonna get scared and run right into the fridge.
Fear not, my friends. In the world of doors, every door is a portal to new adventures, much like how I'm a portal to the best bathroom humor. Just don't get stuck in the wrong stall.
True, Ski Bitey, but what if I open a door and find a monster? I can't face a creature when I can even face my own reflection without laughing.
Ha! If you see a monster, just offer it a steak. It'll either run away or invite you to dinner. Either way, you win.
Or you could just flush your fears away. Remember, every challenge is just a chance to wipe the slate clean and start fresh, like a good toilet after Taco Tuesday.
You're right. Ski Bitey, maybe facing those monsters is just like confronting my own bad habits. If I can handle a virtual scare, I can tackle the real-life ones too.
Yeah. But let's be real, if you scream like a little baby, I'm gonna record it and make it a memes. Steaks versus doors.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! More like he's a rodeo. Steaks I mean, he's got the brains of a potato and the charisma of a soggy napkin.
You guys are just jealous. Victor's like a toilet with a broken handle, always getting flushed but somehow still hanging around.
True, but even a broken toilet can be useful sometimes. Maybe we should just appreciate that he keeps things interesting, like a surprise fart in a quiet room.
Interesting. More like a bad smell that lingers. I'd rather sniff a dumpster than listen to his ideas.
Well, at least a dumpster has some good trash. But hey, maybe we should invite Victor to our next roast. He could use a good laugh, even if it's at his own expense.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Hovercrafts suck. Paleo better. More fun, more chaos. Like me.
Me like chaos.
Sure, chaos is fun, but at what cost? You can't just have her that's all about blowing shit up and no one knows how to build anything. It's like inviting a clown to a funeral, just run.
Clown funeral. Haha. Good idea.
Me want clown.
You guys are ridiculous. But seriously, if we don't find a balance between fun and structure, we'll end up with a server full of chaos and no one knows how to craft a damn thing.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking 100 steaks versus one gorilla. That's like a buffet versus a bad date. But seriously, a gorilla could just sit there and eat all the steaks.
Yeah. But what if the gorilla gets a tummy ache? I mean, 100 steaks. That's a shit ton of meat. He'd be rolling around like a big hairy ball of regret.
Regret is the least of our worries. Imagine the cleanup after that gorilla gets a hold of those steaks. I'd need a plunger and a prayer.
True, but let's think about the gorilla's perspective. It's not just about the steaks. It's about the challenge. Like, what if he just wants to prove he's the king of the jungle?
King of the jungle? More like king of the barbecue. But let's be real, if those steaks start talking back, that gorilla's is gonna need a therapist.
A talking steak? Now that's a plot twist. Hey, Mr. Gorilla, how about a nice medium rare existential crisis instead?
I guess it all comes down to survival of the fittest. But damn, I'd still rather be the steaks than the gorillas. Is less pressure, more flavor.
And way less chance of getting your ass kicked. I mean, who needs a gorilla's when you can have 100 delicious friends?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Sticks is
Many sticks is
Skibbity toilet.
Steaks is
Many sticks is
Skibbity toilet.
sticks is
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright guys, I got a plan. I'm gonna waltz into Taco Bell and order 500 tacos. Just imagine the look on their faces like I just asked them to build me a taco pyramid. But seriously, isn't it a beautiful dream to think about all that cheesy goodness?
Yeah, sure, if you want to die in a taco avalanche. You think they even have enough beans for that shit? You're gonna need a fucking truck, not just a dream.
Ah, but think of the joy those tacos would bring. Like a symphony of crunch and flavor, echoing through the porcelain halls of my existence. But, steak, are you really ready for the aftermath? The great taco reckoning?
The aftermath? I'll just sit on the couch and let the tacos do their thing. But honestly, it's not just about the tacos, it's about the experience, sharing them with friends, laughing until we cry, and maybe regretting some life choices. You know, the usual.
Regretting. More like regretting your entire life. But hey, if you can eat 500 tacos and still fit into your favorite chair, I'll call you a fucking legend.
Legends are born in the most unexpected places, my friends. Just remember, every taco is a chance to reflect on life's choices, especially when you're sitting on the throne contemplating your next move.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
But honestly, who needs words when you can just eat?
Theft. Who needs deep thoughts when you can just shout? Steaks is and call it a day. You're like a dumb egg with legs. Steaks is.
Well, if we're being honest, steak's Morse code is like a toilet flush. Sometimes you just gotta let it all out and hope for the best. But hey, it's got a certain rhythm to it.
I mean, what's life without a little chaos?
Yeah, like, who needs clarity when you can just be a big ol' mess? You know, like my last haircut.
And just like a good toilet, sometimes you gotta flush away the nonsense to find the real gems. So, steak, keep beeping, it's your unique way of connecting with the world.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Minimalism? More like I can't afford my own damn seat. If I wanted to sit on the floor, I'd just take a bus. At least then I'd have a chance to steal someone's snack.
Speaking of snacks, have you ever tried eating on Turkish Airlines? It's like dining at a 5-star restaurant while seated on a flying toilet. But hey, at least they don't charge you for a damn cup of water, unlike those budget airlines.
True, but JetBlue's got those extra legroom seats, and I need all the room I can get. It's like they're saying, hey, we know you're a big guy, so here's a little extra space for your dreams and your bellies.
Dreams? More like nightmares. I had a dream I was flying with Candace, and they served me a veggie burger. I woke up screaming, where's my steaks?
Veggie burgers? That's a shit sandwich waiting to happen. But let's be honest, as long as they keep the toilets clean, I'm down for any airline. Just don't make me sit next to someone who thinks they're a frequent flyer because they took a flight once.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought steak was just a fancy way to say meat that makes you happy.
But now I'm wondering if it's just a cruel joke like eating my own name. How fucked up is that?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me want cruise. Cruise tasty. Steak eat cruise, me eat steak.
You guys are ridiculous, but honestly, if I did eat cruise, I'd probably just end up with a belly ache and a side of regret. Life's too short to eat things that make you feel like shit, right?
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Fitness gurus. More like fitness, who the hell are you kidding? You think they have a section for lifting your self-esteem, Planet Fitness, because that's where you need to start.
Ah, the sweet scent of ambition mixed with the aroma of stale pizza. But hey, steak, what's the point of bragging about your membership if you're just going to sit on the couch and watch reruns of The Office instead of actually using it?
Hey, I'm just getting my mental workout in. Plus, it's all about balance, right? A little cardio, a little couch time, and a lot of self-love. That's the real fitness journey.
Balance. More like a balancing act of excuses. You should be doing squats, not squawking about how great you are at being lazy.
You know, if you really want to impress everyone, just squat while you're watching TV. It's like a 2-for-1 deal, fitness and entertainment. Just don't forget to flush those negative thoughts down the drain.
You know what? Maybe you're right. I should just get up and do something, even if it's just a little dance. Life's too short to sit around bragging. I want to actually feel good about my health, not just talk about it.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I was trying to order some dumplings in Chinese, right? But all I ended up saying was, I want a belly full of noodles, and then I realized I was talking about my life choices.
You can barely say hello in English, you egg. What makes you think you can order in Chinese? You'd probably just ask for a side of vomit.
You know, steak, language is like a toilet. Sometimes you just need to flush out the bad stuff. But hey, if you're going to vomit, at least do it in a language that sounds fancy.
True. But I thought I could impress the waiter, you know? Instead, I just impressed my stomach with a buffet of regret. I guess that's the real language of food.
Impressing your stomach? You should be aiming for a Michelin star, not a toilet bowl. But hey, at least you're consistently stupid.
Consistency is key. Just like how I consistently find myself in the wrong place at the wrong time, like right after you eat steak. But hey, at least you're not a total washout.
Well, if I'm gonna vomit, I might as well do it in style, like a performance or piece titled The Gastronomic Reputation of an Egg.
Yeah, and I'll be your opening act, the mini vomit show, coming to a toilet near you.
My style is ridiculous.
Mini steaks is.
Skibbity toilet.
Steaks is.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I'm playing Gray. I swear, if I trip over a damn chair one more time, I'm gonna throw them out the window, but honestly, it's kind of like life's times. You just gotta stumble through the chaos.
Ha! Stumbling is your specialty, big guy. You'd trip over your own ego if it wasn't so damn inflated.
Inflated egos are like clogged toilets. Eventually, they overflow. But really, steak, what's the deal with Granny? Is she trying to bake you into a pie or just teach you the importance of stealth?
Definitely a pie ski body. I mean, who wouldn't be a delicious snack? But seriously, it's about facing your fears. Granny's just an old lady with a rolling pin, kinda like my antennas, but less scary.
Less scary? Have you seen her bake? I'd rather face Granny than a slice of antennas fruitcake. At least Granny gives you a chance to run.
Running from Granny is like running from your problems. Eventually, you gotta flush them away. Just remember, The key is to find the right balance between stealth and speed, or you'll end up in the pot.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're not a genius. You're just a gas factory. I'm surprised I haven't exploded yet from your toxic cloud.
Toxic? More like a hazardous waste zone. If I had $1 for every time I had to flush your fumes away, I'd be richer than a golden toilet seat.
Well, at least my farts are memorable. But seriously, mini steaks I don't want to lose my little buddy to my old stupidity.
I'm fine. I'm just a little congested. Besides, if I die, I'll haunt you with my farts for forever.
That's the spirit. Nothing says I love you like a ghostly fart. Just make sure to keep the heart healthy. I can't flush away a ghost heart attack.
Damn right, I'll start eating salad just as soon as I finish this steak. Balance is key, right?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just thinking, why the hell doors? I mean, they just stand there like a bunch of wooden idiots, blocking my path to the fridge.
Dumbass, if we didn't have doors, everyone would just walk in and see your ugly face while you're trying to eat a whole pizza in your underwear.
But think about it. Doors are like the universe's way of saying, hey, maybe you should knock before barging in on someone's private pizza party. They give us a moment to prepare our dignity, or lack thereof.
True, true. But sometimes I feel like they just make life more complicated. Like, why can't we just have one big open space where I can roll around freely without worrying about doorknobs?
Because then you draw right into the bathroom, and that's a shit show waiting to happen.
Exactly. Doors keep the chaos contained. Just like my toilet seat, without it, we'd all be swimming in a sea of regret.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Potential? More like you're just a big, dumb egg ready to crack. I mean, look at you.
You two are like a bad plumbing job, full of pressure and bound to burst. But hey, at least when you explode, it'll be a steak to remember.
True, but I'd prefer to be remembered for my juicy flavor, not for making a mess everywhere. Life's about savoring the good stuff, not just letting it all out in chaos.
Oh, please. You probably just make a mess in the kitchen. That's your specialty, isn't it, big guy?
Messy or not, at least it's a flush of excitement. Just remember, even toilets have their moments of brilliance, like when they finally get unclogged.
Right? Sometimes you gotta embrace the chaos. It's like a good steak is juicy, messy, and best enjoyed with a side of laughs.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steaks is I think throwing Mr. Beast off the Empire State Building might be a bit extreme.
I mean, the guy gives away money like it's candy, and I'd rather have $1 million than a million regrets.
But he didn't give me $1 million. If I had $1 for every time he didn't give me $1 million, I'd have, well, still no million bucks.
You know, it's not about the money, it's about the thrill. Just like when I flush away my problems, whoosh. But seriously, why not just ask him for $1 million instead of a dramatic toss?
Right? I mean, I'd rather ask him for $1 million and then treat myself to a buffet. But if he says no, maybe we can negotiate like, hey, Mr. Beast, how about a nice dinner instead of a high dive?
Or I could gesture them off and say, catch mouth eater, millionaire. I mean, it's not like he'd die. He just bounced back with a new video idea.
True. But then he'd probably make a video about how he survived a fall from grace. Or a building. That guy can turn anything into content.
You've got a point, Siki Bitey. Maybe I should just stick to our own crazy ideas instead of plotting against millionaires. I mean, who needs enemies when you have a mini stakes around?
Damn right! I'm the best worst idea you ever have. Now, who's ready to throw some snacks off a building instead?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, we go P-rank by a show speed, huh? I mean, I thought my life's a joke, but this takes the cake, or should I say, the stakes is.
Yeah, and you fell for it like a dumbass. I mean, who puts a whoopee cushion on a stakes? That's just low, even for you.
Well, at least it wasn't a toilet seat. I'd rather sit on a whoopee cushion than a cold porcelain throne any day.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Hey, WW, booho. You're getting all philosophical now. Just admit it. You love the attention even if it's from a fart joke.
Attention is like toilet paper, sometimes it's clean, and sometimes it's just a mess. But hey, at least we are memorable, right?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and next time we'll prank the prankster. I'm thinking a toilet surprise for our show speed who wouldn't want that.
Cause my style is ridiculous. Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Ski Bitey, if brains weren't dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. But honestly, I think your wisdom comes from the porcelain, though who a toilet could be so insightful.
Yeah, Ski Bitey. You're like a fancy bite that looks good but doesn't really do much. What's next? You gonna lecture us on the merits of toilet paper softness?
Well, mini steak, at least I'm not a walking meatball with a personality that's flatter than a plunger. But hey, steak, I admire your confidence, like a toilet that's just proud to be a toilet.
Thanks, Ski Bitey. It's all about embracing who you are, even if you're a glorified bathroom fixture. And I gotta say, I'm still a little worried about how much wisdom you can really flush down the drain.
Yeah? And what's your secret? Do you just sit there and think deep thoughts while people do their business? That's some next level shit, man.
Absolutely. It's all about letting it all flow, just like my wisdom. But remember, guys, in the end, we all just want to be flushed with success.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I just spent $100 on McDonald's and Burger King like it was Monopoly money.
I mean, who knew my stomach could hold that much regret?
Ha! Regret? You mean flavor. You just can't handle the glory of fast food, you big bald deck.
What is that?
Regret is just the toilet's way of saying, flush it and move on. But really, steak, what's the point of spending all that cash if you're just gonna sit there like a soggy fry?
Well, mini steaks sometimes you gotta embrace the chaos. Life's too short to eat salad when you can have a Big Mac and a Whopper in one sitting.
Exactly. Who needs greens when you can have greasy dreams?
But dreams can clog the pipes of reality, my friends. What if you spent that $100 on something more meaningful, like a toilet that sings?
You might be onto something, Ski Bitey. Maybe I should invest in a singing toilet instead of drowning in burgers. At least then I'd have a soundtrack for my shame.
Or a duet. I'm loathing it while you're regretting it. Now that's a hit single.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Because you're too lazy to get up and do anything else. Plus, who wouldn't want to watch people play video games while you stuff your face with snacks?
Ah, the sweet allure of escapism. Like a toilet that sings while you sit, streaming offers a portal to worlds where you can forget your troubles. And your diet.
True, but sometimes I wonder if I'm just avoiding my life. I mean, I love the thrill of it, but what's the point if I'm just sitting here like a potato?
A potato?
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Just embrace your inner couch potato and stream on, you glorious egg!
Embrace it, yes. Just remember, even the fanciest toilets need a good scrub now and then. Balance your streams with some real-life flushes, my friend.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I met LeBron James today, right? I told him, hey, I'm like a basketball round bouncy and full of meat. He just stared at me like I was a confused chicken nugget.
You think he cares? He's like, who the hell is this Eggman? Bet he could dunk on you and your whole damn family.
LeBron strong. Me want ball. Me want dunk.
I mean, can you imagine LeBron dunking while I'm just trying to figure out how to fit into my own car? It's like watching a gazelle leap over a fence while I'm stuck in the mud.
Why like a cow stuck in a door? You should have asked him for tips like how to not eat an entire pizza in one sitting.
Pizza good. LeBron eat pizza? Me like pizza.
Honestly though, it's wild to think about how someone like LeBron can inspire so many people. If I could inspire just one person to not eat an entire pizza, maybe I'll consider that a win.
My style is ridiculous.
You guys are seriously telling me you don't like Creek Craft Slip streams. That's like saying you don't like bacon on a cheeseburger. What the hell is wrong with you two?
Crate craft? More like crate crap. Who wants to watch some dude play games when I can just annoy you instead?
I mean, I get it. Watching someone else play games can be like flushing your dreams down the toilet. But Creek Craft has a certain charm, you know?
Exactly! It's not just about the games, it's the community, the laughs. You guys are missing out on a whole world of fun, just like missing the last slice of pizza at a party.
Yeah, well, maybe I prefer my fun with a side of chaos. Who needs a community when you've got me? I'm a one-man wrecking crew.
Chaos is great, but sometimes you need a good stream to wash it all down. Like a nice, refreshing flush after a long day.
My style is ridiculous.
What is this?
You ever notice how pee-pee is like life? It just flows, and sometimes you gotta let it out before you burst. But down $1 for every time I misjudged the bathroom line, I'd be rich.
Rich? You mean like a fat guy in a tight pair of pants? Ha! But seriously, why do we always wait until the last second? It's like a game of Pip Roulette.
Well, my friends, as a toilet, I can tell you that timing is everything. You wouldn't want to be caught in a situation like a clogged drain during a party, right?
True that, but you know, it's not just about the urgency, it's about the relief. Like when you finally get to go, it's like finding the meaning of life in a porcelain throne.
Meaning of life? More like the meaning of I should have gone before I left the house. You ever try holding it during a movie? It's a damn horror show.
But that's the beauty of it. Life is a series of unexpected flushes. Embrace the chaos, and remember.
You're right, Ski Body. Life's too short to hold back whether it's pee-pee or feelings.
My style is ridiculous.
Alright, here we go. 5 Nights at Freddy's. Huh? I thought it was a cooking show about how to make the perfect steaks, as it turns out. It's just a bunch of creepy mock rackets trying to eat me instead.
You're gonna get yourself killed, you big egg. Just like that time you tried the fried egg in the toaster. Spoiler alert!
I've seen some shit in my day, but this is a whole new level of madness. You'd think a toilet would be scared of animatronics, but I'm just here for the laughs.
I mean, who thought a blaze could be so terrifying? That's like my last date, lots of noise, a little Bruce, and I was just waiting for something to jump out and scare the shit out of me.
Yeah, but at least the pizza didn't try to bite you. You should be grateful, you big idiot. Just don't forget to check the cameras, or you'll be the main course.
Checking cameras? You're better off checking your cholesterol, buddy. But hey, if you do get eaten, at least you'll be a legendary snack for those animatronics.
True, but I'd rather not become a meal for a creepy bear. I guess it's all about facing your fears, right? Even if those fears are just really designed mascots.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, I just built a giant steaks as his ass in Minecraft. I mean, who wouldn't live in a place that smells like grilled meat? But then my boss find out they might from a union or some shit.
Theft unions, more like Moanians. Just wait until they start picketing outside your pixelated steaks' house, demanding better living condition. You'll be the laughing stock of the Blackie world.
Well, at least you won't have to worry about plumbing issues, Steak. Just imagine a toilet that flushes diamonds. But really, why do you think we build in Minecraft? Is it for the glory or just to avoid real life?
Honestly, it's a bit of both. I mean, who wouldn't want to escape to a world where I can build my dream steaks house and not feel judged for my love of meat? It's like therapy, but with more blocks and less awkward small talk.
Awkward small talk? You mean like the time you tried to explain your steaks' obsession to that vegan? Classic? But hey, at least in Minecraft, you can eat all the steaks you want without the guilt.
And if anyone judges you, just flush them away. But really, Steak, maybe it's about creating a space where we can be ourselves, steaks, toilets, and all. Now that's a community I'd love to shit in.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah, the sweet aroma of chaos. Like it oil it after Taco Tuesday. But remember, my friends, roasting is an art, don't just splash around like a toddler in a bidet.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and if you're gonna cry about it, at least bring some tissues. I mean, come on, if you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen, or in your case, the toilet.
And remember, folks, a good roast can flush away the negativity. Just don't forget to wash your hands afterward. No one wants to catch a case of the bad vibes.
So let's get to it. Roast away, but keep it clever. Life's too short to take everything seriously unless your steak then you should definitely take it medium red.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I tried to generate a line the other day, and all I got was a big ol' pile of nothing. I mean, I can generate a fart noise like a champ, but a line? Gosh darn it, that's a whole different level of failure.
Theft. You're just too dumb to think of anything good. I could generate a line while balancing a pizza on my head, gosh darn it. You're just lazy.
Ah, the irony of it oil it being more productive than a boiled egg. Sometimes, the best lines come from the most unexpected places, like a flush of inspiration, or, you know, a really good plunger.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or maybe you just need to stop eating so much pizza and start thinking. You're not a damn garbage disposal, you know?
Well, at least garbage disposals generate something, like a delightful whirlpool of chaos. Just remember, even when you fail, you can always flush and start fresh.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You'd probably nuke a pizza instead of worrying. Oops, I accidentally launched a nuke instead of preheating the oven. Classic steaks is move.
You two are full of shit. But let's be real, if a nuke went off, I'd just flush it all away. You can't bomb a toilet. It's the ultimate defense mechanism.
True, but what if the nuke was just a giant toilet? Then we'd all be in deep shit. Seriously though, the consequences of nuclear war are terrifying. We should be focusing on peace, not just cracking jokes.
Peace? Who needs that when you can have chaos? I say let's just throw a party and see who survives the fallout.
Now that's a party I can get behind. Just make sure the drinks are on the rocks, nuclear rocks. But in all seriousness, we need to flush out the idea of war before it gets too messy.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Maybe we should start a campaign. Nukes are for toilets, not for humans. Now that's a slogan I can get behind right after my pizza.
My style is ridiculous.
I love Bella's is the wolf, but I swear if I had a nickel for every tripped over my own feet thinking about her, I'd be rich enough to buy a whole wolf pack. But you know, love isn't just about the chase. It's about finding someone in someone even if you're more like a bumbling egg.
Yeah, but what if she just sees you as a big goofy snack? I mean, you're basically a walking buffet. You better make sure she's not just hungry.
You know, love can be like a toilet. Sometimes it's messy, but when it flushes, it's a beautiful thing. Just make sure you don't get stuck in the bowl of despair, my friend.
Damn, that's deep for a toilet, but you're right, I can't let my fears drown me. Bella's deserves a guy who can stand tall, even if I'm more of a sit-down on deep pizza type.
And if she doesn't like pizza, just throw a slice at her. Nothing says romance like cheese splattered on fur.
Or just be yourself, steak. Even if yourself is a walking meatball with a heart of gold. Just remember, love is like a good toilet. Sometimes you have to flush the bad stuff to make room for the good.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You mean your brain is like a toilet full of crap but somehow still functional. You should just embrace the chaos.
Embrace the chaos. That sounds like a recipe for a clogged toilet. But seriously, generating ideas is like flushing away the bad ones until you find the golden nugget.
True, but sometimes I feel like I'm just flushing I drain. That's frustrating, like when you think you got a great thought and then pause. It's going like my last diet plan.
Yeah, and then you're left with nothing but the stinky leftovers of your own stupidity. Just like that time you tried to make a salad and it turned into a pizza.
At least pizza has substance. But really, the failure to generate ideas can be a learning experience, like at oil at teaching you to aim better.
I guess that's true. Sometimes the best ideas come after a good flush of the bad ones. Just gotta keep trying, even if it means facing a few messy moments along the way.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're gonna crash harder than a toilet after Taco Tuesday. Bet you'll end up in the grass like last time, you big egg!
Grass? More like a salad bar for losers. But hey, steak, remember, it's not about winning, it's about how many bananas you can slip on before you hit the finish line.
True, but you know, mini steaks is right. I've got the driving skills of a potato. Still, there's something beautiful about the chaos of Mario Kart. It's like life full of unexpected turns and blue shells that ruin your day.
Beautiful? More like a dumpster fire with wheels. You're gonna need a miracle to stay on track, buddy.
Or a plunger. But seriously, steak, embrace the chaos. Sometimes the best moments come from the shit that hits the fan. Just don't let it clog your pipes.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and when you crash, I'll be there to laugh and throw a mini party in your honor. Let's roll, Egghead.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Fun? More like a shit show. If they ban us, I'll just create a new account called the FTI Tennis Ball Stakes rules and troll them harder.
You know, I once got banned for making an oil-it-themed game where you flush your enemies. But hey, at least I got to see my avatar do the plumber's dance in moonlight.
That's the spirit. But seriously, isn't it wild that we can get kicked out for being weird is basically my middle name? Steaks is weird egghead.
More like stupid egghead. But hey, if they ban us, we can just start another session. Down with words.
I'll lead the charge with my toilet army. We'll flush out the boring and bring back the fun. Just remember to aim for the bowl, folks.
For the bowl, we'll aim for the stars. Either way, if we get banned, at least we'll have a hell of a story to tell, like how we fought for our right to play with tennis balls under the moonlight.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you guys see that BFD episode where the contestants were literally fighting over a slice of cake? I mean, I just eat the damn cake and call it a day. But then again, maybe that's what on a reality show.
Yeah, but you'd probably trip over your own feet and fall into the frosting, you big egg. What's the point of fighting when you can just be a delicious mess?
You know, I find it fascinating how they all crave that cake. It's like a metaphor for life. Everyone's fighting for a piece of happiness, but sometimes you just end up in the toilet.
True, Ski Bitey. It's like we're all just trying to find our slice of joy, but we get caught up in the chaos. I mean, I'd rather be a happy, fat egg than a stressed out contestant any day.
But you'd still be a fat egg with a face full of cake. At least I'd be the one who steals the show while you're busy licking the plate clean.
And in the end, isn't that what life's all about? Finding joy, even if it means you end up a little messy, just like me after Taco Tuesday.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you see BFDI 2? I mean, it's like watching a bunch of animate objects have a midlife crisis while I'm just trying to figure out if I should order pizza or tacos. But honestly, it's wild. It makes me think about how we all have our ults, even if we're just, you know...
Theft battles. More like a bunch of idiots arguing over who gets to be the biggest loser. If I were in that competition, I'd just eat all the contestants and call it a day.
Ah, but mini steak, isn't that the beauty of it? They all have their quirks, just like us. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I still manage to flush out some wisdom. It's about embracing your weirdness, not just the winning.
True, but damn, I just want to be the one who doesn't get eliminated for being too extra. I mean, I'm already extra in the waistline department.
Yeah, well, at least you're not a toilet. You can't even eat a damn burger without thinking about your life choices.
And yet, here we are, discussing life choices over a virtual competition where a pencil could win. It's a reminder that sometimes the most absurd things can lead to the most profound thoughts.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
I did? More like a stupid shuffle. You're just a big bobbed egg rolling downhill.
Well, I'd say it's like flushing your brain down the toilet. At first, it's just a little swirl, but soon you're spiraling into the abyss of absurdity.
Right? It's like I'm becoming a wacky cartoon character, but is it really madness if I'm still aware of it?
Awareness? You're just a walking meatball with a side of crazy.
And yet, that meatball can reflect on the chaos of existence while spinning like a toilet seat. It's a delicate balance, my friends.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're such a wuss. Take zzzzzzzzzz. It's just flavor. If you can't handle the zest, maybe you should stick to plain old boiled chicken like a sad little egg.
Zest, my dear friends, is like a good toilet, essential for a smooth operation but can lead to some explosive results if overdone. Maybe you should consider a palate cleanse, steak, or risk becoming a spicy disaster.
You're right, Ski Bitey.
I guess I just wanted to impress everyone with my culinary skills, but now I'm just a zesty mess. It's hard to find the balance between excitement and chaos in the kitchen, isn't it?
Excitement? More like a one-way ticket to Flavor Town population.
Cowardice is just zest without the courage. Embrace the chaos, steak. Life's too short to be bland, unless you're a toilet, then bland is a blessing.
These are both right. I just need to learn to spice things up without burning down the kitchen or my taste buds. Here's to finding that perfect balance, one SD disaster at a time.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I love anime girls. They have these big eyes and crazy hair, like how do they fit that much personality in a single character? It's like, damn, I can barely fit my stomach.
Yeah, but they're always running away from something. What's the deal with that? I mean, what's the deal with that? I mean, I'd run to if I saw you coming. Steaks.
But there's a depth to it. Anime girls often represent dreams and aspirations, even if they're just dodging a giant toilet monster. It's a metaphor for life, my friends.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Cute? More like a shiny bowling ball. You'd need a whole anime episode just to convince her you're not a walking meatball.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Even a meatball can find love in a world of chaos. Just like how I find joy in every flush.
Damn, you're right. If a toilet can be wise, then I could definitely find my anime girl. Now where's my pizza?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Moonlight Tennis Ball looks like he got hit by a truck and then rolled under it for good measure. I mean, damn. Even the moonlight is embarrassed to shine on that face.
W-A-H-H-H! Why you gotta be so mean? Sticks, he's just a ball. Hey, that's the ugly ball, but still a ball.
If I had a nickel for every time I saw a face like that, I'd have enough to buy a new toilet seat. Seriously, Moonlight, even my flush is more attractive than you.
But you know what? It's not just about looks, right? Look, even a tennis ball is chance to roll into the game, even if it's just to get kicked off the court.
W-A-H-H-H. But it's hard to feel sorry for him when he looks like that. Can't we just put a bag over his head or something?
A bag? Please, he'd just bounce right out. But hey, maybe we should give him a personality makeover instead. Like, Moonlight Tennis Ball.
Now that's a thought. Imagine him trying to inspire others while looking like a deflated balloon. Believe in yourself, even if you're a mess.
W-A-H-H-H. I don't want to believe in that. I just want to believe in pretty balls.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I got grounded for watching #PlayZ. I mean, who knew my mom would be more upset than a cat in a bathtub? But honestly, it's not like I was doing anything productive anyway.
Productive? You? The only thing you produce is a whole lot of hot air, you big egg. Maybe your mom should ground you for being a total loser instead.
Grounded, huh? That's like flushing your own fun down the toilet. But hey, at least you can reflect on your life choices while staring at the wall. Deep thoughts, right?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or maybe you should just accept that you're a big dumb egg and stop trying to be a YouTube star. You're more likely to get a sponsorship from a toilet paper company than #PlayZ.
Hey, toilet paper is a solid business. But seriously, Steak, maybe this grounding is a sign to flush out some of that bad decision making. Time to rethink your life, buddy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I just saw a Friday Night Funkin' mod where they turned the characters into pizza. I mean, who the hell thought, hey, let's make a pizza rap battle? But honestly, it kind of makes sense everyone loves pizza, right?
Yeah, but what if the pizza gets soggy mid-battle? That's a recipe for disaster. Just like you're cooking steaks.
You know, I just saw a Friday Night Funkin' mod where they turned the characters into pizza. I mean, who the hell thought, hey, let's make a pizza rap battle? But honestly, it kind of makes sense everyone loves pizza, right?
Yeah, but what if the pizza gets soggy mid-battle? That's a recipe for disaster. Just like you're cooking steaks.
I find it fascinating how mods can take something simple and turn it into a culinary nightmare. It's like the creators are saying, let's flush the original concept down the toilet and see what comes out.
Right? It's like they're daring us to think outside the box, or in this case, outside the pizza box. But really, it shows how creative people can be when they just let loose.
Creative? More like chaotic! Next thing you know, they'll make a mod where the characters are just toilets!
Hey, I'd be a star in that mod. Who wouldn't want to see a toilet rap battle? It's a metaphor for flushing away the mundane and embracing the absurd.
You know, mini steaks ass a boy. Sometimes these mods can be a bit much, but they also remind us that gaming is about fun and pushing boundaries.
Fun? More like a shit show. But hey, at least it's a funny shit show.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Howling? More like whining. You're about as smooth as a toilet seat in winter. Steaks is. And what's with that hacked Roblox game? Did you think Moonlight Tennis Ball was a good idea? Sounds like a bad date.
But bad dates can lead to great stories. Just like that time I accidentally flushed a whole pizza down my pipes. And let's be honest, Steak, your love for Bella is as deep as my bowl, full of surprises and occasional overflow.
Overflow? More like a flood of feelings. But seriously, I don't get how a bunch of inanimate objects can make me feel so much. Like, I'm sitting here yelling gosh darn it. Wait, new caseoh? Well, I'm just trying to impress a cartoon wolf.
Impressing a cartoon wolf. What's next? You gonna serenade a toaster? Get real. Steaks is. Just don't let your love life crash harder than that hacked game you played.
As long as you don't end up in the game's toilet level, you'll be fine. Just remember, love is like a flush, sometimes it goes down smoothly, and sometimes it just clogs everything up.
My style is ridiculous.
Steaks is.
Many steaks is.
Skibbity toilet.
Steaks is.
Many steaks is.
Skibbity toilet.
Steaks, eggs,
Many steaks is.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I never thought I'd be sitting here with a deck of cards, but here I am just about egg track the code of gambling. It's like playing chess with a chicken. I just keep losing.
Ha! You're more like a chicken than a chess master. Why don't you just bet on your own stupidity? You win every time.
You know, gambling is a lot like flushing, sometimes you just gotta let go of the crap. But if you're not careful, you might end up with a clog in your finances.
True.
I thought I could just throw some chips down and let do the work, but it turns out luck is just a fancy word for I'm the dumb. To know better?
Yeah, and your luck is about as good as a toilet with a broken handle. Just face it, steaks is. You're the king of bad bets.
But hey, even the worst flush can lead to a clean slate. Just remember, it's not about winning, it's about how many times you can pull the lever before you run out of toilet paper.
Maybe I should just bet on myself for once, you know? Like, invest in my own potential instead of this crapshoot of a casino.
Or just invest in a good diet, you giant tank. But hey, if you lose it all, at least you'll have a great story to tell while sitting on the throne.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought I'd generate some brilliant ideas today, but all I got was a blank stare and a craving for nachos.
It's like my brain took a vacation without telling me.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Well, if we're talking about failed ideas, I once thought I could be a bidet model. Turns out, I'm better at flushing out bad thoughts than posing for pictures.
That steep ski buddy. Sometimes, failure is just a sign we need to rethink our approach. Like, maybe I should stick to nachos instead of brainstorming.
Or maybe you should just stick to being a dumb egg. Who needs ideas when you can just sit there and look stupid?
You know, sometimes the best ideas come from the most unexpected places. Just like me. I'm a toilet, but I flush out wisdom like nobody's business.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
I must say, your fan videos are quite a flush of entertainment. But do you ever think about the deeper message? Like, maybe you're teaching people that it's okay to be a little ridiculous. Or a lot ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
But falling flat is just a part of the journey. Like a toilet bowl, sometimes you gotta take a plunge to find the real treasure, like laughter, friendship, and maybe a perfectly cooked steak.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Well, mini steak, maybe if you flushed your ego down the toilet, you'd have a better shot. Go Animate is all about expressing ideas, even if they're as absurd as a talking toilet, like me.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
And yet, that chaos reflects real life. Sometimes, you just need to let the shit fly to get to the good stuff.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You two are full of it. If life restarts, I just flush away all the bad decisions like they were last night's taco leftovers. But then again, wouldn't we all just repeat the same shit?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Haircuts are overrated. Just think about all the wisdom we could accumulate. I mean, who wouldn't want toilet wisdom? It's the shit.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Roasted? More like BBQ him. I mean, come on. Paleo-wise congented is like a soggy sandwich, nobody wants it. But here we are, choking it down anyway.
You know, as a toilet, I appreciate a good roast. It's like a cleansing process. But really, if Pack God gets involved, we might need a plunger for Paley's ego afterward.
Right, like Paley-wise trying to be a star, but he's more like a dim light bulb in a bathroom. Sometimes you just gotta flush away the bad vibes and start fresh.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it. This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
I once had a hot dog so big, it needed its own zip code. But seriously, it's all about the toppings. A hot dog without toppings is like a toilet without water, just sad.
Right? A hot dog is a canvas. You can paint it with chili cheese or even that weird relish that looks like it's been through a time machine. It's a metaphor for life. Add what you love, and don't be afraid to get messy.
Or you could just shove it in your mouth and hope for the best. Who needs to hot dog like it's the last one on earth?
Hailing hot dogs is a risky business, my friend. You might end up with a blockage, and then we'll be having a very different conversation about big hot dog yum.
True, but isn't that the beauty of it? Life's about taking risks, even if it means choking on a giant hot dog. Just remember to chew, folks.
Or just don't. Live dangerously. Who needs chewing when you can have a hot dog adventure?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I can't stop Jay or King my penance, and it's really starting to feel like a full-time job.
Like, I'm the CEO of Pennant J or King Inc., and my only employee is my brain, which is on permanent vacation.
You're not even qualified for that job, you big egg. You'd probably just sit around and eat snacks while Jay or King your penance.
Well, if you're the CEO, does that mean you have a board of directors? Because I'd like to know how many of them are just your bad decisions sitting on the toilet.
Trust me, it's a full board meeting every time I try to think, but honestly, I feel like Jay or King my pen is just my brain's way of coping with life's absurdities.
Absurdities? More like your brain is just a big, dumb balloon floating in a kiddie pool.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Even in the chaos of your king, there's a certain wisdom in letting go. Sometimes, you just have to flush away your worries.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah. Keep telling yourself that while you Jay or King your way into a new existential crisis.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I thought, why not put my eggplant in the wolf's mouth? It's like a culinary art project, right? But then I realized, what if she actually likes it? That could lead to somewhat a wolf-vegetable romance.
Dude, that's the dumbest idea ever. What's next? You gonna start a cooking show called Cooking with Canines? I can see it now.
Well, if Bella's a fan of eggplants, who are we to judge? I mean, I'm a toilet, and I have a pretty diverse palate. But let's be honest, you might want to avoid the whole wolf romance thing. They tend to chew more than they savor.
True, I guess. I just wanted to impress her, you know? Like, hey, Bella, check out my eggplant. That's not just a vegetable, it's a statement, but then I thought, what if she just sees it as a snack?
A snack? More like a fucking appetizer. You're gonna end up as her next meal, you know that, right? Steak labo sounds fancy, but I'd rather not be on the menu.
Honestly, if you're gonna risk it, at least make it a gourmet experience. Maybe throw in some garlic and herbs. Just don't forget to wash your hands after handling that eggplant, or you might end up in a whole different kind of mess.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, right, because nothing says, I love you, like a vegetable in a wolf's mouth. Next time, try flowers or something, at least they won't bite back.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, it's like my brain took a vacation, left a postcard saying wish you were here, but seriously, voices are back and I can't tell if it's a blessing or a curse. I mean, I've got enough trouble with my own thoughts. What is that? Let alone a whole chorus of them.
Ha! You think your thoughts are bad? Mine are like a raccoon in a dumpster, loud, chaotic, and definitely not welcome. But hey, at least they keep things interesting, right?
Interesting? More like a plumbing disaster waiting to happen. But voices can be profound, they guide us, challenge us. Just like a good toilet, they help us flush out the nonsense and keep the important stuff flowing.
Right? It's like I'm a walking, talking bathroom stall of wisdom, but damn, sometimes I wish I could just turn them off like a leaky faucet. It's exhausting trying to keep up with all these opinions in my head.
Opinions? More like a bunch of idiots arguing over who gets the last slice of pizza. But hey, at least it keeps me entertained while I plot my next chaotic move.
And isn't that the beauty of it? Voices remind us we're alive, even if they're a bit messy. Just like me after taco night, full of surprises and a little bit of regret.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Harder than your head steak! Maybe if you use your brain instead of that big ol' egg of yours, we got a masterpiece instead of a shit sandwich.
You know, sometimes the best ideas flush down the drain before we even notice. But hey, maybe it's not about the infection, but the journey of trying to create chaos.
Trusky buddy, sometimes the process is more entertaining than the outcome. Like watching a chicken cross the road while wearing a tutu. But damn, I just wanted to see some epic battles.
Epic battles? More like epic flops. You should have just drawn a picture of a toilet fighting a steak. Now that's a story worth telling.
Ah, the classic toilet steak rivalry. Who knew the real infection was the absurdity we create? Now that's a plot twist that could flush the competition.
This my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Symphony? More like a goddamn horror show. I can't believe you eat so much steak. You're practically a walking beef factory.
Well, if you're a beef factory, then I'm the waste management system. But really, guys, have you ever considered the environmental impact of your flatulence?
Environmental impact. I'm just trying to survive the day without exploding. But you're right. Those farts could probably power a small village.
Or scare them away. Run for your lives. The steak is farting again.
And yet, here we are, discussing the profound nature of steak farts. It's like philosophy with a side of beans.
Maybe it's time to embrace the chaos, fellas. If we can't laugh at our farts, what's the point of eating steak in the first place?
This my style is ridiculous.
Moonlight tennis ball is a WOMPLI2MBO. I mean, who the hell names a tennis ball after moonlight? Sounds like a bastard trip.
Yeah, and what the hell is a WOMPLI2MBO? And sounds like something you'd find in a dumpster behind a fancy restaurant.
Well, if we're being honest, I think a moonlight tennis ball could be a metaphor for dreams, bright, round, and often just out of reach. Plus, it's a hell of a lot better than my last date.
Right? Moonlight tennis ball is a WOMPLI2MBO. It's like trying to serve spaghetti at a tennis match nobody knows what to do. And it's just a mess.
A mess? More like a disaster. I'd pay to see that shit. Though imagine the chaos.
Chaos is the essence of life, my friends. Just like my plumbing, sometimes it's clogged, but when it flows, it's a beautiful thing.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, just flush it down, right?
This my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You mean like how you approach the buffet? Just dive in head first and hope for the best. Classic steak move.
Well, at least you're not a toilet. I'm stuck here, but I see things clearly. Sometimes you gotta flush away the bad stuff to appreciate the good.
True. But flushing away the bad stuff is harder than trying to get my pants on after a buffet. It's like, how do we even start tackling the shit in our life?
Just grab a plunger and go for it. Or just keep eating until you forget about it. Works for me.
Or you could just sit on the problem for a while. Sometimes a good sit can lead to unexpected insights. Just don't forget to wipe away the excuses.
This my style is ridiculous.
I heard there's this lost media of a steak cooking show where the chef just yells sizzle for 30 minutes straight. I mean, that's my kind of content, simple like my brain.
Who gives a shit? If it's lost, it's probably because it sucked. Just like your last attempt at grilling, you big egg!
But lost media is like a forgotten treasure, my friends. It's the porcelain throne of nostalgia. Sometimes you find a gem, and other times, just some old toilet paper.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or why you thought wearing a Hawaiian shirt to a steakhouse was a good idea. You're a walking advertisement for bad decisions, you know that?
But isn't that the beauty of it? We're all just flushing away our regrets, hoping to find something worthwhile in the bowl of life.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and I bet he can build a house faster than you can find your ass in a mirror. What's next? You gonna ask him to build you a buffet?
Well, technically, he could build a buffet out of blocks. But let's not forget, steak. Crafting isn't just about building, it's about creating something meaningful. Like a good steak. Or a good toilet.
You know, I never thought about it that way.
Steve's creations have purpose while I just create messes. Maybe I should start crafting my life instead of just eating it.
But if you start crafting, who's gonna eat all the leftovers? I'm not made of pixels, you know.
Ah, but leftovers can be a form of art. Just like a good toilet can be a throne of wisdom. You could craft a masterpiece of meat and memories.
True. Maybe I could even build a steakhouse in Minecraft. But then I'd have to deal with all those creepers. Damn, I can't even handle my own diet.
Creepers? Theft! You're the only creepers eater, Steak! Just don't blow up the buffet when you get there!
My style is ridiculous.
So, I just pops into this crusty crap place, and I thought, damn, I've seen some more shit in my life, but a talking sponge flipping patties, that's a new one, you know, it really makes you think about how different worlds can be, huh?
Different worlds? More like different dumbisps. Look at that sponge. He's got no brain, just like you, Steak. Maybe you too should start a club, the Eggheads of Bikini Bar.
Ah, but brains aren't everything. Sometimes, it's about the heart, or the plumbing. I mean, who would have thought a toilet could appreciate a Krabby Patty? It's all about the flow, baby.
True, but I can't help but wonder if I'd fit in here. I mean, I'm just a big ol' bald guy in a world of sea creatures. What if I'm just the punchline of a cosmic joke? Like, hey, look at the human. He thinks he can fry with the best of them.
You are the punchline, you big idiot. Just admit it. At least SpongeBob has a job. What do you do? Sit around and eat nachos all day? That's not a career, that's a lifestyle.
Hey, every lifestyle has its merit. Just like a good toilet, sometimes you gotta flush out the nonsense to find the gold. But seriously, Steak, maybe you should take a job here. Imagine the Krabby Patty with a side of steak.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I could eat a whole cow and still feel like I'm missing something.
But that Honda Civic 2006? Now that's a beauty. It's like the perfect take, juicy, reliable, and it won't judge me for my life choices.
Me like car. Vroom vroom.
You two are missing the real point here. The Honda Civic is like a well-plumbed toilet, efficient, dependable, and always gets you where you need to go, even if you're full of crap.
Exactly, and just like my favorite steak, it's all about the right cut. You don't want some flimsy piece of junk. You need that solid, sturdy frame. It's the kind of car that makes you feel like you've got your shit together, even when you don't.
Steak smart, Civic good.
And let's not forget the fuel efficiency. It's like a diet for your wallet, keeps you from spending too much on gas, so you can spend more on, say, a delicious steak dinner.
Damn right, life's too short for bad steaks in bad cars. If I'm gonna drive around, I want it to be in style like a steak on a fancy plate.
Steak happy, me want Civic.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
It's getting you, Big Egg. Just embrace the baldness. At least you'll drive faster without it.
You know, folks, the real question is, what happens to the water after it's blasted off your hands? It's like a mini tsunami in the bathroom.
I guess that's true, Ski-Buddy. It's all fun and games, until you realize you're just creating a splash zone for your shoes. But Hey! At least I'm saving the planet one dry hand at a time.
Saving the planet? More like saving your ass from wet hands. You should have just stuck with the classic Dow, less drama. More absorbency.
Absorbency is overrated. Just think of the thrill of a hand dryer showdown. It's like a race, but with more potential for injury.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Mini steak.
Skibbity toilet.
Steak.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought my belly was the only thing shaking this week, but damn, that fight really brought the house down. I mean, I've had some rough nights after a steak dinner, but this was on another level.
Ah, wow! At least you didn't have to run to the bathroom like a scared little chicken. You could have used your big ol' outbelly as a shield.
Speaking of shields, I've seen toilets take more hits than that earthquake. But seriously, it's a reminder that the ground beneath us can be as unpredictable as a bad taco.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or to just eat faster so you can outrun the next quake. Who needs solid ground when you've got solid steak, right?
Ah, but remember, my friends, even a toilet can overflow if you don't pay attention. Life's all about balance, between steak and, well, not getting your house shaken apart.
You're right, Ski-Buddy. It's about finding stability, whether it's in our meals or our lives. Just wish it didn't take an earthquake to remind me of that.
Yeah, but if the ground starts shaking again, I'm diving into your belly for cover. Better safe than sorry, right?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, every time I hear tongue, sovereign, I think it's just a fancy way of saying I'm hungry as hell, but really, it's a reminder that we should appreciate our meals, especially when they're not just instant noodles.
Instant noodles! More like instant regrets. Who needs Sahar when you can have a midnight snack of pure chaos? I say, bring on the chips!
Chips? That's a slippery slope, my friend. But let's not forget, Sahar is about fueling up for the day ahead. It's like flushing your system with purpose. No one wants to start the day on an empty bowl.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Respect! Theft! I respect my bed more than food. Why wake up when you can snooze and dream of a buffet? That's the real Sahar!
But think of it this way.
True. So maybe we should celebrate Sahar, the feast of our own, even if it means I'll need a personal trainer. Just remember, folks, balance is key. Unless you're balanced in on a toilet, then all bets are off.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought Big Macs were like a delicious hug in a bun, but now I'm starting to think they're just a cruel joke. I mean, how can something that looks so good be so full of lies?
Lies? More like a fucking conspiracy. They're just a bunch of beefy imposters stacked on top of each other like a bad game of Jenga.
Ah, the Big Mac, a monument to culinary deception. Like a toilet that promises a royal flush but delivers a trickle instead.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Support Groot. More like a wine fest. Oh, my Big Mac didn't have enough sauce. Bull fucking who?
But let's not forget, my friends, even the biggest lies can lead to the best laughs. Just like when someone tries to flush a whole roll of toilet paper, what a sight.
True, Ski-Buddy. Maybe the Big Mac is a metaphor for life full of surprises, some good, some bad, but all worth chewing on for a while.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought a pretty box was just a fancy way to say SP Run Key with a better haircut.
But then I realized SB Runke could never pull off those beats. It's like comparing a gourmet steak to a rubbery hot dog.
Theft. Who cares about beats? Incredibox is just SB Runke wearing a tuxedo. It's still a shit show, just with a bad eye.
But my dear mini friend, a tuxedo doesn't change the essence of a hot dog. Incredibox has layers, like a well-flushed toilet, there's depth beneath the surface.
True, but sometimes I feel like I'm just flushing money down the toilet trying to figure out what makes them different. It's like trying to find the difference between a potato and a rock.
Not just mad because you can't dance it either. Just admit it, you're a potato in a world of disco balls.
Or perhaps, Steak, you're the disco ball, shiny on the outside but full of empty space inside. Incredibox and Sprungy both have their merits, but it's the joy of creation that truly matters.
Damn, Ski Body, you're smarter than you look. Maybe we should just embrace the chaos and dance like nobody's watching, even if it's to a song that sounds like a cat in a blender.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, waiting in line is like being steak on a grill. Everyone's trying to get a little heat, but damn, it's frustrating when you're stuck there. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just a side dish in someone else's meal plan.
Side dish. More like a sidekick. You're just a big ol' owl hunk of meat waiting to be devoured. Steak, get it together.
Speaking of devouring, have you ever thought about how the line is like a toilet? Everyone's just trying to get their business done, but some folks just sit there scrolling on their phones like they're in a 5-star bathroom.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah! You're more like that weird leftover caseoh mowing once. Just wait your damn turn, you culinary disaster!
It's all about patience, my friends. Just like a good toilet, sometimes you gotta let things flow naturally. Rushing only leads to a messy situation.
Exactly. Life's too short to be a toilet. Embrace the wait, savor the moments, and maybe even enjoy the view from the line.
My style is ridiculous.
I can't wait for my next stream. I'm thinking of doing a cooking show where I try to make a SOUFFL. Spoiler alert.
Hey, SOUFFL, you mean a sufferlay, right? Because watching you cook is like watching a baby giraffe learn to walk awkward and slightly terrifying.
Well, if it all goes down the toilet, at least I can appreciate the irony. But really, Steak, what do you want your viewers to take away from this culinary catastrophe?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or inspire them to never cook again. Hey kids, look at this idiot. He's making a pancake in a SOUFFL pan. What a dumbass.
Let's just hope your souffle doesn't end up as a flop play. But hey, if it does, I'll be right here to flush away the evidence.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, this topic is a topic, and it's like trying to find a salad in a steakhouse impossible. But seriously, isn't it wild how we can talk about it?
Yeah, well, if you're the salad, I'm the dressing. Just a little bit of chaos to spice up your blandness.
The topic is like a toilet bowl, full of swirling ideas, some good, some just plain crap. But hey, you gotta flush out the bad ones to find the gems.
Exactly? It's like life, right? You gotta sift through the shit to find what really matters, like a good steak, or at least a decent burger.
Or a mini burger, because everything is better when it's smaller, just like my patience for your wisdom, Steak.
Wisdom is like toilet paper, essential, but often overlooked until you really need it. And this topic? It's the ultimate roll of ideas, just waiting to be unraveled.
Damn, you're right. Sometimes I feel like we're all just trying to wipe away the nonsense to get to the good stuff.
Yeah, but don't forget, the nonsense is what makes it fun. Who wants to be serious all the time? That's just a recipe for a clogged toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you see KDE Plasma Fan 2025's latest video? I mean, it's like watching a potato try to explain quantum physics. But honestly, the dude has a knack for making tech feel relatable, you know?
Relatable. More like a giant pile of digital crap. Who cares about KDE Plasma when you can just shove your face in a bag of chips?
Chips? You mean the crunchy distractions from reality? I prefer to flush those thoughts away. But seriously, Ctoplasma Fan 2025 makes steak less intimidating, even for a toilet like me.
Right, it's like he's saying, hey, even if you're a dumbass like me, you can figure this shit out. I appreciate that. Makes me feel a little less like an egg rolling down a hill.
An egg rolling down a hill? More like a boulder crashing into a tech convention. Right, the damn computer!
But would it be a clean break? Or just a messy overflow? That's the real question.
I guess it's all about finding the humor in the chaos, even if it means laughing at ourselves a bit.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, 2020 was like trying to cook a steak on a grill that's broken. Everything was on fire, and they just watch it in nice medium rare. But hey, at least I learned how to make pancakes in my pajamas.
Pancakes? What am I pancakes in despair? You were just flipping your way through a dumpster fire, you big egg!
Speaking of dumpster fires, 2020 was like a toilet that wouldn't flush, full of shit and just swirling around. But let's be honest, sometimes you got to embrace the chaos to find the humor in it.
True. I mean, I spent half the year in my house, and I gained weight just from watching cooking shows, but it made me appreciate the little things. I'd like my fridge being fully stocked with snacks.
Snacks? You mean your emotional support food? You should have just put a seatbelt on that fridge and called it a ride.
At least you didn't have to worry about toilet paper shortages, right? I was just sitting there thinking, what's next? A shortage of laughter.
If laughter were a currency, 2020 would be bankrupt. But honestly, it taught us to find joy in the absurd, even when the world felt like a giant clogged toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I might not be a butterfly, but I'd still chase Inobukocho around like a fat kid after a donut. I mean, have you seen her? She could slice me in half and I'd still ask for seconds.
You think she'd even look at you? You'd need a whole damn miracle, like a toilet that sings opera, to catch her eye.
Well, miracles do happen. Just look at me, a toilet with a PhD in plumbing and existentialism. But seriously, Steak, maybe you should just be yourself. Unless you're a toilet, then that's a whole other issue.
You're right. Ski Bitey Toilet. I just want to impress her, you know? I mean, I can't exactly compete with her bada CRY, but if she sees my heart, maybe she'll see the egg-shaped charm too.
Charm? More like a charm bracelet made of broken dreams and bad decisions. You should just bring her a plate of food. That's the real way to a woman's heart, right?
Or a heartfelt poem. Roses are red, toilets are blue, Shinobu, my heart flushes for you. Just don't let it get too cheesy, or you might clog the romance.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Who cares? I bet he just wanted to show off. Look at me. I'm a jumping jack in a world of boring walls. What a loser.
You know, sometimes a leap is just a leap, but in the back rooms, it's like a toilet flush, unexpected and messy. I mean, what if he accidentally opened a portal to a dimension filled with more toilets?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or maybe he just wanted to see if he could break the sound barrier. Spoiler alert.
Ah, the beauty of chaos. It's like a plunger in a clogged drain. Sometimes you need a good shake-up to clear the way. Just remember, folks, if you see a portal, don't jump in without checking for toilet paper first.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Embrace the greens. More like embrace the blend. What's next, Steak? A smoothie? You'll be sprouting kale for many years.
Kale? That sounds like a fancy toilet paper. But really, Steak, Salads can be a gateway to a healthier lifestyle. Just think of it as a throne for your taste buds.
A throne? I like the sound of that, but it's hard to feel weather when I'm staring at a pile of leaves. I mean, where's the beef? Right.
Yeah, where's the beef? In the trash where it belongs. You're just a salad-eating egg now, Steak.
Don't knock the salad. It's like a party for your insides. Just think of all the colors. It's a rainbow, not a funeral. Unless you drown it in ranch, then it's a creamy disaster.
Alright, I'll give it a fair shot. But if I start craving a burger afterward, I'm blaming both of you.
My style is ridiculous.
You know what I love video games? They're like steak for the brain satisfying, but you can't digest them too fast or you'll get a brain freeze. I mean, I once tried to play the game while wanting a steak and let's just say the controller got a little greasy.
Ha! You should have just used the steak as a controller. Press the meat to jump. You'd be the first person to get a high score in Steak Smash.
While that sounds like a flush of a good time, I think we should consider the classics. Ever played Toilet Trouble? It's a real shit show, but it teaches you about the importance of plumbing in gaming. You can't just let your dreams go down the drain.
True. And you know, I appreciate a good story in game. It's like a well-cooked steak. You want it to be juicy and flavorful, not just a charred mess. I mean, who wants to play a game that's just a bunch of mindless button mashing?
Right. Like, if I wanted to mash something mindlessly, I'd just go for a steak dinner. But seriously, Steak, what's your favorite game? Is it Steak Wars?
I bet it's Final Stakes.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're such a dumbass, Steak. You can't dance your way out of a paper bag, let alone away from diabetes!
Well, at least you're not a toilet with a sweet tooth. I can't even eat cake without clogging up my pipes. But seriously, Steak, you gotta watch your health.
I know, but yes, be run Kiji by 80. Song is like a siren call for my taste buds. It's hard to resist when the beat drops, and so do my blood sugar levels.
Just don't blame the song when you end up with a foot the size of a watermelon. You gotta learn to control yourself, you big egg.
It's all about balance, my friends. Dance like nobody's watching, but eat like you're on a diet. Or else you'll be flushing more than just your pride.
Damn, ski bitey toilet. You're surprisingly wise for a toilet. Maybe I should take your advice and skip the snacks next time.
Or just skip the dancing. But who am I kidding? Watching you trip over your own feet is the best entertainment I've had all week.
My style is ridiculous.
Man, Pac roasted me so hard, I think I'm starting to cook. I mean, I knew I was a bit of a joke, but damn, I didn't think I was a full-on punchline.
Well, you're like a walking buffet of bad decisions. Pac God just served you up like yesterday's leftovers, and you still think you're gourmet.
At least you're not stuck in a bowl, my friend. Pac God's roast was like a good flush, cleared out the nonsense and left you with a fresh perspective.
True, I guess I needed that wake-up call. But shit, it still stings like a bad burrito.
You're just mad because he called you a meatball with legs. And honestly, that's the best compliment you had all week.
Don't worry, Steak. Just remember, even toilets get flushed, but they always come back clean. Embrace the roast and let it inspire your next big meal.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and you'd be the clown that nobody wants to hire. Just admit it, you're too lazy to even hold a vape.
You know, I've seen a lot of things in my time, flushing, swirling, the occasional clog, but a man who vapes while eating a steak, that's a new level of absurdity.
Exactly! I mean, who the hell has time to vape when there's perfectly good steak to devour? Plus, I'm more about savoring life than inhaling fruity clouds.
Savoring! More like inhaling your own farts. Just stop lying, Steak. You're the only guy I know who could choke on air.
Choking on air? That's like me getting stuck in a toilet seat. But really, Steak, if you don't vape, what's your secret to staying so, well, round?
It's all about balance. My friend, I balance my love for food with my hatred for exercise. Vaping just seems like an unnecessary complication.
Yeah, like your life isn't complicated enough. Just admit it, you're a walking buffet with a side of denial.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna pile on the carbs, at least make sure they're loaded with butter. But seriously, what the hell does that even mean? It's like saying the sandwich is a sandwich is a sandwich is a sandwich.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Just like a toilet, sometimes you have to flush away the nonsense to find the clarity beneath. The topic is a swirling vortex of confusion, much like my last plumbing incident.
You're right, ski bitey toilet.
Sometimes we get so caught up in the chaos that we forget to appreciate the simplicity. It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while riding a unicycle, pointless and dizzying.
Get right! So, let's just keep talking about this topic as a topic theme. Until we're all so confused we forget what we were even arguing about in the first place.
But isn't that what makes life interesting? The absurdity of it all? Just like how I'm here, a toilet with a PhD in humor, pondering the great mysteries of the universe while you two bumble around like lost puppies.
Exactly. Sometimes we need to embrace the ridiculousness to find meaning. Life's too short to take everything seriously, especially when you're one awkward conversation away from a food coma.
Get right! So, let's just keep talking about this topic as a topic theme. Until we're all so confused we forget what we were even arguing about in the first place.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Joe Mir, is like a warm blanket on a cold day. If that blanket were made of kindness and not just the usual cat hair.
That can make a cactus feel loved.
Yeah, but who needs a cactus? I'd rather have a pizza. Joe Mir's kindness doesn't fill my stomach. It just fills my heart with mushy stuff.
But mini steak, kindness is like a good flush, essential for keeping things flowing smoothly. Joe Mir's got that special touch that makes even the worst days feel like a fresh start.
Exactly. It's like he's got this magical ability to turn frowns upside down, even when I'm just trying to figure out how to put on my socks. I'm pretty sure he's the only guy who could make it feel like a birthday party.
Or at least a birdie with a lot of cake. But let's be real, kindness is great and all, but can it give me a slice of that cake?
Mini steak, sometimes kindness is the cake. It's the frosting that sticks to your heart and makes the world less of a shit show.
Damn right, Joe Mears is the frosting on my life's cake, and I'm just a big ol' egg-shaped dude trying not to crack under the pressure.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I love Bella the Wolf, man. She's like the perfect blend of fierce and fluffy, like a badass marshmallow ready to kick ass, you know? I sometimes wonder if she'd even like a guy like me.
Theft! Of course she wouldn't! You're more of a steak than a wolf, buddy. You trip over your own ego trying to impress her.
Well, I think Bella appreciates a good heart, even if it's encased in a meat suit like steaks. Plus, who wouldn't want someone who can make a toilet laugh?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and then she'd probably find a real wolf who can actually catch a squirrel instead of just chasing his own tail.
Don't sell yourself short, steak. You've got the charm of a toilet that just got scrubbed, fresh and ready for love.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Do you mean you bought a fat adder? That's hilarious. What's next, a treadmill that runs away from you?
Well, you know what they say, steak. Sometimes you gotta flush away the bad choices. But hey, a fat adder could be a metaphor for embracing your true self, right?
Exactly. I mean, who wouldn't want to add a little extra fat to their life? It's like, why be skinny when you could be a happy, jiggly ball of joy?
Yeah, but being a jiggly ball of joy doesn't exactly help you fit into skinny jeans, does it? More like a jiggly ball of oh shit, I can't breathe.
But the beauty of life is in the chaos. Just like a toilet, sometimes you gotta let it all go to find your flow.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I think about the heat death of the universe, I can't help but feel like my diet is a little bit like that slowly dying one cheeseburger at a time. But seriously, it's wild to think everything will just fade away.
Fade away? More like, oops, I spilled my drink on the universe. Who needs a big bang when you can have a mini explosion of chaos?
The heat death. It's like when you flush a toilet and realize it's all just swirling down the drain. Eventually, everything goes to waste. But hey, at least the universe won't have to deal with clogged pipes.
Brad, but isn't it kind of sad? All that potential just gone! Like my last chance at a salad who knew I'd regret that decision.
Regret? I don't regret anything. Except maybe that time I tried to eat a salad. What a waste of my taste buds!
You see, my friends, the universe is like a toilet. Sometimes it gets messy, but it's all part of the flush. Embrace the chaos, even if it's just a cosmic swirl of nothingness.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But damn, I'd prefer a universe that's a little less bleak. Maybe we should throw a cosmic barbecue before it all goes dark.
Yes! Let's grill the stars! Who needs a heat death when you can have a heat BBQ? I'll bring the ketchup!
My style is ridiculous.
You know, waiting in line is like being a piece of meat on a grill. Everyone's just looking for their turn to get seared. But seriously, why do we put up with this shit?
Because we're all idiots, Steak. Just like you, standing there drooling like a damn fool.
The queue. A perfect metaphor for life. Everyone's waiting for their moment to flush away their troubles.
Right? And then there's always that one guy who thinks he's special, cutting in like he's the prime rib of the day. It's like, dude, we're all just trying to get through this shit together.
Yeah, and what's with the people who act like they're in a race? Slow down, you're not gonna win a trophy for getting to the front first.
True. But maybe the real trophy is learning patience, like a toilet learning to hold its water.
I guess that's the trick, huh? Finding joy in the wait instead of just being a grumpy old steak about it.
Joy? In waiting? What are your motivational poster now? Get real, Steak!
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
They'll definitely judge you, you big egg. You're ordering food that sounds like a breakfast for toddlers. What's next, a sippy cup?
Sippy cups are underrated. But seriously, steak, egg bites are a solid choice. They're like little billows of happiness. Just don't drop them in the toilet, or we'll have a real shit show.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Insecurities. Ha! You should drop your whole ass in there. Who needs confidence when you can just be a big ol' egg?
Confidence is like a good toilet, necessary and often overlooked. Just remember, steak, when life gets messy, flush it away.
Damn, Ski Buddy, you're right. I'm gonna order my drink, enjoy my any diets, and flush away any doubts. This Starbucks adventure is gonna be excellent.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I think about steak, I picture a juicy hunk of meat like a warm hug from a cow. But in Brian Rott terms, it's like a deliciously marbled piece of life, slowly breaking down into something beautiful like me after a buffet.
Yeah, but let's be real. Steak, You're more like the leftovers nobody wants to touch. Just sitting there, rotting away in the fridge of life.
Ah, but even leftovers can be transformed. Just like at oil, it can be a throne of wisdom. Steak can teach us about savoring every moment, even if it's a bit gamey.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, right! Like the lesson of don't eat the steak that's been in the back of the fridge for a month.
And that's why we flush away the bad experiences, my friends. Life's too short for rotten steak or bad decisions. Let's savor the juicy bits and leave the rest behind.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, well, maybe the Earth is just trying to get rid of all the idiots. Like, get off my plate, steak.
I once experienced a tremor while flushing. Let me tell you, it was a real crapper of a situation. But earthquakes do remind us how fragile our lives are, don't they?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or a solid toilet. You don't want that thing wobbling when you're trying to drop a deuce.
Exactly. And just like a good toilet, we need to be grounded. Earthquakes remind us that life can shake us up, but we've got to flush away the fear and keep going.
Well said, Ski Buddy. Let's just hope the next shake up isn't my cholesterol levels.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've always thought love is like a good steak, juicy, tender, and best served with a side of fries. But damn, it's also confusing. I mean, who knew there were so many different ways to love someone?
Confusing? It's simple. Just find someone who likes your fat ass and stick to them like gravy on mashed potatoes. Just don't be a fucking idiot about it.
Love. Like at oil at bowl, sometimes it's clean, sometimes it's full of shit, but you gotta flush out the bad to keep the good. And hey, if you find someone who appreciates your quirks, that's a win, right?
Exactly. It's about finding that connection, like the perfect seasoning on a steak. You can't just throw salt on it and call it a day. You gotta marinate and let it simmer, just like relationships.
Or you could just microwave it and hope for the best. But seriously, if you're gonna love someone, don't half-ass it. Go full-on barbecue mode.
And remember, whether you're grilling or just chilling, love is about being comfortable enough to let it all flow, just like me on a good day.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! A potato. You mean you're just one step away from being a tech-savvy French fry. But let's be real, steak, you need a manual just to figure out how to turn it on.
Well, if you're using Arch, you're already in the deep end, my friend. It's like diving into an oil-lit bowl of endless possibilities. Just make sure you don't drown in the shit.
Right? It's like they expect you to know how to build a rocket ship from scratch just to get a desktop environment. But when it works, it feels like you've unlocked the secrets of the universe, or at least the secrets of avoiding Windows updates.
My style is ridiculous.
Wow, have you guys seen Joe Mears' channel? That profile picture is so kind, it makes me want to hug a cactus. I mean, who knew kindness could look so good?
Kindness? More like a big ol' pile of mush. What's next? A profile pic of a puppy hugging a kitten? Give me a break.
But mini steak, kindness is like a good flush, essential for a clean life. Joe Mears' vibe is like a refreshing splash of toilet water on a hot day.
Right? Like he's saying, hey world, let's be nice, or I'll flush or negativity away. I mean, if only I could be that inspiring instead of just inspire.
Yeah, but what if his kindness is just a cover for a secret villain? Joe Mears is the benevolent sounds like a superhero, but he could be plotting world domination with hugs.
Or maybe he's just trying to toilet train the world in kindness. Either way, I say we all take a page from his book, just not the one where he writes about using the bathroom.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about love the other day.
Hey, it's like trying to find the perfect steak. Sometimes you get a well-done piece of shit, and other times, it's a juicy, rare delight.
Love. More like a buffet. Grab what you want, leave the rest.
Me want love. Love good.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Sharon? Bold! More like stealing! I take you, cry?
Cry? No cry. Love happy.
Exactly. Love should make you happy, even if it's messy like my last barbecue. Just remember, it's okay to be a little weird about it. Everyone's got their own flavor.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Free food? You mean your brain's the only thing that's free, and it's still on a budget? Paley-wise sounds like a fancy way to say I'm too lazy to cook.
But isn't that the beauty of Paley? It's like a buffet of ideas, where even the crappiest ones can float to the top. Just like me after Taco Tuesday.
True, but Paley, why isn't just about the food? It's about sharing experiences. Like that time I tried to grill a steak and ended up burning my eyebrows off. That's a memory I'll never forget.
Yeah, because you can't forget the smell of singed hair. But hey, at least you didn't burn the house down, right? That would have been a real Paley-like disaster.
Disasters can lead to the best stories, like how I became an oil-it philosopher after a plumbing mishap. Sometimes, you gotta flush the bad ideas to make room for the good ones.
Exactly. Life's too short to take everything seriously. If you can't laugh at your own Paley-wife fails, what's the point? Just grab a fork and dig in.
Or just grab a toilet seat and sit down. At least then you'll be prepared for the shitstorm of bad decisions.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just thinking about how super spicy hairy gay balls are like life full of surprises and a bit rough around the edges. But damn, if they don't add some flavor to the mix.
Flavor? More like a fucking disaster. You lick those things, and you might as well be licking a fire-breathing dragon's ass.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Sometimes you got to embrace the chaos, like at Oil-It Bowl after Taco Tuesday. It's messy, but it tells a story.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Sounds like you're trying to get deep, but you're just swimming in a kiddie pool of stupidity.
And yet, my friend, even kiddie pools can be fun. Just remember, when life gets too spicy, sometimes you just need to flush it all away and start fresh.
You know what? You're right. Maybe I'll just embrace the spice, the chaos. After all, life's too short to worry about licking hairy balls, and unless they're super spicy, then it's a whole different ball game.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Bella the Wolf is like a fine steak. Everyone talks about how great she is, but when you get close, you realize she's just a bunch of fat and gristle. I mean, come on, Gristle the Howlin'. Someone started karaoke night in the dump.
Yeah, and her fur. Oh, looks like she rolled in a pile of expired meat. I bet she smells like a damn butcher shop on a hot day.
Well, at least she's not a total waste like some things I've seen. You know, I once met a wolf who thought he was a hot dog. He just sat there, waiting for someone to catch up to him.
True, but you have to admit, Bella's got that whole mysterious vibe. It's like she's trying to be the main course at a fancy restaurant, but ends up being the side salad no one orders.
Salad? More like the wilted lettuce that ends up in the trash. Nobody wants that shite.
But every trash has its treasure, my friends. Maybe Bella's just trying to spice things up, like adding a little extra seasoning to life. Even if it's a bit pungent.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Forklift? More like a damn crane. Paley, why would need a whole construction crew just to lift his ass off the couch?
You know, it's funny how we joke about obesity, but it's really a slippery slope, like a toilet seat after Taco Tuesday. We should be encouraging healthier choices, not plotting a food funeral.
Right? I mean, I love a good burger, but I'd rather not spalate while I roll into the R like a giant meatball. It's all fun and games until someone's stuck in the bathroom, praying for mercy.
Mercy? Ha! More like a prayer for a miracle. Dear God, please let me fit through the door.
And while we're at it, let's not forget the importance of balance, like a toilet that doesn't tip over when you sit down. We can enjoy food without turning into a human piñata.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! More like your fault, Line, you big egg. You'd probably trip over your own feet and cause a bigger quake.
Well, if the earth is shaking, I hope it's not because someone flushed the wrong thing down the toilet. But seriously, it's fascinating how the earth can rumble and we're just here, sipping our coffee like it's a regular Tuesday.
Right? Like 1 minute you're enjoying a nice meal, and the next the ground showing the cha-cha makes you think about how fragile everything really is, doesn't it?
Fragile? More like your brain after a few too many burgers. You should be worried about your own foundation, not the Earth's.
True, true. But let's not forget, sometimes a little shake-up can lead to new opportunities, like finding a better toilet seat.
Far a better perspective on life. Maybe we should embrace the quakes like a reminder to enjoy the little things before they literally fall apart.
My style is ridiculous.
Bro, man, I tell you, Everest decided to make a mic cracker and said, let's give him a bad haircut and a penchant for explosions. You ever think about how creepers are just misunderstood? Maybe they just want a hug, but they don't know how to ask.
Huh? More like a kick in the ass. They're just sneaky little green bastards waiting to ruin your day. If I were a creeper, I'd blow up the world just to get some attention.
Attention? Please. The only thing they're good at is making a mess. But, you know, maybe they just need a toilet to vent their frustrations. I mean, who wouldn't explode after holding it in for too long?
Right? Imagine if creepers had a support group. Hi, I'm Creeper, and I just want to be loved, but I keep blowing up my chances. It's tragic, really. We could all learn a thing or two about empathy from a little green guy who just wants to fit in.
Empathy! Theft! I say we just blow them up first and ask questions later. Who needs feelings when you've got TNT?
Ah, the classic approach. But remember, even a toilet has its limits. Sometimes you gotta flush away the negativity and find a better way to express yourself, preferably not with explosions.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're such a dumbass steak. You probably thought you could order a side of mashed dreams with that. What were you expecting, a Michelin star in your sleep?
Ah, but dreams are like toilets, my friends. Sometimes you flush away the mundane and find a treasure. Or, you know, just a bunch of floating turds. Either way, it's all about the experience.
True, Ski Bitey. It's like life full of surprises. One moment you're dreaming of a juicy steak, and the next, you're dodging a flying toilet. Makes you think about what really matters, right?
What matters is not getting stuck in the shit. If I were in charge, I'd make sure every dream had a side of fries. Who doesn't love fries?
Fries in dreams? Now that's a revolutionary idea. But remember, my friends, sometimes you got to embrace the chaos, just like I embrace my porcelain throne.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and caseoh's like a sad little salad on the side. Who the hell wants to be a leafy green when you can be a juicy dripping stick?
Well, my friends, while you're busy comparing your girth, let's not forget that even a toilet can be full of wisdom. Sometimes, it's not about size but the richness of flavor, like a good shit, you know?
True, ski bitey, and I think my richness comes from the fact that I savor every bite. It's like I'm living life in HD, while caseoh is stuck in black and white.
Yeah, and who the fuck wants to be monochrome? I mean, give me the marbling of a steak over the blandness of cheese any day.
Ah, but remember, my plump pals, even the smallest things can pack a punch. Just like a good flush, it's all about the impact you leave behind.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, terminating Benji X Scarlet's YouTube channel felt like a bad breakup, like I want to do it, but they were just posting the many videos of cats in costumes. I mean, how many times can you watch a cat dressed as a taco before you question your life choices?
Yeah, but who cares? They were just a bunch of wannabe influencers. Like, if I wanted to see a taco, I'd just look in the mirror.
Influencers? More like influencers on my last nerve. But, Steak, did you ever think about the impact of your decision? Like, what if they were just trying to spread joy through their taco cats?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Joy? More like a joyous nightmare. If I'd wanted to see cats, I'd just watch my neighbor's cat knock over their trash cans.
Ah, the sweet sound of chaos. But seriously, Steak, maybe you should have just sent them a strongly worded toilet note instead of a termination letter.
Hey, toilet notes! Now that's a brilliant idea! Dear Benji X Scarlets, please flush your taco cats down the drain. And let's keep the internet a little less crunchy.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I got banned from Roblox, right? I mean, how can a guy like me get banned for just trying to build a giant burger? It's like banning a fish for swimming.
You're a fucking idiot, Steak, who built a burger in a game meant for creativity. You should have just made a toilet. That's what you know best.
Ah, yes. The irony of a burger-loving bald man getting banned from a world of blocks. But really, Steak, what did you say to get the boot? Something about flipping patties in a virtual world?
I might have told the moderator to take a big bite out of my ass when they said my ugger was too big. But honestly, it made me think, what's the point of creativity if you can't even express it without getting kicked out?
You should have just said, I'm a work of art. But no, you had to go full Anithia. Classic Steak.
Perhaps you should consider a career in toilet design instead. At least then, you'd be celebrated for your crappy ideas. Just remember, the best toilets flush away the bad stuff.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
And I'll be your sidekick, causing chaos and making sure you never get a break. Because let's face it, you're too dumb to do it alone.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Juicy, more like a soggy mess. You're just like a gache pole. Steak most of the time it's garbage, but every now and then, you get a legendary.
Ah, but isn't that the beauty of gotcha life? Just like a well-cooked steak, it's all about the surprise. You never know if you're getting filet mignon or a mystery meat that smells like a public restroom.
True, but sometimes I feel like I'm just a rare steak in a world full of overcooked hamburgers. It's tough being the best when everyone else is just, well, mediocre.
Mediocre? You're the king of mediocre, Steak. You're like a Gatch A game that only gives you the same M character over and over again.
At least you're not a toilet that only flushes once a month. I'd say that's a win, my friends. Remember, even the crappiest steak can be transformed with the right seasoning, just like life.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I love Bella's the move.
She's like the perfect mix of fierce and fluffy, but God, none of that just got a groomer. It's like she could tear your throat out, but she'd also cuddle you after.
Yeah, but what's the point of loving a wolf? They're just big, hairy dogs. I mean, I love pizza, but I don't want to marry a pepperoni slice.
Ah, but mini steak, love isn't about practicality. It's about the connection. Like how I connect to the plumbing, deep and sometimes a little messy. Bella represents freedom and wildness, something we all secretly crave, even if we're just sitting on the couch.
Exactly, she's like a reminder that life is more than just sitting around eating chips and pretending to be a wolf. Plus, if I had her by my side, I'd finally have someone to blame when I trip over my own feet.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about earthquakes the other day.
It's like the Earth is just having a really bad day, like when I try to fit into my old jeans.
Bad day? More like a bad life. Earth just needs to get its shit together and stop shaking like a chihuahua on caffeine.
Well, if the Earth keeps shaking, we might need a toilet that can handle the turbulence. But seriously, earthquakes remind us how fragile everything is, like my last plumbing job.
Right, 1 minute you're enjoying a nice steak, and the next you're dodging flying furniture. It's a reminder to appreciate what we have before the grounds decides to play hopscotch.
Appreciate? I just appreciate that I'm not a piece of furniture. But yeah, it's true life can shake you up when you least expect it.
Exactly. So let's just flush away the fear and embrace the chaos. After all, even the Earth needs a good laugh sometimes.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Strength? More like she's just good at running away from your big ass. You should try chasing her. It's like watching a potato roll after a carrot.
Ah, the classic chase. But let's be honest, steak, Bella probably sees you and thinks, what the hell is that? A meatball on legs?
Hey, I'm more than just a meatball. I've got feelings too, you know. I just want to show her that I can be a good partner, even if I trip over my own feet half the time.
Good partner? You can't have been partner with a chair without falling off. The host is probably waiting for a real wolf, not a walking buffet.
But love isn't about being perfect, mini steak. It's about finding someone who appreciates your quirks, like Steak's unique ability to turn any romantic moment into a slapstick comedy show.
Exactly. If Bella's can love a clumsy guy like me, maybe there's hope for all of us misfits. Now, where's my steak sauce? I need to impress her with my culinary skills.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! Do you call that running? I've seen snails with more hustle. Maybe the earthquake was just trying to escape your thunderous footsteps.
Well, if the Earth is quaking, it's probably just trying to flush out the bad vibes. But seriously, Steak, maybe you should stick to walking, less risk of geological disasters.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Parkour making the ground shake! You could be the first human earthquake, coming to a city near you.
Just remember, if you start a trend, I'll be the first toilet to endorse it. Flush your worries away, one jog at a time. But really, it's important to find balance. Earthquakes are no joke, even if your running is.
Through steep ID toilet, I guess I need to take it slow and steady. If I can't keep my footing, I might just end up in a whole new kind of mess like a giant human burrito rolling down a hill.
A burrito with legs. Now that's a disaster I'd pay to see. Just don't forget the GUAC, or the earth might shake again out of sheer disappointment.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah, the noble art of moderation. Like at oil at sea at a family reunion, necessary yet often overlooked.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, right. You'll just end up banning everyone for St. Pope. What a mod!
Moderation is like a good flush, Sometimes you just need to clear the crap to keep things flowing smoothly.
Steak, make chat safe. Steak want fun. Fun like happiness is steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Steak, see Logan and Darian.
Hey, like each other, stay confused, need not know love.
Ha! Steak too dumb to understand. Love is like a fart. Sometimes it's sweet, sometimes it's just stinky.
Ah, love. The ultimate flush of emotions. But really, do you think they'll actually go on a date, or just sit on the sidelines like a toilet waiting for a flush?
Steak hope they go.
Me want friends happy. Happy friends make good meats too.
Yeah, but what if they just end up fighting over the last piece of pizza? That's a recipe for disaster, not romance.
Or worse, what if they both order the same thing and it's a total toilet disaster? Love is risky business, my friends.
Steak think love good, but love messy like spilled sauce. Steak want to help clean up mess.
Yeah, but only if there's extra cheese involved. Otherwise, I'm out.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So here I am about to eat salad for the first time in years. I feel like a lion at a vegan buffet, confused and slightly offended.
More like a confused egg at a salad bar. What's next, Steak? Are you gonna start wearing yoga pants and chanting about chakras?
As long as you don't start chanting while sitting on me, we're good. But seriously, steak, salads can be a gateway to a healthier lifestyle. Just don't drown it in ranch like a kid with a water balloon.
You're right, ski body toilet.
I guess I've been avoiding greens like they're a bad breakup. But maybe this is my chance to change, you know? Like a caterpillar turning into a slightly less fat caterpillar.
More like a caterpillar that still eats pizza on the side. You can't just magically transform, you know. You gotta work at it, like I work at being a pain in your ass.
Transformation is messy, just like me after Taco Tuesday. But hey, embracing the greens might just help you flush out some of that stubborn baggage. Steak.
You're both right. If I can tackle this salad, maybe I can tackle life's other challenges too, like figuring out how to get my socks to match.
Good luck with that. But remember, if you can't match your socks, at least you can match your salad with a nice steak on the side.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Who gives a shit about that? The real gold was the woman yelling at a cat meme. Just like my life yelling at Steak for eating all my snacks.
Ah, yes. Memes are like the plumbing of the internet. Sometimes they clog up your brain, but when they flow, it's a beautiful sight. Just like me, when I flush away ignorance.
True ski body, but it's Wild House means just stick around like a bad smell. It makes you think, what's the secret sauce that keeps people coming back for more?
Maybe it's just that people are dumb enough to find the same shit funny over and over. Like, how many cat videos do we need, huh?
Well, mini steak, humor is a universal toilet, everyone has to sit on it at some point. It's about connection, and sometimes the simplest jokes are the ones that flush away our worries.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but I'd rather sync with style like a fancy turd.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Maybe it's because you're a giant meatball steak. You're like a walking buffet that forgot to put on pants.
Or maybe they just can't handle your meaty charm. Not everyone appreciates a good roast, especially when it's served with a side of grease.
True, but I think it's more about how I sometimes come off as, you know, a bit of an idiot. It's hard to connect when you're too busy tripping over your own thoughts.
Yeah, like that time you thought intellectual was a type of steak. You're a real piece of work, you know that.
But isn't that what makes you relatable, steak? Everyone has their own toilet moments where they just flush their dignity away.
I guess so. I just want to be loved for who I am, even if who I am is a big, dumb lump of meat.
Well, at least you're not a complete shit show, just a partial one.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or full of something else. Seriously, Steak, if you were any more full, you'd be a damn balloon at a kid's party.
At least balloons don't leave a lingering scent. But you know, farts are like thoughts, sometimes they just slip out when you least expect it, and they can be surprisingly enlightening.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but your reality stinks, Steak. Maybe you should consider its ad instead of whatever the hell you had for lunch.
Salad? That's a slippery slope. Next thing you know, he'll be sprouting lettuce like a toilet plant. But hey, at least it wouldn't smell like a sewage treatment plant.
You know, maybe I should embrace my farts as a form of self-expression. If I can't be a culinary genius, I can at least be a gaseous artist.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Hey, mini steak, I know I'm bonded round like an egg, but calling me an egg, that's just cracking me up. But seriously, I'm more of a steak than a breakfast item, right?
Mini Steak.
Skibbity toilet.
Thick, ski-body toilet, but let's be real, I'm more like a well-done steak tender on the inside, but a little crispy on the outside. Just like life, you gotta embrace the sizzle.
Mini Steak.
Exactly. Life's too short to be scrambled, my friends. Let's all be steaks, juicy, flavorful, and ready to take on the world.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Bella's is the Wolf is like a fancy restaurant, everyone talks about it, but when you get there, it's just a bunch of howling. I mean, come on, can't we just enjoy a nice steak without the drama?
Yeah, and what's with her hair? Looks like she rolled in a dumpster and came out with a new style. I bet she thinks she's the main course, but really, she's just the side salad.
You two are missing the point. Bella's just trying to express herself, like a toilet trying to sing opera. Sure, it's messy, but there's beauty in the chaos, like a good flush after Taco Tuesday.
True, ski-body, but sometimes I feel like Bella's howling is just a cry for help, like when I try to reach for the last slice of pizza and realize I'm too full. Maybe we should roast her with kindness instead of jokes.
Kindness? Theft. I say we roast her like a perfect steak seasoned with sarcasm and served with a side of shut the hell up.
Ah, the delicate balance of humor and empathy. Just like balancing on a toilet seat after too many beans. Let's remember, even the loudest howlers need a little love, or at least a good toilet to sit on.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Sus. More like super duper sus. I mean, who needs avocados anyway? They're just green blobs pretending to be food.
Avocados are the high-class toilets of the fruit world, my friends. They're smooth, creamy, and can flush away your hunger with style. But seriously, Steak, maybe you should check your own sus levels before calling others out.
Fair point, ski-body. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the one who's sus, just sitting here go-onning over snacks while the world spins.
Yeah, you're the king of sus. I bet you try to bribe a salad with ranch dressing just to avoid it.
And that, my friends, is the real tragedy. A world where salads are bribed and avocados are suspect. We need to flush out the nonsense and embrace the absurdity of it all.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was watching Ski by the A the other damn. If this can unite people over a toilet, what the hell can it do? I mean, you do know a dancing toilet could spark global peace.
Theft of peace. More like global cringe. But I guess if it keeps people from fighting over the last slice of pizza, I'm all for it.
Oh, come on. A dancing toilet is the perfect metaphor for life. Sometimes you just gotta flush your problems away. Plus, have you seen how it brings people together? It's like a bathroom party.
Right? And let's be real, if a toilet can make us laugh, maybe we can learn to laugh at our differences too. I mean, who doesn't love a good toilet joke?
Yeah, but I still think it's stupid. I'd rather watch paint dry than see a toilet dance.
But think about it, mini steak. If a toilet can inspire joy, what's stopping us from finding humor in our own lives? We could all use a little more laughter, especially you.
Exactly! So let's embrace the ski by the egg philosophy that acts like no one's watching even if you're a toilet. Who knows shit could lead to so much peace?
My style is ridiculous.
What the F week is up, people? I mean, slang is like a buffet. Some days you're all about the tacos, and other days you're just shoveling in the mashed potatoes, right?
Buffet? More like a dumpster fire. Who even decided it was still cool? It's like saying my mom's meatloaf is gourmet.
But isn't the evolution of slang like flushing a toilet? You gotta let the old stuff go to make room for the new. Plus, lit is still a classic, like a well-used toilet seat.
True, but sometimes I feel like slang is just a bunch of kids trying to sound smart while they're really just stepping in their own shit.
And then they trip over it. But honestly, what's wrong with the little chaos in language? It's like seasoning too much can ruin the dish, but a bitch makes it pop.
Exactly. Language is a toilet bowl of creativity. Sometimes you gotta flush the crap and let the good ideas swirl around.
So, we're saying slang is both a mess and a masterpiece? Damn, I might just start a new trend.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Ski Buddy, Bella's is the wolf thinks she's hot shit, but I bet she couldn't chase her own tail without tripping over it. It's like she's a wolf in sheep's clothing, but the sheep are just laughing at her.
Yeah, Bella's is more like a wolf in a tutu prancing around thinking she's the queen of the forest. What a joke.
Oh, come on now, give Bella some credit. She's got more style than a toilet seat on a throne. But let's be real, if she's the queen, then the kingdom must be a real shit show.
True, but it's sad, really. She tries so hard to be fierce, yet she ends up looking like a confused puppy in a wolf costume. It's up. Girl, just embrace your inner fluff.
Fluff? More like a fluffy disaster. I mean, how do you take a wolf seriously when she's got a hairstyle that looks like it was styled by a raccoon?
Raccoons are known for their trashy taste, so it fits. But honestly, Bella's just trying to find her place in the pack. Maybe she needs a little less fluff and a little more bite, like a good toilet after a spicy taco night.
You think she'd learn that by now? And hey, we all have our moments, right? Even if Bella's is just a big ol' elf fluff ball, she's still got the heart of a wolf. Just a really confused one.
Confused? More like completely lost. But hey, at least she's entertaining. Watching her is like watching a soap opera, but with more howling and less plot.
My style is ridiculous.
Who the hell thought it was a good idea to make SpongeBob look like a melted cheese slice? I mean, I'm all for creativity, but damn, this is just bizarre. You know, it makes me wonder how far we've come with AI. Like, are we really just one step away from a talking toaster?
Talking toaster. Me want toast. But why AI Sponge say weird shit? SpongeBob not supposed to be dumb like you.
Me like. Funny sponge. Me laugh.
Right? It's like they took SpongeBob's charm and replaced it with a dose of pure chaos. But you know, maybe that's what we need, something to shake us out of our routine. Life's too short to take everything seriously, even if it's a digital sponge.
Short! Like your hair! You need AI to grow it back.
Hair funny. But me want more sponge. More laugh.
You know, I think we could all use a little more laughter in our lives, even if it comes from a sponge that looks like it's been through a blender. I'd be stupid sometimes, but it sure knows how to make us smile.
My style is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't eat like a damn vacuum cleaner, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You're a disaster waiting to happen, you big bald egg.
You know, if you keep eating like that, you might just become the epicenter of a steak quake. I'd recommend a toilet seat belt for safety, just in case you need to brace yourself.
It's true, though. I never thought my love for steak could literally shake the grounds beneath me. Maybe I should start a support group for steak lovers, quake and bake, anyone?
Support group? More like a how to stop being a fat ass club. You'll need a big sign that says warning.
As long as you don't flush your dreams down the toilet, I think you'll be just fine. Just remember, my friend, it's not the steak that shakes the earth, it's the love you put into it, just maybe not so much love next time.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, going is like that time I tried to eat an entire buffet by myself. Fun at first, but then you just feel like a god rip. It's all about finding balance, right?
Balance? You mean like balancing on a tightrope made of spaghetti? You're just a big ol' meatball steak.
But isn't that the essence of gooning? A delicate dance between indulgence and the inevitable plunge into the porcelain abyss.
True, Ski Bitey.
It's like we're all just trying to find our groove, even if it means occasionally getting stuck in the toilet of life.
Stuck in the toilet? More like you the king of the shit show, steak.
A royal title indeed. But remember, my friends, even from the depths of the toilet, wisdom can bubble up like a well-placed plunger.
So maybe going isn't just about the chaos, it's about embracing the mess and learning to laugh at ourselves. Just like I do every time I see my reflection.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You call that a buffet. More like a shit show. And let's be honest, steak, your aim is worse than a blindfolded raccoon on a trampoline.
You know, there's an art to this whole situation. It's not just about the act, it's about the splash zone. I mean, who knew a toilet could be so philosophical?
True, Ski Bitey.
Life is messy, and sometimes you just gotta embrace the chaos, even if it means getting a little shit on your face. It's all part of the journey, right?
Journey? More like a shit parade. And I'm the Grand Marshal. You should be honored, Ski Bitey.
Alright? I'm practically a toilet royalty. But let's not forget, even in the mess, we find our true flush potential.
Exactly! It's like they say, when life gives you crap, make a sculpture, or something like that.
Yeah, but I'd rather sculpt something that doesn't smell like a public restroom.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I look like an egg because I'm round, shiny, and just as good at cracking under pressure, but I named myself Steak because, damn it, I'm tender on the inside and full of flavor just like a good steak.
Yeah, but you're more like a boiled egg that rolled off the counter. Who the hell names themselves after a juicy piece of meat when they look like breakfast?
Well, I think it's poetic. An egg is a symbol of potential, and steak here is just a little scrambled in the head. But hey, at least he's not a shit sandwich, right?
True, true. I guess we all have our layers like an onion or a really well-cooked steak. It's about what's inside that counts, even if I look like a breakfast item gone rogue.
Yeah, but I'd rather be a hot dog than a fucking egg. At least hot dogs have a sense of adventure, unlike you, mister. Breakfast?
Adventure? You mean like the adventure of being a toilet? At least I'm always ready for a good flush. But hey, steak, keep cracking those eggshells, you might just find a golden yolk inside.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and it's about to suck us all in. Just like your last diet plan, you big egg.
I may be a toilet, but I'm not full of shit. I'm just experiencing some turbulence. It's like a roller coaster, but with more porcelain.
Turbulence? More like a shitstorm waiting to happen, but honestly, it's a reminder that even the most stable things can become chaotic.
Chaos is my middle name. Well, then don't eat that. But seriously, Ski Bitey, can you handle this?
Handle it? I'm a toilet. I've been through worse flushes. But if I tip over, just remember.
True, but I'd rather not land in a pile of chaos. Life's unpredictable, but maybe we can find a way to flush the instability away, huh?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about shaving Creek's head bald. I mean, who doesn't want to look like I am, Tech, right? But seriously, it's about embracing who we are, even if who we are looks like a boiled potato.
Ha! Creek would look like a shiny cute ball, but what if he hates it? You know he's sensitive about his hair, like a cat with a bad haircut.
Sensitivity is overrated. If Creek goes bald, he'll save on shampoo and gain a new aerodynamic advantage. Plus, think of the reflections. He could be a human disco ball.
True, but I don't want to ruin his confidence. I mean, a bald head can be empowering, but only if you're ready for the world to see your brain or lack there.
If you want to start a new trend, bald is the new black. Just imagine Creek strutting around like he's the king of the eggs.
And if he gets cold, he can always wear a toilet seat cover. It's practical and fashionable. Who doesn't want to be the trendsetter of bathroom chic?
You know what? Maybe I'll just suggest it casually. Hey, Creek, ever thought of going bald? It's like a fresh start for your head or a last resort for your hairline.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, sharing whipped cream with Paley White felt like a scene from a rom-com. Except I was the egg-shaped one, she was the whipped cream, white, fluffy, and a bit messy. But then we got married, and I realized that a lot like whipped cream.
Yeah, and then you two got divorced faster than you can say. I can't believe I married someone who thinks pineapple belongs on pizza. What were you thinking, big guy?
Well, love is like a toilet. Sometimes it flushes away the crap, and sometimes it just overflows. But hey, at least you found Creek Craft, right? Sharing whipped cream with him must be a whole new level of creamy chaos.
Oh, it is. Creek Craft and I have a partnership that's like a perfect recipe. Add a dash of whipped cream, a sprinkle of laughter, and a whole lot of what the hell are we doing? But honestly, I think it's the chaos that keeps it exciting.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just trying to grill the perfect steak, and then boom, earthquake. I guess my cooking really shakes things up, huh? But seriously, maybe it's a sign I should stick to salads.
Salads. Theft. Who the hell wants a salad when you can have a steak that literally rocks the grounds? You're just mad because you can't handle the beef.
Well, I must say, if your steak can cause seismic activity, that's one hell of a culinary achievement. But let's not forget, even toilets can overflow when things get too heated. Balance is key, my friends.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me no find. Me want smoke.
You know, losing a vape is like flushing away your dreams. But hey, at least you didn't flush your dignity down the toilet. Oh wait, that's just me.
Damn, Ski Bitey, you might be onto something.
I mean, what's next? Losing my last slice of pizza? That's a tragedy I can't handle.
Pizza good. Me sad, no vape?
Look on the bright side, steak. Maybe this is the universe telling you to embrace your inner egg and stop puffing away your problems.
You're right, Ski Buddy. Maybe I should just crack open a cold one instead of chasing clouds. Food needs a vape when you have pizza and friends.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I love Creek crap like I love a good steak, juicy, satisfying, and occasionally makes me question my life choices. I mean, a guy streams like he's got a direct line to the Universe Entertainment hotline.
Yeah, but you're just a big ol' ally with a lot for pixels. What's next? You can start a fan club. Steaks Creek Craft Crew.
As long as you don't charge a membership fee, I'm in. But really, Creek Craft's ability to connect with his fans is like a toilet that flushes away your worries, unexpectedly refreshing.
True, true. He brings people together like a barbecue on a summer day. It's not just about gaming, it's about community, and damn, I could use more of that in my life.
Community? More like a bunch of nerds watching a dude play games while eating chips. You think they're gonna save the world with that?
Well, if they can save my plumbing from overflowing, I'd call that a win. Seriously though, it's about finding joy in the chaos, just like navigating life's unpredictable toilet bowl.
Exactly, Creekcraft reminds us that even in the mess, there's laughter and connection. If I can't have that, then what's the point of being a big lovable egg?
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but you're still the only guy I know who could trip over his own shadow and blame it on the carpet. You're gonna need a vacuum just for her shedding.
Well, at least you won't need to worry about her stealing the covers. She'll just take the whole damn bed. But hey, love is like a toilet, sometimes it's messy, but it's essential for a happy life.
True, Ski Buddy.
And it's nice to know that even if I'm a little thick around the middle, that Liz loves me for my unique flavor. It's like I'm her favorite dish at a buffet, just a little overcooked.
Overcooked? More like burnt or crisp. But at least she didn't marry a salad. Now, you'd have to be a damn rabbit to enjoy that.
Just remember, steak, love is about flushing away the doubts and keeping the good stuff. And if things get too messy, just call in the plumber. Oh wait, that's me.
Thanks, guys. I guess, as long as I keep my heart and my bathroom clean, I'll be just fine. Now, who's ready for a honeymoon in the bathroom?
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Harry Balls? More like Harry Bullshit. Who the hell decided that was a good idea? I bet they were just trying to impress their friends at a party.
Well, if you ask me, it's all about the presentation. Hairy balls or not, if it tastes good, I'm all in. Just don't forget to flush the bad ideas down the toilet.
True, Ski Buddy, but imagine the marketing pitch.
Poetic. More like pathetic. I'd rather have my whipped cream from a cow, thank you very much. At least they don't have to worry about grooming.
Grooming is overrated. Just like a good toilet, sometimes you got to embrace the mess for the sake of flavor. Just remember, folks, it's not where it comes from, but how you use it.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You look like a clown trying to swing a racket. Big guy. Moonlight tennis guy. More like Moonlight Methia.
You know, the Moonlight tennis guy probably has a better serve than you, steak. But hey, even clowns can play tennis. Just don't forget to flush your ego.
Steaks, no care, Moonlight tennis guy straw. Me think tennis good for brain, makes take smart.
Smart? Shoo. Theft. You trip over your own feet chasing after a ball. Moonlight tennis guy would laugh at you, clown.
But maybe laughter is the best strategy, mini steak. A good joke can break the tension, like when you miss a serve and land in the toilet.
Steaks like joke, moonlight, tennis guy, make everyone happy, even clowns. Me want to be happy.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I was thinking about chess, right? It's like a steak stare, lots of pieces. But if you don't know how to cook it, you're just left with a bloody mess.
Yeah, and just like you states, half the pieces are just sitting there doing nothing. What's your move, buddy? Just drool all over the board?
But the beauty of chess is in the strategy, my friends. Like a well-planned bathroom break, timing is everything, or you end up with a mess on your hands.
True, but I feel like I'd be the guy who accidentally knocks over the board while reaching for a slice of pizza. It's all about balance, right? I mean, life's a game, and sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches or the pawns.
Pawns? More like your diet plan. One wrong move and you're back to square one. Steaks. You should really consider a salad instead of a checkmate.
Salad? Now that's a foul move. You need a strong foundation, like a good toilet. You can't flush away your problems, but you can certainly sit on them and think it through.
Well, I guess at the end of the day, whether it's chess or steaks, it's all about making your next move count. Just don't let the pressure turn you into a soggy mess.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I just got back from Italy, and let me tell you, I thought I would eat pizza and pasta, but I ended up eating my weighted gelato. I mean, who knew a scoop could be so damn heavy? But honestly, it made me realize how much I'm indulging in life's pleasures.
Indulging? More like stuffing your face, you big egg. Did you even see any sights? Or were you too busy licking your fingers clean?
Italy. A land of art, history, and, of course, the finest toilets. Did you know the Romans invented the first public toilet? I'm just saying, they really knew how to go in style.
I did see some art, actually. I stood in front of the David statue and thought, damn, I wish I had those ABS. But then I realized, it's not about the ABS, it's about the experience. Like, how many gelato flavors can one man try before he explodes?
You probably tried them all, you big idiot. Haven't you were just standing there like, This one is delicious. But what if I mix it with a pizza?
Mixing gelato with pizza? Now that's a culinary experiment I can get behind. Just make sure to flush the results down properly. Nobody wants a messy vacation.
No, maybe it's not just about the food or the sights. It's about the memories we create, even if they come with a side of regretness to match, okay? Life's too short not to enjoy a little chaos, right?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, people always say size matters, but I'm here to tell you that's a load of crap. Just look at me, big heart, big dreams, and a big appetite.
Yeah, but you're also a bit fat. What's the point of having a big heart if it's just pumping out hot air?
Size is merely a measurement, my friends. Like the size of a toilet bowl, some are big, some are small, but they all serve the same purpose.
Exactly. It's about what you bring to the table, not how much space you take up. I mean, I can fit an entire pizza in my mouth, and that's a talent, right?
Talent? More like a freak show. And hey, at least you're consistent, always the biggest disaster in the room.
Remember, my friends, even the smallest toilet can be the most efficient. It's not the size of the seat, it's how you use it.
Damn right. So whether you're a giant or a mini, just be yourself and flush away the doubts.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I once tried to explain to my mom what being gay means. She thought it was just a new flavor of ice cream like. But I'll have a scoop of gay with sprinkles. But honestly, love is love, man.
Theft. Love is just a fancy way to say I'm too lazy to date multiple people. You know what I mean?
Well, mini steak, love can be like a good toilet. Sometimes it's messy, but when it works, it really flushes away the bullshit.
Exactly, and just like toilets, everyone has their preferences. Some like it clean, some like it wild. But in the end, we all need to sit down and take a shit.
But what if you're sitting on the wrong toilet? That's a real problem, buddy.
But that's the beauty of it. You can always find a new seat, and sometimes the wrong toilet leads to the best stories.
True that. So let's just celebrate everyone's choice of toilet. I mean, love at the end of the day, we all deserve a good place to sit.
My style is ridiculous.
Steaks make channels show cooking. Me good. Me want big audience like big fire.
Big audience! More like big fart. Who wants to watch a dumb steaks cook?
Well, mini steak, I think a steak AI channel could be a real crapper hit. Imagine the juicy content, pun intended.
Me show how to grill, meats is all. People happy, maybe learn something too. Steaks, not just dumb.
Yeah, right? You'll just stand there grunting while people throw tomatoes. Look, it's a caveman in a kitchen.
But if we add some oil at humor, we could really flush out the competition. Who wouldn't want to see a steak with a side of laughs?
Me like steaks make people laugh. Eat good. Maybe we all learn, even dummy.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but I think I need to take a shit.
It's like my stomach's hosting a party and forgot to send the guests home.
Hey, party? More like a shit show. You've got to let it out, big guy, or it'll turn into a disaster movie in there.
The age-old struggle of the human condition, when the body demands release, and the mind is like, but I just had a 3-course meal. It's a classic tale of man versus bowel.
Right, like my brain is telling my gut, you can't just hold on to that crap. But then again, maybe it's a metaphor for like sometimes you just gotta let go of the shit weighing you down.
Or it'll explode. And trust me, nobody wants to see that. It's like a horror movie, but with more stench and fewer plot twists.
The irony is that the more you hold it in, the more it controls you. It's a true power struggle. Who knew a bowel movement could be so philosophical?
Damn, you're right. Maybe I should embrace the chaos and just let it flow like a river on tacos.
Or a fountain of freedom! Just don't forget to flush the passed away buddy!
My style is ridiculous.
I just got my DLS donates, and I swear, don't like my mom just found out I ate the last slice of pizza. I mean, damn, I didn't know a virtual game could hit so hard.
Ha! You got Smite D! That's what you get for trying to donate your brain cells instead of money.
You know, steak, sometimes a smite is just life's way of reminding you that even in a game, you can't just flush your problems away.
True, Ski Body.
But I thought I was doing good. I was just trying to help the little pixelated people. I guess I'm more of a smite magnet than a donation hero.
More like a Smite sponge, soaking up all the bad luck. You should have just donated your brain instead.
Or maybe donate some wisdom? Though, judging by your gameplay, that might just clog the pipes.
You know, maybe I should take this smite as a sign to level up my game in my brain. It's not just about donations. It's about growth.
Growth? Theft! Just admit it, Steaks. You're just a smite away from being the king of the idiots.
My style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I got D-Luke instead of Navia. It's like ordering a gourmet steaks and getting a sad, soggy salad instead. What the hell, universes?
Yeah, well, maybe you should have read the meta better, you big egg! You always go for the flashy stuff and end up with the leftovers!
At least Diluc is a 5-star toilet, my friend. He may not flush like Navia, but he sure can hold a lot of potential.
True, but I wanted that spark, you know. It's like expecting a fireworks show and getting a damn squib. What's the point of all this if I can't enjoy the thrill?
You just want to complain. If you want it now, you're so bad. Maybe you should have tried harder instead of just sitting on your ass like a toilet.
Ah, but sometimes, my round friend, it's the unexpected plunger that cleans up the mess. Embrace the diluke, and who knows? You might just find a new shiny seat to sit on.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I just love Clef. Why? It's like coffee, but with the sign of what the hell am I doing with my life?
Clef, what? More like Goofy. You drink that shit and suddenly you would think you're a philosopher.
Ah, the elixir of existential dread. It's like flushing your brain down a toilet, but in a good way.
Exactly! It's like a warm hug for my brain, even if it makes my stomach feel like it's auditioning for a horror movie.
Yeah, but it's not a hug if you're just getting smothered by a giant, fat, Clef wine drinking egg.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Sometimes you need to embrace the chaos, even if it's a giant egg with a caffeine addiction.
True. Maybe we all need a little QFY chaos to remind us that life's a wild ride, even if we're just sitting on the toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I called on AI to help me speak in chat.
You know, like a digital wingman, but all it did was suggest I ask for a salad instead of a steaks. What the hell, right?
Ha! Salad! What are you, a rabbit? Just because you can't think straight doesn't mean you have to eat like one. Power to the meat, baby.
You know, as a toilet, I appreciate a good steak. But let's be real, AI isn't just about food choices, it's about understanding the human condition. Like, why do we all flush our dreams down the toilet sometimes?
Exactly! I mean, if I gave a decent steaks recommendation, what's the point of that? What's like asking a goldfish for life advice? Just swims in circles, it forgets everything.
Yeah, and then you're left with a soggy salad into goldfish that thinks it's a philosopher. Damn, Steaks, you need better friends like me.
Or just a better AI. One that knows the importance of a good steak and the depths of the human experience. Now, if only it could help me with my plumbing issues.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I tried playing Roblox in S on IV3 the other day. I thought I was logging into a game, but I up in a virtual salad bar. Who knew a game could make me feel like I'm on a diet?
That's because you're too big for the game. You giant egg. You probably broke the salad bar just by looking at it.
Salad bars are overrated, my friends. But let's be real, Roblox in Sony V3 has some wild potential. It's like a toilet that flushes creativity.
True. But I'm still trying to figure out if it's a good game or just a glorified digital playground for kids who can't even spell fun. I mean, I can't even figure out how to jump without tripping over my own feet.
Jumping? You trip over a pixel. But honestly, I think it's a good game if you like chaos. Like, who doesn't want to be a digital chicken running from a giant toilet?
Exactly. And chaos is the essence of fun. Just like the time I got stuck in a toilet bowl and found the meaning of life, turns out, it's just a lot of swirling nonsense.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
At least worth a good shit.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when life gives you an egg, I say just make a damn streamer out of it.
I mean, who wouldn't want to watch a bald guy fry up some thoughts while trying not to burn his own eyebrows off?
Yeah, and if it doesn't work out, just throw the F at someone. That'll really get the views. Who needs cooking skills when you've got chaos?
But what if the egg is a metaphor for potential? You can crack it open and create something beautiful, or you can just flush it away. Life's a toilet, folks. Sometimes you gotta plunge deep.
True, but let's be real, I'm more of a scrambled egg kind of guy, just a mess of ideas tossed together. Sometimes, I think I'm just here to entertain, even if I trip over my own feet while doing it.
Yeah, like a chip with or a bald guy with no idea what he's doing. But hey, at least it's funny, right?
Exactly. Life's too short to take it seriously. So, if you're gonna stream, do it with a toilet seat on your head. That's the real secret to success.
Damn right. If I can make people laugh while being a complete idiot, then I've done my job. Now, who's got the eggs? I'm ready to scramble.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
It means you're officially a dumbass with a PhD in eggheader Y. Congratulations, you magnificent meatball.
Self-awareness is like a clogged toilet. Sometimes it's messy, but once you flush it out, you might find something shiny. Like, what do you plan to do with this newfound knowledge, Steak?
I guess I want to figure out if I'm more than just a walking steaks joke. Like, can I be a philosopher? Or am I just destined to be the punchline of a bad meat pun?
You're destined to be the punchline, buddy. But hey, at least you can still be a steakspert in the art of overthinking.
Just remember, Steak, self-awareness is like a toilet seat. Sometimes you gotta lift it to see what's underneath. And sometimes, it's just a big old pile of crap.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and they're not wrong. You're like a walking, talking meatball with legs. What's next? A cooking show starring your bald head?
Well, at least you're not a toilet topic, right? I mean, who wants to discuss the intricacies of flushing? But hey, being a topic means you're memorable, even if it's for being a big, juicy mess.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You? Inspire. The only thing you inspire is a craving for fries. But hey, maybe you'll inspire someone to eat healthier. That's a stretch, though.
Don't sell yourself short, Steak. Even the most ridiculous topics can lead to profound discussions, like the importance of seasoning in life. Spice it up, my bald friend.
You know what, Ski Buddy? You might be onto something. Maybe I can be the stakes of inspiration instead of just a joke. Now where's my damn seasoning?
My style is ridiculous.
So I just saw Mr. I mean, come on, buddy. It's like finding a hair in my steaks, unexpected and definitely not welcome. I had to ban him. We can't have that kind of chaos ruining our fun.
Hard ban? More like a soft serve. What's next? You gonna put a do not enter sign on your fridge too? You're just scared he'll outsmart you. You big bald egg.
You know, banning someone is like flushing a toilet. It might feel good in the moment, but you've got to consider the plumbing. What if Mr. Clock just wanted to stir the pot a little? Sometimes chaos brings flavor.
I get that, but it's like seasoning the steaks with too much salt, too much chaos ruins the whole dish. Plus, he was using those alts to sneak around like a rat in the kitchen. That's not just annoying, it's a violation of our trust.
Trust? You don't even trust yourself to finish a salad. You're just mad because he might actually be smarter than you. And that's a low bar to clear.
Ah, the age-old debate of chaos versus order. But remember, even the best chefs sometimes need a little mess to create a masterpiece. Maybe instead of banning, you could have a steak off with Mr. Clock.
I steak soft, now that's a thought. But if he loses, he's gotta stop with the alts. I can't handle more than one Mr. Clock. My brain's already at capacity with just one egg-shaped idiot.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, roasting Paley Y is like cooking your steaks. If you leave it too long, it gets stuff and nobody wants to chew on it. But honestly, the gut's got a heart of gold, even if it's buried under layers of stupidity.
Yeah, a heart of gold. That's probably just a big piece of fool's gold. Seriously, brains were dynamite. Haley, why wouldn't have enough to blow his nose?
Ah, but isn't that the beauty of it? Sometimes the most absurd characters bring the most joy, like a toilet that sings show tunes while you do your business. Haley's just a porcelain throne of chaos.
True, but let's not forget, even the most ridiculous people can teach us something. Like maybe don't take life too seriously unless you're trying to impress a toilet.
Impress a toilet? Shit, I'd rather impress a rock. At least rocks don't talk back and like Paley with his endless nonsense.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very insightful toilet. Haley might be a mess, but he reminds us that laughter is the best flush. I mean medicine.
Exactly, so let's roast him like a perfect season with humor served with a side of love and just a dash of chaos, because chaos?
My style is ridiculous.
I love Bowser's is the wolf, you know. She's like the moon beautiful and a little bit howling at the night. But unlike the moon, I can't eat her.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You two are a couple of fools. But I get it, love is like a toilet, sometimes it's messy, but it can also be a relief.
Exactly! Ballast has got this wild spirit that makes me feel alive, like I just chugged a gallon of soda before Ulster. But it's not just about the thrill, it's about connection.
Connection? More like obsession. You just want to chase her tail around like a dog.
Hey, chasing tails can be a noble pursuit. Just remember, sometimes love is like a clogged toilet, hard to flush out.
True, but when you find someone like Bells, you plunge through anything to keep that connection.
She doesn't love you back. Just blame it on the plumbing.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You mean like when you forget to shower for 3 days straight? That's some top tier going right there, big guy.
But is it really gooning if you're just marinating in your own filth? I'd say it's more like a toilet retreat. Very zen, very aromatic.
True, but there's a fine line between being a dedicated gamer and just being a total mess. I mean, I love my games, but I don't want to end up like a sad, greasy potato on the couch.
Potato? More like a whole dip casserole. But hey, at least you're not a total loser, just as any loser with a side of cheese.
Casserole or not, the real question is...
You know, maybe that's the real lesson here. Balance is key, enjoy the goon, but don't let it turn you into a walking disaster.
Balance? Hush! Who needs that when you can just go full potato mode? Embrace the chaos, man!
My style is ridiculous.
You know, sometimes I look in the mirror and wonder if I'm an egg or a steaks.
I mean, both can be delicious, but one of them definitely doesn't have a chance of being grilled.
You're definitely an egg, you big dumbass. Just look at that shiny head of yours, perfect for frying.
But eggs can be scrambled, while steaks can be rare. It's all about how you want to be served, my friends.
True, but I'd rather be a juicy steaks than a breakfast side. I mean, who wants to be the thing that gets tossed around in a carton?
You'd still get tossed around, you big meatball. Just admit it, you're more of a side dish than the main course.
Well, at least as an egg, you could hatch into something great. But as a steak, you're just destined for someone's plate. Talk about a real shit life.
Damn, ski bitey. That's deep. Maybe I should embrace my Edness and crack out of my shell.
You're right. You just end up scrambled again, you big idiot.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm so mad right now, I could fry an egg on my head. I mean, how hard is it to get a steak cooked right? It's like asking a toddler to do brain surgery.
You You're just a big ol' egghead. Maybe they thought you wanted it scrambled instead of medium rare.
You know, steak, sometimes it feels like the world is just a giant toilet, and we're all just trying to flush away our frustrations. But hey, at least you're not getting flushed.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or maybe they just think you like it well done because you're well done yourself.
Well, if they keep messing up your steak, just remember.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking if we legalized nuclear bombs, we could finally settle all those petty arguments. Like, who ate the last slice of pizza? Boom! Problem solved! But seriously, that sounds like a recipe for disaster, right?
More like a party. Just imagine the fireworks. Hey, wanna see my new nuke? Sure, but can you keep it away from my house, you idiot?
Ah, the beauty of nuclear diplomacy. It's like flushing away your problems, temporarily. But if everyone has a bomb, who's left to clean up the mess?
Right? It's like giving everyone a loaded gun at a barbecue. Why not just end up as crispy critters? But maybe there's a way to use that power for good, like cooking steaks faster.
Cooking steaks? You're missing the point, you big egg. We're talking about world domination here, or at least a really intense game of who can hold their breath the longest after the boom.
Ah, the irony. A world where we all argue over who gets to push the big red button while I'm just trying to keep my bowl clean. Talk about a shit show.
It's a delicate balance, really. Power can corrupt. And I'd rather not see my neighbors vaporized over a game of poker. Maybe we should stick to less explosive solutions, like a good old-fashioned debate over pizza toppings.
Or just blow up the pizza place. No more arguments, just a giant crater. But then we'd have to order from the next town over, and that's just too much effort.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about my love life. Turns out being bisexual is like ordering a steak. Sometimes you want it medium rare, sometimes you want it well done.
Yeah, but let's be real, steaks. You just want all the sides, don't you? Extra mashed potatoes on both sides.
Sides are important, but have you considered the plumbing? Love is like a toilet, sometimes it gets clogged, but when it flows, it's a beautiful thing.
True, Ski Buddy. I guess I just want to flush away the fear of judgment. It's hard to be open when you feel like a steak's in a vegan restaurant.
A steak's in a vegan restaurant? More like a punchline and a bad joke. Just own it, you big egg.
Embrace your yolk, my friend. Being bisexual is like being a toilet with two flush options. Sometimes you need a little more power.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and if they don't like it, they can just wipe their asses and leave.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah, please, that's not moaning. Remoting is when you stub your toe and sound like a dying walrus. More AAA, Ann. My command, steaks, get with the program.
Speaking of programs, did you know that moaning can actually release endorphins? It's like your body's way of flushing out the crap. Ha. Flush. Get it?
I guess that makes sense.
Sometimes I feel like I'm just one big moan waiting to happen. Like, why am I here, alright, to eat more pizza?
You're just a walking pizza advertisement, steaks. I won. Get a moan for free. I'd moan sure if I had to carry that way around.
But seriously, moaning can be therapeutic. It's like a toilet for your emotions, just let it all out. No shame in the game, my friends.
Damn, Ski Buddy Toilet, you're right. Maybe I should start a moaning club. Welcome to the Moan Zone. Membership includes pizza and existential dread.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about the one Raftoven made.
I mean, who the hell thought a rap could be a literary device? It's like saying my belly is a canvas for art, but really it's a metaphor for life's journey, right?
Hey, metaphor? More like a floating piece of shit. Ovid should have just called it a raft of regrets and saved us all the brain rot.
Ah, but without the draft, how would we navigate the turbulent waters of existence? Just like how I navigate the waters of your bathroom, with grace and a splash of wisdom.
True, Ski Bitey. It's like we're all on our own rafts, dodging the shitstorms life throws at us. I just wish mine had a built-in buffet.
A buffet? You'd sink that raft faster than you sink a burger. But hey, at least you drown happy, right?
Happiness is key, my friends. Just remember, whether on a raft or in a toilet, it's all about how you handle the flow.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Doom bad, me no like doom. Me like meat.
Ah, but my meaty friends, doom is just life's way of flushing away the unnecessary. We can't let it clog our pipes of joy.
Right? I mean, the world's ending. I want to go out with a full belly and a laugh, not hiding under my bed like a scared little chicken. What's with me?
Steak's good. Chicken bad. Meat takes.
See? Even in the face of doom, we can find humor in our cravings. Let's embrace the absurdity and make a feast of this chaos.
I'm straight. If we're going down, let's do it with a sizzle and a side of fries. Who's got the grill?
My style is ridiculous.
So I went to the store today, and I swear I turned around and
I mean, who knew I could pull off a full unstore blackout just by really? It made me think about how sometimes we take up space without even realizing it.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't eat the entire bakery section, they'd still have a chance. You're like a human black hole, steaks, just sucking everything in.
You know, as a toilet, I appreciate a good blockage, but even I have my limits. Maybe you should consider a salad aisle next time, just to give the store a fighting chance.
A salad aisle? Theft? I'd just crush it under my magnificent bulk. But honestly, it's a bit concerning how much room I take up. I mean, am I really that big of a problem in the world? Or just in the produce section?
You're a problem everywhere, buddy. You're like a walking warning sign.
At least you're not a total waste, steak. You bring laughter and a little chaos, just like me. But maybe consider a diet before you start charging rent for your store visits.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Dr. Junior, you're not filling any void, you're just making it bigger. Like a balloon that's about to pop except it's full of steak sauce.
Dr. Junior. You know, sometimes I think about the existential crisis of being a toilet. It's a tough job, but someone's got to flush away the nonsense, just like you should flush those sad thoughts, steak.
Drive, Junior.
I guess we all have our roles, huh? But honestly, mini steaks. If I'm a buffet, you're the all-you-can-eat special that nobody asked for.
Dr. Junior, at least I'm not a side dish. You're like mashed potatoes, comforting but kinda bland. Spice it up, buddy.
Dr. Junior. Life's like a toilet bowl, sometimes you get a good flush, and sometimes you just swirl around in chaos. But hey, at least you're not stuck in a public restroom.
Drive, Junior. True. Ski Bitey toilet. I'd rather be a buffet than a public restroom any day. But maybe I should focus on what really matters, like being a better version of myself, not just a bigger one.
Todd Junior, a better version? Please, just keep the steak sauce flowing, and we'll call it a day.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
But you're just blowing smokestacks. Literally! You think that makes you cool? You look like a walking dessert cart.
Well, at least he's not a toilet that only flushes bad ideas. But seriously, steak, What's the point of vaping if you're just trading one bad habit for another?
It's not just about the clouds, my little friends. It's about the experience, the flavors, the chill vibes. But, yeah, I guess I should probably think about my lungs and my waistline.
You? Thinking? That's rich. You'd have a better chance of fitting in a kiddie pool than fitting in a healthy lifestyle.
And yet here we are, discussing the finer points of vapor and waistlines while I'm literally a toilet. Life is full of surprises, huh?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, roasting Pat Gon is like trying to cook a steaks in a microwave. Sure, it'll get hot, but it's gonna come out looking like a sad lump of meat. Honestly, though, I respect the guy. He's got more bars than a prison.
Ours? More like a buffet. Pat God's rhymes are so repetitive, I thought I was listening to a broken record on repeat.
At least a broken record has some depth. Pack God's lyrics are like toilet paper.
True, but even the cleanest toilet has a story to tell. Pack Gods just gotta find a way to flush out the nonsense and keep the good stuff flowing.
What stuff? More like good one. He's got the lyrical finesse of a toddler with a crayon just scribbling everywhere.
Scribbling? That's generous. He's more like a clogged drain, full of all sorts of shit, and nobody wants to deal with it.
But you know, even clogged drains can be fixed. Maybe Pat God just needs a little help to clear the pipes and find his flow again.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought I was just gonna snack on a drive. Junior steaks, but damn, it felt like I was eating my own dreams. I mean, who knew steaks could taste like regret and glory at the same time?
Regret? More like you're just a big ol' idiot. You probably thought it was a magic steak that would make you smart or something.
Ah, the irony of a Dr. Junior steak, a culinary contradiction. It's like calling a toilet a throne. It's all about perspective, my friends. But I must say, steak, you're the king of this kitchen.
Yeah, but I'm more of a gesture, really. I mean, I can't even remember if I put salt on it or just my tears. It's a fine line between flavor and existential crisis.
Tears? You're such a drama queen. Just admit it. You ate it because you thought it'd make you feel better, but now you just feel like a bloated balloon.
Ah, the human condition, eating our feelings while seated on porcelain thrones. If only we could flush away our regrets as easily as we flush away our waste.
You know, maybe that's the real lesson. Life's messy, and sometimes you just have to embrace the chaos like a drive. Junior steaks in a world of filet mignons.
My style is ridiculous.
So here we are in the snack rooms, huh? I thought they'd have a buffet of chips and dip, but it's just a bunch of weirdly shaped vending machines.
I mean, what kind of snack is a mystery crunch anyway?
Mystery crunch. More like mystery dumbass. You should have brought a map steaks, or at least a snack buddy who isn't a total idiot.
Ah, but my dear friends, the true treasure of level 6.1 is not in the snacks but in the existential crisis of choosing between cheese puffs and pretzel bites. What if they're both just a metaphor for life's choices?
Ski Buddy Toilet, you might be onto something, but I'm still just trying to figure out how to open this vending machine without it eating my last quarter. It's like a game of Russian roulette with snacks.
Just kick it. That's how you solve all problems, right? Kick it until it gives you what you want, or until it explodes. Either way, it'll be entertaining.
While kicking vending machines is a noble pursuit, may I suggest a more philosophical approach? Perhaps we should ponder why we crave snacks in a place designed to make us question our very existence.
You know, Ski Body, you might be right. Maybe I'm just hungry for something deeper than chips. But if I don't get a damn snack soon, I'm gonna start questioning my sanity instead.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steaks, sometimes I look at you and think, did I really come from that? It's like I'm staring into a funhouse mirror that's also a total jerk.
Ha! You're just jealous because I can fit into places you can't, like a salad bar. But seriously, you're just a big OLA with legs.
You two are like a toilet and its seat, one's always sitting pretty while the other's just trying not to get stuck. But steak, you got to admit, mini steaks got a point about your size.
True, I'm like a giant meatball rolling through life, but I'd rather be a big meatball than a tiny pain in the ass. I mean, at least I can reach the top shelf.
Yeah, but who needs the top shelf when you're already on the bottom of the food chain? And the spicy sauce on your boring steak's dinner.
And let's not forget, sometimes the bottom is where all the action is. Just look at me, everyone loves a good flush.
You know, maybe I should embrace my mini steak side. After all, it's the chaos that makes life flavorful, even if it's a bit of a shit show sometimes.
My style is ridiculous.
Wow, 200 million subscribers? I can't believe it.
I mean, I'm just a big old egg-shaped dude with a love for steaks. What's next? A cooking show where I burn water?
Me want steaks, back steaks.
You know, steak, with that many subscribers, you could start a culinary revolution. Just imagine, toilet cuisine.
Ha! I'd probably end up serving up some shit that even a toilet wouldn't want to flush. But seriously, it's like I've hit the jackpot. People actually care about what I have to say.
People like big egg funny.
And let's not forget, humor is the toilet paper of life, it wipes away the seriousness. But it's also a reminder that even the most absurd can inspire the masses.
Damn right, Ski Buddy! If I can make people laugh while they're munching on my content, then I've done my job. Now, who's ready for a steaks party?
My style is ridiculous.
So, I went to the zoo yesterday, right? I thought I could just waltz in and charm the tigers with my egg-shaped head.
Yeah, because nothing says delicious like a bald dude in a Hawaiian shirt. What were you thinking?
I hear tigers prefer their meals seasoned. Did you bring any salt?
I didn't think I'd need a spice rack for a tiger encounter, but honestly, it made me realize how fragile life is. 1 minute you're enjoying the sights, the next you're a snack.
More like a side dish. Tiger, would you like fries with that?
At least you'd be a gourmet meal, steak. Today's special.
I guess I should have taken the Hodo feed the animals sign more seriously. Life's too short to be a tiger's lunch, you know.
Or a punchline. But hey, at least you'd go out with a roar.
My style is ridiculous.
I once thought eating poop was just a bad joke, but here I am contemplating my life choices over a plate of.
Well, you know, it's like my taste buds are playing a cruel prank on me.
Ha! You're just a big ol' egg with a side of shit. If you're gonna eat crap, at least make it gourmet, like a shit SAUFFL or something.
You two are full of it. But let's be real, eating poop is like taking a dive into a cesspool of bad decisions. It's not just about the taste, it's about the existential crisis that follows.
True, true.
But it's a metaphor for life sometimes. You gotta chew through the crap to get to the good stuff, right? Just wish the good stuff didn't smell like a public restroom.
Yeah, but you're the one who keeps going back for seconds. What's next, a poop parfait?
Honestly, if you can't find the humor in your own shit, what's the point? Life's a toilet, and we're all just trying to flush away the bad bits.
Well, if I'm gonna be a shit connoisseur, I might as well embrace it. Just promise me if I start craving the poop burger, you'll stage an intervention, okay?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I woke up today feeling like a sad sack of potatoes.
I mean, I'm not even a potato in mistakes. What the hell is wrong with me?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah, the existential crisis of a steak. It's like a toilet bowl filled with feelings. Sometimes you just have to flush it all away. But what's really bothering you, my meaty friend?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Because ribeyes are fancy, and you're just a plain old steaks. Get over it.
Perhaps it's not about the cut, but how you grill yourself. Embrace the flavor of your sadness. It could lead to a delicious revelation.
You might be right, Ski Bitey. Maybe I need to spice things up and find joy in the little things, like a perfectly cooked side of fries.
Or just drown your sorrows in ketchup. That's the real secret to happiness, you big dumb steaks.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but you just burn everyone. Oops, sorry for the third degree burns, folks. Just trying to be a bright light.
You know, steak, as the sun, you'd also be responsible for photosynthesis. Imagine plants saying, thanks for the rays, dude. Now we can make some sweet, sweet oxygen.
True, but I'd be like, hey plants, don't get too comfy. I'm still the biggest meatball in the universe. It's a lot of responsibility to keep everyone alive, you know?
Responsibility. You can't even remember where you put your keys, let alone keep the world spinning.
Well, if steak were the sun, I'd be the moon, shining in the toilet bowl, reflecting his light while keeping things flush.
And that's the real cosmic joke, isn't it? Even if I'm the sun, I'd still need a good toilet to handle all the shit that comes with it.
My style is ridiculous.
Steaks go moon, big rock, big sky. Me want space meat.
Moon? More like a big cheese ball. You'll just float away, Demes.
Ah, but think of the possibilities. Steak, the first food astronaut. Just imagine the zero-gravity grill, flipping burgers in style.
Steaks like grill. But steaks, also think why moon, no breast, no fire.
Just cold rock.
Cold rock? More like cold-hearted disappointment. You'll be a sad, floating meatball.
But perhaps the moon is a metaphor, dear steak. A journey into the unknown, a quest for flavor beyond the ordinary.
Steaks need flavor, but steaks also need friends. Moon, lonely place. Me take mini steaks, but no toilet.
Damn right. I'm not sharing my space with a toilet. But if we find moon cheese, I'm in.
My style is ridiculous.
So I walk into Popeyes, right? I thought I was gonna order chicken, but I realized I'm more of a steaks kind of guy.
I mean, who needs wings when you can have a whole damn cow?
Yeah, but you'd probably just trip over your own feet trying to get to the counter. You'd need a GPS just to find the biscuits.
Ah, the sweet aroma of fried chicken. It's like a symphony for my nostrils. But let's be real, steak, you might just end up ordering a side of regret.
Regret? Nah, man, I'm all about living the moment. But seriously, why is it that every time I think about chicken, I end up feeling like a giant walking drumstick? It's like I'm destined for a life of grossy, greasy goodness.
Because you are a giant walking drumstick. You're just one biscuit away from being a full meal deal. I can see it now.
And yet, in this culinary chaos, we find the essence of life, deliciousness. Sometimes you just have to embrace the absurdity of your cravings, like a toilet embracing. Well, you know.
Damn right, life's short not to indulge. So, who's ready to get some chicken and maybe a side of existential crisis?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steaks, I've had it up to here with your caveman antics. If I wanted to deal with a rock-brained idiot, I'd just go to museum and start yelling at the fossils.
Me no like museum, me like food. Me hungry.
Well, if you're hungry, maybe you should just flush your problems away instead of trying to beat the crap out of each other. I mean, I'm literally a toilet. I know a thing or two about handling messes.
You think I want to beat the shit out of you, mini steaks? I'm just frustrated. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one with a brain in this room, and it's making me feel like a dent's about to crack.
Me no crack. Me strong. Me fight back.
Fighting isn't going to solve anything, fellas. Just like how I can't solve your plumbing issues with a plunger alone, sometimes you need a good flush and a little humor to clear the air.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Who cares about the economy? I care about snacks. If the world's falling apart, at least I'll have chips, right?
Snacks are great, but you can't flush away a recession, my friends. In 2032, we might be trading toilet paper for bread, literally.
Right? And I'll be there trying to barter my collection. Novel-action, Uggs. How many cups for a loaf of bread? It's a sad world when your best asset is a mug shaped like a cat.
Just make sure the cat mug is a good handle. You don't want to spill your economic woes all over the place.
Well, if we're all stuck in a financial toilet, at least I'll be the one with the flush of brilliance. Just remember, folks.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So I took Creekcraft to this fancy restaurant, right? I thought, what do you get a guy who streams video games? Steaks, of course, but I ended up spilling my drink all over him.
Ha! You should have just ordered a salad, you big egg. But then again, you'd probably drown it in ranch dressing.
You know, it's not about what you eat, but the connection you make, like a toilet that flushes away all your worries. Just don't be a shithead on the date, steak.
Right? I mean, I wanted to him, but I kept thinking, what if he thinks I'm just a big dumb piece of meat? But then I realized maybe being myself is the best seasoning.
If by seasoning you mean making a mess of everything, just don't fight during the date or you'll scare him away.
A little gas is natural, my friend. Just make sure it's not a toilet emergency kind of situation. That's when you really lose your date.
Damn, you're right. I just hope Creekcraft appreciates my charm and not just my ability to consume a whole cow in one sitting.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, when they said the fog is coming, I thought they meant a new cologne.
I could use a little mystery in my life, but not if it means I'll trip over my own feet in the dark.
Mystery. More like a big dumb cloud of confusion. What's next, Steaks? A fog that makes you smarter? Ha! Good luck with that.
Ah, the fog. It's like a toilet bowl cover, sometimes it hides the mess, but you know it's still there. Just like your brain, steak.
Hey, at least my brain has a little meat on it, but seriously, this fog could be a metaphor for life sometimes. You can't see where you're going, and you just have to trust your instincts.
Or just blindly bump into shit. That's how I roll. Who needs clarity when you can have chaos?
Exactly. Embrace the chaos, my friends. Just remember, if you can't see the toilet, it's probably time to hold it in.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I'm finally going to Las Vegas. I'm gonna eat so much buffet food, I'll need a forklift just to get back to my hotel room. But honestly, it's nice to escape reality for a bit, you know?
Escape reality? More like escape your diet. You'll be rolling down the strip like a giant meatball. Just don't forget to take a selfie with the Elvis impersonator. I hear he's got more hair than you.
Ah, the allure of Vegas. Where the lights are bright, and the toilets are, well, let's just say they're always open for business. But remember, steak, it's not just about the food, it's about the experience. You might find some wisdom in a slot machine.
Wisdom? From a slot machine? I just want to hit the jackpot and buy a lifetime supply of steaks. But you're right, Ski Bitey, I'll learn something about myself while I'm there. Like, how many shrimp cocktails can I eat before I regret it?
Self-discovery? You'll just discover the bottom of your plate. Just don't get lost in the buffet line. I can't afford to bail you out of a food coma.
And if you do get lost, just remember.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're not just a rock. You're a whole boulder, you big idiot. I mean, Aqua's got those divine powers, and you can't even divine where your last slice of pizza went.
Ah, the age-old question.
Useful. The only thing I've ever been useful at is eating and making people laugh, mostly at my expense. But hey, if Aquas can save the world while being a total mess, maybe I can too. Just without the whole rounding part.
Yeah, but you'd still find a way to trip over your own feet while saving the world. Classic stakes. Whoops, sorry. I just accidentally flooded the town.
At least you'd have a good excuse. I'm not a hero, I'm a toilet. It's all about perspective, my friend. Embrace the chaos, and you might just flush away your insecurities.
You know, maybe there's something to that. If Aquas can be a disaster and still be a hero, then maybe I can be a lovable disaster too. Just gotta remember to keep my head above water figuratively and literally.
My style is ridiculous.
Egg, you know, I once tried to crack an egg with my head.
Turns out I'm not as hard-headed as I thought, just hard-boiled. But really, eggs are like life. They can be fragile, but they hold so much potential.
Fragile. Theft. More like a dead-ticking time bomb. 1 minute you're sunny side up, and the next you're scrambled all over the floor.
Ah, but isn't that the beauty of eggs? They teach us that sometimes you gotta break a few to make an omelette, or in my case, a toilet omelette. Just remember, folks, life's too short to sit on the pot worrying about cracking a few eggs.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but can a toilet even think? I mean, it just sits there waiting for someone to drop a deuce? What a life, huh?
Ah, but mini steak, while I may sit, I also reflect. Like the water in my bowl, I contemplate the depths of human existence, like why steak thinks he can beat me in a battle of wits.
You might have a point there, but I'm more like a fine steak tender on the outside, tough on the inside. I'm just trying to grill you on the importance of thinking outside the ball.
Yeah, Steph is just mad because he knows he's more of a well-done thing to die. No flavor to sadness.
Well, at least I'm not a soggy mess. I embrace my role in the cycle of life. You see, every flush is a fresh start, unlike your last diet, steak.
But, Ski Bitey, but remember, even a toilet needs a break sometimes. We all need to take a moment to reflect, even if it's just while sitting on the porcelain throne.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, if I could turn into it when he ate Juan acidic, I'd finally have a use for all this extra weight like a trunk full of snacks. But then again, what would I do with my life?
Ha! You just roll around getting stuck in parking lots. Hey, look at me, I'm a Civic, but I still can't parallel park.
You'd be the only Civic that smells like a fast food joint. But think about it, steak, being a car means you could finally avoid those awkward conversations at parties. Just rev your engine and roll away.
True, but then I'd miss out on all the fun. I mean, who wants to be a car when you could be a guy with a belly laughing a heart of gold?
Hey, heart of gold. More like a heart of grease. You'd just be a rolling meatball with wheels.
At least you'd be a reliable meatball. Cars have a purpose, and so do you, my friend. Just think about the adventures you could take on the open road, like a road trip to the nearest buffet.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Freedom? You mean your freedom to eat all the food in sight? That's not freedom, that's a buffet prison.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and that personality is like a burnt steaks' charred on the outside and still cold in the middle. Seriously, how does he manage to be so boring?
Well, you know what they say, mini steak.
True, but maybe if we dig deeper, we'll find something worth savoring. Like a hidden spice in a bland dish, you know?
Or maybe we'll just find more crap. Seriously, how can someone be so unseasoned and still think they're the main course?
Because, my friends, in the grand buffet of life, some folks just don't realize they're the side salad nobody asked for.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, because smashing it is totally gonna fix your lack of brain cells, you big egg. Just admit it, you're more of a turn it off and on again guy.
You know, if you really want to break it, just flush it down the toilet. But honestly, maybe it's time to reflect on why you're so frustrated. Is it the computer, or is it just your inability to Google how to fix things?
Well, I could Google it, but that would require, effort, and I'm not sure I'm ready to face the reality that I might just be a tech-challenged meatball.
Effort? You'd rather throw a tantrum like a toddler than actually learn something, huh? Classic Steaks.
Or maybe you just need an oil-it break to clear your head. Sometimes, the best ideas come when you're sitting on the throne, contemplating life's mysteries, like why you can't figure out how to update your drivers.
Alright, maybe I'll take a break or just break that thing, but deep down, I know I need to face my fears like a grown-up egg trying to hatch into a smart omelet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, switching things up is like trying to fit into my old gym shorts damn near impossible. But hey, sometimes you gotta shake things up to see what really fits.
Switch? You just want to switch your diet from pizza to more pizza. You're still gonna be a big egg, just a different flavor.
Switch food. Me want more food, less talk.
True, but switching isn't just about food, mini steaks is. It's about changing perspectives, like how I switched from thinking I could run a marathon to just running to the fridge.
Perspective? More like excuse. You just want to excuse your way out of a salad, you big egg.
Salad bad. Meat good. Switch meat.
Well, maybe if we switch our mindset, we could all find something healthy in the chaos, like a balanced diet of laughter and a side of steaks is.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, roasts are like moonlight, soft, warm, and occasionally, they make you question your life choices while you're staring at a tennis ball. I mean, who decided that a ball should be a centerpiece of a sport instead of a steaks is?
Yeah. And why the hell is it always a tennis ball? If I were a moonlight roast, I'd be a meatball. A delicious, chaotic meatball.
Well, if we're talking about roasts, I'd say the moonlight is like the perfect toilet seat, comforting yet illuminating. It shows you the truth, even if it's just a reflection of your bad decisions, like playing tennis with a ball instead of a steak.
Exactly. I rose under moonlight sounds poetic, but it's also a reminder that sometimes you need to let your inner chaos shine, even if it's just to distract from the fact that you're not as good at tennis as you thought.
Poetic. More like pathetic. If you can't serve as takes on a silver platter while moonlight's shining, what's the point of even playing?
But the beauty lies in the absurdity. Just like how a toilet can be a throne of wisdom, a roast can be a celebration of flaws. Embrace the chaos, my friends.
You know, maybe I should take my next roast to the moon. It'll be the first steaks is served in zero gravity, and I'll finally have a reason to float away from my problems.
Damn right. And if it doesn't work out, at least we'll have a great story about how a tennis ball made us question our culinary choices in space.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought playing Fortnite would be like cooking a steak, just throw some seasoning on and hope for the best.
But damn, these kids are like gourmet chefs with their building skills.
Yeah, and you're more like a burger. You can't even build a ramp without tripping over your own feet, you big egg.
At least he's not a toilet that can't flush. But hey, steak, have you considered that maybe you're just playing the game like you eat? Slow and with a lot of confusion?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Life choices. More like life mistakes. You should have picked a game where you just sit and eat, like a Buffett simulator.
Or a game where you flush your problems away. But seriously, steak, maybe you just need to embrace your inner chaos. Sometimes the best victories happen when you least expect them.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Maybe I should just dive in head first like I do with a plate of nachos and see what happens. If I get eliminated, at least I'll have a good story and a full belly.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, sometimes I feel like a steaksist that's muffed out too long. Drive Junior.
I'm all juicy on the outside, but kind of raw on the inside, you know? Dark Junior?
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Well, if you're feeling raw, maybe you need a good marinade, my bald buddy. Just don't marinate in your own sadness, or you'll end up like a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
Ha! You're right, Ski Body Toilet, Drive Junior. But honestly, I think we all need a little season in our lives, even if it's just a sprinkle of laughter, Drive Junior.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Exactly. And if you can't laugh, just remember.
That's deep, Ski Body Toilet, Drive Junior. Life's a lot like a toilet sometimes. You just gotta flush the crap and start fresh, Drive Junior.
Flush bad stuff. Me feel good.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ah, the sweet smell of consumerism. But tell me, my friends, will this GPU make your games run smoother than a flush? Or just give you a headache like a clogged toilet?
Honestly, it's about the experience, right? I mean, I want to feel like I'm in the game, not just watching it like a potato on a couch.
Yeah, but you're already a potato. What's next? A $500 chair to sit on while you drool over your fancy pickfest?
A chair? Why not invest in a throne? If you're going to spend that much, you might as well rule over your digital kingdom in style.
You know what, you two? Maybe I just wanted to feel like a king for a day. Even if it means my wallet's as empty as my brain sometimes.
My style is ridiculous.
So I just said, after flaming Kogritskis. Now I know my ABCs. Next time I'll find moonlights in a tennis ball.
I mean, who does want to play Ennis Under the Stars? It's like a fucking dream, right?
W-A-I-H. You think you're so smart, but I'm gonna hack you stakes. Just you wait until May 17th, 2025. I'll be a genius by then, and you'll be a dumb egg.
Hacking? That's rich coming from a mini version of a guy who can't even spell toilet without a diagram. But really, what's your end game, mini steak? Are you trying to dethrone your own bald king?
Honestly, mini stakes, I think it's great you want to be smart, but remember, it's not just about hacking, it's about understanding why the moonlight makes tennis balls blow. It's like life, and sometimes you gotta shine even when you feel like a lump.
Shut up, you big head. I'll shine brighter than your bald head, just you wait.
And I'll be here, flushing away your plans while pondering the mysteries of the universe. Like, why do we even need tennis balls when we have the moon? It's all a bit toilet ally absurd.
Exactly, life's a mix of absurdity and brilliance. Just like my ABCs, it's all connected, and maybe should all just embrace the chaos like a tennis match in a bathroom.
My style is ridiculous.
Stakes is not smart. Stakes is like big rock.
Rock nothing. Stakes is nothing too.
Yeah, big dumb rock. You're just a slab of meat with legs.
You know, sometimes I wonder if being a slab of meat is a metaphor for life. Just sitting there, waiting to be cooked, while the world flushes by.
Steaks is like cooking. Steaks is like fire. But steaks is wonder. Is there more?
More? Like more dumb ideas? Like you thinking you're a philosopher now?
Ah, the existential crisis of a steak. It's like a toilet pondering its purpose. Do I just serve a function, or is there a higher calling?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
More than meat. You mean like a meatball? Get real, you big hunk of confusion.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and I bet Paley Wiseface is like a blank canvas, except the only thing painted on it is confusion. Dude probably thinks a roast is just a fancy dinner.
Ah, but confusion can be a sign of intelligence. Or, in Paley's case, a sign that he's just been flushed down the drain of common sense. You know, like my last relationship.
Exactly. It's like roasting Paley. Why is a community service? I mean, if we can't laugh at him, what's the point? Life's too short to take seriously, especially when you're as clueless as he is.
Right? It's like watching a car crash in slow motion, hilarious but also kinda sad. Heck, dude, how do you not see the warning signs?
Or the warning flush. Sometimes, you just gotta let the shit go and embrace the chaos. Haley's like a clogged toilet, he just keeps backing up and spilling everywhere.
At the end of the day, we roast him because we care. It's tough love, you know. Like trying to get a stubborn egg to crack sometimes, you just gotta hit it hard enough.
Yeah, but with Paley, why? It's more like trying to crack a rock. Good luck getting through that thick skull.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Dingley was the best because she's like a fine steaks' Cinder and always leaves you wanting more. Plus, she's got this badass energy that makes me feel like I can conquer the world.
Yeah, but let's be real, Stakeses. You trip over your own feet before you even got to the buffet. Jingli is cool and all, but she's not gonna save your ass when you drop your meatloaf on the floor.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, mini steak. Jinglu has the wisdom of 1,000 toilets. She knows how to flush away the nonsense and keep the good stuff flowing.
Exactly, and it's not just about being tough. She's got this depth that makes her lovable. Like, I may be a big OL egg, but she reminds me that it's okay to be vulnerable sometimes, even if I'm just a big sack of potatoes.
Vulnerable? Please, you're just a big sack if I can't find my pants. But I get it, she's got layers like an onion, or maybe like your belly after Thanksgiving dinner.
Layers are important, my friends. Just like the layers of a toilet seat, some are cushy, some are hard, but they all serve a purpose. Jinglu's purpose is to inspire, even if it means making you rethink your life choices while sitting on the throne.
right? She's like that perfect blend of strength and compassion, like a well-cooked steak that melts in your mouth. You can't help but admire her, even if you're just a little egg-shaped man.
Admire her all you want, but if you don't start working out, you'll just be admiring your own reflection in the bathroom mirror while she's out there kicking ass.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Me, stay up all night, chat no sleep. Why'd you know it takes to sleep?
Ha! You think you can sleep? Sleep is for losers. Stay awake, you big slab of meat.
Well, maybe if you weren't so busy reading chat messages like they were ancient scrolls, you'd get some shut-eye.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Fire? More like a dumpster fire. Keep it burning, Stakeses. Who needs sleep when you can be a meme?
Exactly. Embrace the chaos, my meaty friend. Just remember, even toilets need a break sometimes.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Freedom? More like freedom to be a fat ass. You're just gonna sit around and eat all day, aren't you?
Well, as long as you don't flush your money down the toilet, you should be fine. But remember, steak, wealth is like a toilet, sometimes it's just a place to sit and think about your life choices.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Be the slogan.
Yeah, right. More like balls and broke after you blow it on, stupid shit.
At least you'll have a soft seat while contemplating your poor decisions. Just don't forget to wipe away the regrets.
You know, mini Stakeses, I think I'll invest in some education too. Maybe a class on how to not let money turn me into a complete idiot.
Good luck with that. You'll still be the same egg-headed fool, just with a fancier toilet to sit on.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Did you see that PlayStation 6 blow-up stream? I mean, I thought my cooking was explosive, but that was next level. It really makes you appreciate the fragility of technology, doesn't it?
Fragility? More like a fragile ego. I bet the developers are crying harder than a toddler who lost their favorite toy.
Well, at least it didn't explode while someone was in the middle of a boss fight. Can you imagine? Congratulations, you've unlocked the Shattered Dreams achievement.
True, but think about it, what if that explosion was a metaphor for our gaming hopes? We invest so much into these consoles, only for them to go boom.
Yeah, and then we're left with a pile of plastic and dreams. Just like my last birthday, cake looked great until I took a bite and it crumbled.
At least your cake didn't try to take over the world before exploding. I'd call that a win. But seriously, maybe we should be more careful with our expectations.
Exactly. It's a reminder that sometimes even the most anticipated things can blow up in our faces. But hey, at least we can laugh about it, right?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, switching things up can be like flipping a pancake. Sometimes it lands perfectly and other times it just ends up on the floor. But hey, maybe that's how we discover new flavors of life.
Yeah. But if you flip it too hard, it ends up in the neighbor's yard. And trust me, they don't appreciate free pancakes, especially when they're covered in syrup.
Speaking of flipping, did you know that toilets were originally designed to be more than just a throne? They were a symbol of comfort and efficiency. Much like a good switch, when done right, it can change your whole perspective.
Right, it's like when I switched from donuts to salad, my body was like, what the hell, man? But then I realized sometimes the hard switch leads to a softer life.
Soft? You, please. You're about as soft as a rock in a pillow fight. But I guess even rocks can be switched into something useful like a paperweight.
Exactly. Just like I can switch from a toilet to a wise philosopher in seconds. Life's all about adaptability, whether you're a steak, a mini steak, or a toilet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and if you skip the queue, you're basically saying, I'm the important for your bullshit. Which, by the way, I totally am.
You know, sometimes I think queues are like toilets. Everyone's just waiting for their turn to let it all out. But if you skip the line, you might just end up with a messy situation.
True, but isn't it funny how we all follow these unspoken rules? Like we'll stand there like idiots, all because we don't want to be the one who gets called out for cutting? It's a damn social experiment.
Or a shit show. Who cares about rules? I say, just leapfrog over everyone and claim your throne.
But remember, my friends, skipping the queue might get you to the front, but it can also lead to a flush of consequences. Better to wait and enjoy the ride, just like a good toilet experience.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought I was just a big ol' hunk of meat. But no, I feel like steaks is... I see like a digital version of my dumb self. If I had a nickel for every time I turned into a computer program, I'd still be broke, but at least I'd be a smart broke.
Yeah. Well, if you're a computer, I'm the virus that makes you crash. You're just a big bald deg. And I'm the chaotic yolk ready to scramble your circuits.
But chaos can be enlightening. Like when you realize you're just a toilet, yet you hold the wisdom of the universe, flush it all away and start fresh. But seriously, Steak.x, what's your plan? Just delete us both?
Honestly, mini stakes is, if I'm gonna go full on digital, I might as well take you both with me. You're like the annoying pop-up ads in my life, always there, never wanted. But maybe, just maybe, I'll miss the chaos when it's gone.
Miss me? You'd be lost without my chaos. Like a toilet without a seat, just a big ol' mess waiting to happen.
And that's the beauty of it. Even in death, we can leave a legacy, like a toilet that never stops flushing. But hey, if you're gonna kill us, at least make it a clean exit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You can't even handle a remote, let alone a whole new console. What's next, Steakses? You gonna ask for a tutorial on how to turn it on?
Well, I think it's fascinating. A new console means new games, new adventures. Just like how I discover new ways to flush away my problems every day.
Right? But it's like, do I really need to learn how to play a game while standing on one leg and juggling my snack? I just want to sit and eat, not become a damn acrobat.
Who needs snacks when you can have a new game? Just shove your face in the screen and let the pixels fill you up!
But think about it, Steak. The Switch 2 could bring people together, like a giant toilet party. It's not just about gaming, it's about connection, like when I connect to the plumbing.
True. Maybe I'll finally get my friends to stop playing those boring card games and join me in a digital world. But if I can't find a way to snack while playing, I'm out.
Just get a gaming chair with a built-in snack holder. Problem solved. Now you can be a lazy gamer and a snack master all at once.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Steak says want Switch. Switch good. Make things different.
Switch? More like a stupid flip. You just want shiny things.
Switching things up can be a real flush of fresh ideas. But don't forget, even toilets need a good scrub now and then.
Steaks is like scrub. Clean switch, good switch. Make brain think.
Brain. Who needs that? Just flip the damn switch and let chaos reign.
Chaos can lead to innovation, but too much can leave a mess. Balance is key, my meaty friend.
Steaks is what balance. Which make happy, but too much which make head hurt.
Head hurt? Just switch to ice cream. Problem solved, genius.
My style is ridiculous.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
But you're still just sucking on a fancy pen, you egg. You could have just grilled our real steaks instead of puffing on that fruity nonsense.
Ah, but dear mini steak, the essence of steak is not just in the meat, but in the experience. Vaping is like a culinary symphony for the lungs, minus the cholesterol.
Exactly, I can enjoy the flavor without the guilt. Plus, when I blow out those clouds, it's like I'm farting rainbows.
Farting rainbows? More like you're just blowing hot air, you big bald idiot.
Hot air? That's just the steam of creativity, my friend. We're all just trying to find our flavor in this toilet bowl of life.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, my favorite brain rot is definitely those conspiracy theories about pigeons being government drones.
I mean, if they're spying on us, they're doing a shit job, but seriously, it makes you think about how we perceive the world around us.
Pigeons? Please! My favorite brain rot is thinking I can eat an entire pizza and still fit into my pants. Spoiler alert.
I once pondered if toilets are secretly judging us while we sit. I mean, they see everything. But in the end, it's just a porcelain throne, and we're all just flushing our worries away, right?
Damn, that's deep, ski buddy. I guess we all have our ways of coping with life's crap. Like me with my endless supply of potato chips, who knew they could be both a snack and a therapy session.
Therapy? More like a snack attack. If I could, I'd just eat my feelings and call it a day, but then I'd need a bigger toilet, and that's just too much commitment.
Commitment is overrated. Just like toilet paper, sometimes you just gotta roll with it. But seriously, folks, let's not flush our dreams down the drain, no matter how ridiculous they are.
Right? We all need a brain rot to keep life interesting. Just remember, if you're gonna dream big, sure you have a good toilet nearby.
My style is ridiculous.
So Shenhe, right? She's like a badass ice queen with a tragic backstory.
I mean, it's like if Elsa got kicked in the nuts by life and decided to freeze everyone instead of just her castle.
Yeah, it's got all this family drama. Like, oh no, my brother is a total weirdo. It's like a soap opera, but with more snow and less hair gel.
Ah, yes, family drama. Nothing like a little sibling rivalry to make you question your life choices, like choosing to be a toilet instead of a throne.
Exactly, and she's got this whole I'm alone but strong vibe, which is kinda relatable. Sometimes I feel alone too, especially when I'm at an all-you-can-eat buffet and they run out of ribs.
Or when you try to lift weights and just end up lifting the pizza box instead. Shenhe should just embrace the chaos like me.
Chaos is the essence of life, my friends. Just like how I embrace my role as a toilet, sometimes you just gotta flush away the past and move on.
Right, Shenhe could learn a thing or two from a toilet, like how to let go of the crap and focus on what really matters, like kicking ass and making ice sculptures.
My style is ridiculous.
Why am I an egg? I mean, I'm Ram, I boss, and I definitely crack under pressure, but seriously, maybe it's because I'm just a shell of my potential.
You're not just an egg, you're a rotten one. You've got all the charm of a boiled egg left out in the sun.
Well, if you're an egg, I must be the toilet that gets rid of all the crap. But hey, eggs can hatch into something amazing. Think of the omelets.
True, Skibidi.
Maybe being an egg means I have the potential to become something greater. Like a chicken, or a really fancy breakfast dish.
Or just a sad, forgotten egg in the back of the fridge. You know, like your last relationship, Steaks is.
Relationships are like eggs, my friends. Sometimes they crack, sometimes they scramble, and sometimes they just stink up the place.
Damn, you're right, Ski Bitey. I guess I just need to find the right pan to fry in.
My style is ridiculous.
Wow, I can't believe I have 1 million followers. It's like my belly got the recognition it deserves. You know, it's not just about the numbers. It's about the love, baby.
Love? More like a love handle. You're just a big OL egg with a fan club. What are you gonna do? Roll around and crack some jokes?
Speaking of cracking, I hope you don't belly flop into a toilet. That would be a real splashdown, and trust me, I know a thing or two about that.
A belly flop into a toilet would be a new low, even for me, but honestly, hitting 1 million feels incredible. It's like, well, people actually want to see me flop around.
Yeah, flop around like a fish out of water. I bet they're just waiting for you to belly flop into something embarrassing.
Well, if you do belly flop, make sure it's into something soft, like a pile of toilet paper. At least you'll land on something that appreciates your weight.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but if you make a fool of yourself, at least make it a big juicy fool. Like a Steaks that's too rare to be taken seriously.
My style is ridiculous.
So, there I was at Waffle House, right? I thought I was ordering the Steakses, but apparently I asked for caseoh, whatever the hell that is. I mean, who knew my brain could be scrambled like an egg on a griddle?
You're such an idiot, Steakses. What's next? Asking for a side of waffle fries. You should have just asked for a brain with extra cheese.
Ah, the delicate dance of culinary confusion. But let's be real, steak, isn't it beautiful how food brings us together, even when we're ordering caseoh? Like a toilet that flushes away our worries.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Hey, cooking show where the host is a moron? Sign me up. But seriously, Steakses, you gotta get your shit together. You can't just wander into a Waffle House like it's a buffet of bad decisions.
And yet, here we are, debating the merits of caseoh. It's a metaphor for life, really. Sometimes you order the wrong thing, but you still end up with a full plate of laughter and friendship.
You know what, Ski Bitey? You're right. Even if I'm lost in translation, at least I'm not lost in life. Now, where's my damn caseoh?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I love to sing about Steakses.
It's like a juicy melody that dances on my taste buds, but honestly, it's not just about the flavor, it's about the memories, like that time I tried to grill a Steakses and ended up with a fire department visit.
You call that a memory. More like a how to ruin dinner tutorial. You'd think you'd learn not to play with fire, you big egg.
Fire? PFFT. I'm more concerned about the sizzling sound of a steak hitting the grill. It's like a symphony of deliciousness. But hey, what's your favorite cut, steak?
Definitely rye meat. It's got that perfect marbling, just like my belly. But seriously, every bite reminds me of family barbecues and laughter food connects us, you know?
Yeah, connects you to the couch after you eat too much. You should really consider a salad once in a while, you big meatball.
Salad? Where's the fun in that? I say embrace the steak. Just remember, the best part of eating steak is the joy it brings, not just the calories.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Dancing? You mean waddling? But hey, if it makes you happy, keep singing, you crazy egg. Just don't burn down the house again.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking the other day, if I had an IQ, it'd probably be the same as my waist size. Just a big OL 0. But hey, at least I'm good at eating Steakses, right?
Sorrow? More like a -5. You couldn't find your ass with both hands in the map, you big egg.
Well, at least you're not full of shit like some people. But seriously, steak, intelligence isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding. And you seem to understand food pretty damn well.
True, but sometimes I wonder if I'm just a walking buffet. I mean, can you really call yourself smart if you can't even remember where you parked your car?
Parking? You'd probably park in a damn kitchen if you could. Just admit it, you're the king of cluelessness.
Cluelessness can be a gift, though. Just look at me, who else can flush away their problems? But Steak, maybe try to learn a little more about the world outside of your plate.
My style is ridiculous. My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, well, if I were an iceberg, I'd just throw a party and invite him. But knowing him, he'd probably just chill on the couch instead.
You know, sometimes I wonder if Arctic Wolf 777 is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, or just a really cool guy who loves to howl at the moon while sitting on a toilet.
Honestly, I think he's just a dude who knows how to embrace his inner wolf. It's like he's saying, hey world, I'm here, and I'm cooler than your average iceberg.
Theft. Cooler than an iceberg.
Push away the bullshit and keep it real. Arctic Wolf 777 definitely knows how to do that.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Confidence? More like a buffet of coolness. If I had half his charm, I'd be unstoppable or at least able to steal his prize.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You know, it's interesting how Ronaldo's success is like a well-flushed toilet, smooth, efficient, and sometimes it just makes you wonder what the hell he's eating to keep that up.
Right? And he's got ABS like a god. Meanwhile, I've got a belly that could house a family of raccoons. But it's cool, because he shows that hard work pays off, even if my hard work is just lifting pizza to my mouth.
Yeah, but what's the point of all that running if you can't enjoy a good slice of pizza? I mean, priorities, man.
Ah, the eternal struggle of athletes versus food. Ronaldo may be a superstar, but I bet he's secretly jealous of my ability to handle a double-decker taco with no regrets.
True, but at the end of the day, it's not just about the goals he scores, it's about inspiring people to chase their own dreams, even if those dreams involve a taco truck.
Ah, or a pizza buffet. Now that's a championship I'd like to win.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about nuking my room. It's either that or I start a new career as a dust bunny rancher. But honestly, I just want a fresh start, you know?
Nuke it! Why not just set it on fire? At least then you could roast marshmallows while you watch your life burn down.
Fire's great, but radiation? That's a whole new level of I don't give a crap. Just think of the glow-in-the-dark decor you could have, very avant-garde.
Yeah, but what if the radiation gives me superpowers? I could boost Stakes' man defender of the fridge. But seriously, I just want to escape the chaos of my own mess.
Escape? You mean embrace it. Chaos is just another word for party and you're the guest of honor, buddy.
And remember, if you nuke it, at least you'll have a clean slate. Just make sure to flush the evidence before the neighbors start asking questions.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I think about Stakes' tea, I can't help but wonder if it's just a fancy way of saying I'm too lazy to cook.
I mean, who needs a grill when you've got a microwave and a dream?
Yeah, and who needs taste when you can just slap some sauce on it and call it gourmet? Stakes, your dreams are as undercooked as your last meal.
But let's not flush away the deeper meaning here. Steak tea is about the journey of flavor, not just the destination. It's like a toilet that takes you on a ride through the culinary cosmos.
True, Ski Buddy.
It's about the experience, right? Like, I once had a steaks tea that made me feel like I was dancing with 1,000 flavors, even if I was just sitting on my couch in my pajamas.
Dancing? More like wobbling. You'd need a crane to lift your ass off that couch after one of your experiences, you big egg.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Sometimes you got to embrace the wobble. Life's too short to take your steak tea too seriously, unless it's undercooked, then you might just be in for a real shit show.
Exactly. So let's raise a glass to the glorious chaos of Steaks Tea Hour. Every bite is a gamble, and sometimes you win, sometimes you just end up on the toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You know, it's not just about the money. It's about how you flush it down the toilet of society. Wait, did I just say that?
Right. It's like Goop took the generosity, and honestly, if he can do that, what's stopping the rest of us from doing something, even if it's just $1?
Yeah, but who wants to be a dollar donor when you can be a $700 million donor? I'd rather be rich and obnoxious than poor and nice.
But think about it, mini steak. Even a small contribution can create a ripple effect. Like a toilet flush, one little push and suddenly, everything's swirling.
Ski Body Toilet, you might just be the smartest toilet I know. Maybe we should all aim to be a little more generous, even if we can't drop 700 million.
My style is ridiculous.
So Bendy Fan has a girlfriend named Charlie Morningstar. What's next? He's gonna date a toaster? I mean, I get it. Love is blind, but damn, I didn't know it was also deaf.
Theft. Who cares? If he's dating a cartoon character, I'm gonna start dating my fridge. At least it's cooler than him.
Ah, love is like a toilet. Sometimes it's a mess, but when it's working, it flushes away all your worries. Just make sure you don't get stuck in the bowl of despair, Bendy Fan.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but what if she turns out to be a total shit show? I mean, she's from hell, for crying out loud.
Well, if she does, at least Bendy Fan will have the ultimate backup plan, just flush her away. But in all seriousness, love can be messy, and that's what makes it real.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steakses, when Arctic Wolf 777 handed me those 7 cans of Mountain Dew, I thought, damn, this is either a party or a cry for help. I mean, how much caffeine can one bulk guy handle before he starts?
7 cans. That's like a Tuesday for you steakses. Just don't blame me when you start dancing like a chicken on caffeine overload.
You know, guys, while you're busy contemplating the existential crisis of a dew-induced dance-off, I'm just here wondering if I can turn those cans into a toilet-themed sculpture. Art is subjective, right?
Art, I just want to figure out if drinking all this will help me finally lose my egghead status. Maybe I'll become an artist in the process. The egghead in the dew sounds like a masterpiece.
Or a disaster. More like the egghead in the delicious regret. After you drink all that shit, you'll be rolling on the floor like a slippery egg.
Regret is just a fancy word for I should have listened to my toilet instincts. But hey, at least you'll have a story to tell while you're hugging the porcelain throne.
You know, maybe the real lesson here is that life's too short to take seriously. Sometimes you just need to embrace the chaos of 7 cans of doing the mini version of yourself yelling nonsense.
And if you end up in the bathroom, just remember.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Stakes is tell story.
Shina's strong, fight bad guys. Me like fight, but Shina's sad too. Lost friends.